All right, we're live. We're live. Welcome everyone. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good one. Let me just bring you guys over. I'm going to be talking about a few changes I'm going to make to the stream first. Give me a sec. All right. What is up? Hello. All right. You lower the music. Stream height. Yes, indeed. All right. So, what is up? Today we're, first of all, just an overview of what we're going to be doing today. It should be super fun, if I may say so myself. We are going to be implementing whatever we need to put in place for Isaac to learn to beat individual bosses, right? So instead of trying to just learn to play the game directly, I think there's a lower hanging fruit, and that lower hanging fruit is going to be to teach Isaac to beat every boss individually, and also build a model to beat every boss individually. So what's going to happen eventually is, in the bigger picture, we're going to be able to say, hey, we're in a boss room. First of all, classify which boss from a few frames. Just say, which boss is this? Once we know, then we switch to the model that has been trained to beat that boss, right? So that's going to be the first step that we're going to do. The first actual AI stuff that we're going to see here. First actual learning. So it's going to be Isaac. We're going to use a lot of console commands, right? So we're going to use Afterbirth Plus. We're going to enable mod support, and in order to create the training environments, right? We're never going to use the console or cheats to play the game. In order to create training environments, however, we will do so. Right? So it's going to be I'm going to be able to just say, hey, Isaac, spawn in the first room of the floor, and then I'm going to spawn a monstro, for example, in it, and then have at it, have some fun, right? Sounds like an awesome plan. Yes, I hope. It should be fun, right? So there's a few things missing in order to do this. However, we still have to resolve what we had last time, right? So the color, if you were there at the end of last Sunday's stream, the entire algorithm for reinforcement learning is there already, right? So that's cool. Except that it was not meant to work with color images, right? So we have to figure out a way to modify or tweak what we have there so it actually ingests color images just fine. I think I have an idea, right? So that should not be a big one. I think we're going to start with this, just using whatever we did last weekend and making sure that we can at least feed it to the neural net without issues if it's a color frame. Second step, we're going to have to take a few steps back. We have to re-enable Afterbirth Plus, right? Which we disabled because it broke the context classifier, because the menus changed and a couple of things changed. We're going to do a bit of work there. We're going to rebuild the classifier using the new screen information from Afterbirth Plus. It shouldn't take too long, right? Capturing frames is going to take like 5-10 minutes, and then just a bit of logic there. Why do we need to do this? Just because there's a lot of useful stuff in there. Not just like navigating the menus, I don't care that much about that, but also detecting when we're dead, right? It's kind of like a big deal in the training. So I need to pause like feeding stuff to the agent if we're dead to reset the stage and respawn the boss in order to continue. So we do need the context detection, especially for death. Like that's the big one. I'm wondering if whether it's possible to donate such a large amount of bits they won't fit into glass. Yeah, the glass doesn't have like the biggest capacity, that's for sure. But hey, feel free to try it to be kappa. There we go. Let's see. Yeah. Well, that. Oh my God, more. Well, you guys are great at throwing. I do appreciate it, by the way. Thank you. But you guys are great at throwing me off when I'm in my intro mode of just like trying to focus, because it's hard for me to do that. It's just like, hey, let's fill it with single bits. But yes, it is possible. I think it has been verified that we can fill the cup to the brim. However, a single follow will absolutely destroy everything in there. So thank you for the experiments. Thank you for the science there, guys. But sure, it's not going to last a whole lot of time. And you managed to do it. I don't know what I was talking about anymore. I think I was talking about... I was just talking about rebuilding the yeah, rebuilding the classifier, especially for deaths, right? Just so we can reset the stage, respawn the boss. There's a lot of console commands that are super cool with Afterbirth Plus to just spawn entities. So we're probably going to play with that a bit also. Like, so that's not necessarily coding. We're probably just going to play around with the console commands, see how do we spawn every boss. Elijah, really? You guys are starting off strong. Thank you for the $20 Canadian. That's really generous. Very happy. Bits again, guys. What's going on? You wanted to clear it. Yeah, there you go. I do appreciate it. Happy to see you here. If you don't know, Elijah's been here since the very early days of the stream, when it was a little different. So really always happy to see familiar faces in the chat come back. Appreciate the follow also. Thank you. And thanks more for the 45 more berries. Do appreciate it. Right, so once we have the classifier back in place for the context, what we're gonna do is work on something we always avoided so far, and that is it's gonna be essential for any type of reinforcement learning that we want to do. It's just reading the health bar, right? So we're gonna have to work on reading the health bar, just making sense of, I guess, how many hearts we have. Does it really matter which types of heart? Unless someone's very familiar with the game and can tell me, it's really, god damn it, guys. Refilling the cup, thank you for. Damn, good job. All right, so this is not a stream. This is a cup damage simulator. Where's the bit? Is it gonna come? You guys like just made Streamlabs go like, yeah. But thank you, appreciate it always. All right, cool. And then yeah, reading the health bar. Like, I was just thinking of this. I think the dog just messed with my green screen again. Yeah, please, doggy, go away. Yes. I think she's a little sick today, so she wants attention. But you're messing with the green screen, girl. Yeah, thank you. Right, yeah, so reading off, like I said, like, unless we have some experts for the Binding of Isaac that can tell me, it's really important to detect which types of hearts. I think we're going to keep it simple. I think we're just going to say, like, how many hearts in terms of, I guess, halves do we have? So the maximum would be 24, because it's 6 per... Thank you for the follow, for shit. Get wrecked with these. Yeah, so maybe yeah, just detecting how much, because the thing that's going to be centric to building our reinforcement learning systems, regardless of the task at hand, if it's beating a boss or cleaning a room or just navigating around, the health of Isaac is going to be very much at the center of the punishments that we're going to give, right? The punishments we give to Isaac will have to do with the health. And in order, we had so many discussions about this last weekend, in order to make sure that we're not punishing just losing health, because there are a few plays in this game where losing health is probably the correct call, right? And there's specific items, for example, that make sense to lose health, right? So items where, let's say, okay, super simple if you know the game, and it's not a good item necessarily, but let's say you play Eve and you get hit and get damaged, then the little bird the dead bird is going to go around and start hitting. So maybe we want to learn that, hey, this is a good thing, right? That to get hit once, but not get hit until you're dead. So what I was thinking in terms of a very simple system is probably just to say, getting hit is a punishment, but the intensity or the magnitude of the punishment has to do with how close to death we are. Is it going to be perfect? Probably not, but it's still going to be a start. Once we have health, and we have the new classifier for Afterbirth Plus running, then we're going to have to make a new region of interest around the boss's health, right? Yeah, the boss's health, right? So that's going to be the other part of the reward system for beating bosses. Right, so it doesn't matter which boss it is. Of course, it's going to matter. We're going to make a separate model for every boss, just to make sure that we gather the learnings for every boss and know when to apply them. But whatever, it's going to be a super simple system in terms of rewards. Like, did I like not lose health? Cool. Like, let's just say whatever you did kept you alive. So let's give you a mini reward. Did I lose health? Then in this case, give a punishment proportional to the how close to death we are now. And of course, we're going to penalize that like extremely, because we want to make sure that Isaac knows not to mess around when he has like a heart or half a heart left. And like the main reward system is going to be depleting the boss bar, right? So we're going to look at the boss bar. We're probably going to threshold it and see how many white pixels we have, which is kind of like the bar, the remaining health bar. So every time that diminishes, we can give proper rewards to Isaac for that, right? Yay, not a podcast, it's not, yeah, indeed. Python machine learning, perfect couple, yes. Yeah, so that's pretty much what would make the reinforcement learning system for the bosses. Of course, we're going to have to create some code, some supporting code to do all the meta stuff, like respawning if we're dead, spawning a boss again, and then only then keep training. There's going to be a little bit of code in that sense. But let's get started, right? Let's get started. The first thing I said we're going to do. Is figure out a way to feed color frames to the. Oops. Oh. Validator corrupt back. Okay. Oh wow, the game has been open for the entire week. Them gameplay hours are gonna go up 361. Yeah. I forgot to close it. But right now, the issue that we have. Just trying to find. That's the setup. Game train, right? So handle game train is what we have here. So at one stage here, we start feeding stuff in the neural net, and I believe it is when we use the predict stuff and feed the mini batch. Train on batch here, right here, right? So this is when we actually feed the neural net. The problem, like I said, is that the inputs are actual frame stacks, right? So it's a stack of 4 frames. Well, actually, it's more than that. There's a bunch of stuff in inputs. Let's look at, yeah, this is what it is, right here. Hello. So how do we solve this in an easy way? The problem is this here, right? So the problem is everything is meant to be worked with grayscale. So we're adding a dimension, right, to our multi-dimensional array here for color. And then I was like, oh yeah, but if we have a dimension, everything else doesn't work. And in neural net, we're working with 2D stuff, just not gonna work at all. Hence the beautiful broken comment here. So what I realized is like, oh, maybe we don't need to have it as a, like we already have, I did mess with this thing quite a bit, just like this. Chat overlay, yeah, chat overlay, because a few things, right? I did start by saying I was gonna talk about a few changes to the stream, and I forgot because I started talking about the project. So what we're gonna change in the stream is very, very simple. Not huge changes. The weekend streams are gonna, like the length of the weekend streams are gonna go down a bit, right? So instead of like 10 hours, we're probably gonna aim for 8. It's still very, very long streams. But I think I'm going to go for 2 4-hour segments. That's going to make 2 things happen, right? I'm going to have a little more energy. The VODs are not going to be as long. And what I'm going to want to do is probably use a few days of the week, like either early in the morning or overnight when there's not a lot of action in the category. I might do some rebroadcasts that are where they are scheduled. They're going to be scheduled rebroadcasts. I'm going to say like every like Monday at this time, it's going to be Saturday's episode that's going to be put in as a podcast. So that's a small change, right? It's like not 10 hours, more like 8. Why is it going to be in off hours instead of perhaps like the hours where more people would watch? Just because I want to reserve that time to probably do training streams, right? So like I said, less time on the weekends, actual replays of the weekend episodes off hours, like in the weird like off hours where people are probably sleeping or whatever. and then use the time slots during the day optionally to do training streams. So once we have our setup working, right? There's never much action in the category, feels bad. And yeah, I know what's up, Guster. I know that, right? Creative programming is so dead. Is it Spritty? Yeah. There's still like the thing is I don't want to rebroadcast and when other people are doing actual live like broadcasts, just because I feel like that's a little, I don't know, I'm not comfortable with that. So I would rather do it in off hours. So if someone by any chance during like the night or odd time zones, like non-major time zones in terms of population, wants to check it out and learn about the stream, they can. But I don't want to also just vodcast like 24/7 and take up space in the repo, right? So that's that. Training streams, I think there's something to be hyped about for that, because that should be fun. I think a lot of people, a lot of you guys in chat were happy about that. I did ask the question before deciding to do them, like, would you be willing to watch that, or just having me stream that? And I think it was a resounding yes. So we're definitely gonna shoot for that. I'm probably Spreety. There you go, Spreety. I will remember that. Yeah, so probably, like, of course I'm not gonna be here like commenting and stuff and working on the stuff. Like the actual coding is gonna remain on the weekends, absolutely. But I think during the week there's definitely some opportunity to just say, hey, we have let's say Isaac is learning to beat Monstro right now. That's gonna take 3 days. That's gonna take 3 days of like training. Absolutely, like 3 days of training. For example, we control how long we want the training period to be. But of course, the longer it is, the more likely it is that we're going to converge to some interesting result. So there's definitely like some stuff to be seen there. So of course, it does mean that the channel itself is going to be live way more than it used to be. Like I said, the coding segments, I think I'm going to shorten them a bit, but try to make it a little more energetic and focused. What I did notice, I watched the VODs quite a bit. And I did notice that anyway, you know what, like when I push like the 9th, 10th, 11th hour, I just like, it's not as good. Like it's just, I'm tired. I don't do a good job as much, so might as well just get rid of that. All that being said, this is also why we have the chat overlay now. Just I know it's a little obnoxious, but there's a few reasons for that. Number one, if you're on mobile and you want to watch full screen, it's kind of like always a nice thing. If you watch the VODs on YouTube, you have no context for the chat, so that's just another reason why. And then finally, the new thing, vodcasts on Twitch. So Twitch added this feature, in case you're not familiar with. I think a lot of people were confused, and I do apologize for that if you were. I'm just the type of person that likes to try out new features. So I did try to rebroadcast the weekend episodes, and then some people were a little confused, like, is this live? What's going on? Like, what the hell? Acknowledge me, please. But yeah, podcast people are probably getting get used to it. It's just a way of repackaging VODs and highlights into an actual stream where you can kind of sit and chat with people and then just kind of hang out. And while the older or rebroadcasted content kind of goes like. So in the case of vodcast, that's the same problem, is that you don't have the chat context. So you have your own chat because it's like a stream, but you don't know like what the hell I was talking about or who the hell I was talking to because you don't see the stream. So while I don't like it because it takes a lot of room, personally, I think it's going to make a lot of sense for the 3 reasons I mentioned there, right? Didn't even know there were communities on Twitch. Yeah, it's not the best. The thing is, there are a lot of communities that have nothing to do with creative. Then if you go in creative, you see there are communities that are just for creative. It's not the best thought out system, I think, and a lot of people were not super happy with the changes. They have the chat history? Is that what you're saying? Oh yeah, you mean they have? Okay, no, I thought they actually had it, Guster, and I was not using it properly. No, I know what you're saying, because you watch a VOD on Twitch, you have heck, now you watch a clip, you have the chat history thing. So they definitely have the chat histories. And yes, it is a missed opportunity to not have the chat, just because it confuses people more than not. The initial confusion I can understand, because you've never seen that on Twitch really before, unless I think partners had access to playlists, so they could broadcast playlists. So you've probably never seen that feature before. So that confusion I can understand. However, the confusion of the context with no chat and forcing people to have some sort of chat overlay like this, I think that is indeed a missed opportunity. I think the feature is good. You just don't abuse it, like, in a sense. Like, I think if everything becomes vodcast everywhere and it's hard to find a live broadcast, like, Twitch will have made a mistake. But if people use it like in a, I don't know, like in a scheduled fashion and not a 24/7 channel is live fashion, I think it makes sense. Right? Yes, yeah. Now you can follow a community. That's a new thing also that came along with the podcast. Indeed. Yeah, you can follow. If you go to communities programming, for example, and let's say you refresh your page, your Twitch is not hasn't been refreshed in a while. You can follow. You can follow community, actually. Yeah. But then having access to what you follow is still a little awkward, like, because I think they added on the desktop only. They added communities tab in following, but they don't have that in on the mobile. Like, on mobile, you can't do anything with communities on mobile. That's a little frustrating too, right? All right, let's try to undo the damage I did there. I did do a little bit of damage trying to fix it last time, so let's start with that. Like, we're gonna warm up. We always warm up a bit, right? So this is it. This is gonna be the warm up. Let me try to find. Yeah, that was that my implementation? Nope. That was my commit. All right. In that case, it was the Flappy Bird thingy. Yeah, that one. Let me try to find a repo for this guy. Probably the end. Also, when you do a blog post, please don't put the repo like somewhere in the article. Just make it so it's very, very easy to find, because otherwise what happens is what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to see, hey, where? That's an article. Yeah, good job. Unless I am totally blind, which could definitely be. Android Twitch app is straight garbage. I agree. I do happen to use Android myself, and yes, I like to watch Twitch. Like, let's say, I don't know, like in bed or whatever, or if I'm waiting somewhere. And yeah, you can't. Like, so many features are missing for the Android Twitch app. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. I can't get to the programming community on Twitch like mobile. You have to. The only way you can get to the programming community on Twitch mobile, it doesn't matter if you follow it. First of all, forget it. You're not going to see it. And then on Android, you have to go to communities, which is a tab in the side menu. And then you have to scroll all the way. There's not even a filter or a search to just like nail it. You have to scroll all the way until eventually you find good luck. First of all, because you're gonna miss it until you find programming. That's the way you do it. In the how to run section, okay, I probably missed it. I'm probably blind. Where was that? Oh no! And then now the second problem comes in, where it's just like, where is the how to run section? Oh, you mean like this? Okay, yeah. I guess I could do this, but still. You had one job, article. If you accidentally rotate your phone, you're screwed. Nice. Gen Z thinks Twitch. Yeah. Well, if you do have expertise, I would. Yeah. I don't know why. It's just, I don't know. Is iOS any better? I don't know if iOS is any better, to be honest. Like, I have no idea. Zero idea. That would be NumPy, and then I was just looking at the model here. I think they were just not doing the permute at all, and specifying the input shape for the first. That's new. I don't think border mode was there. Like, has this been updated? Nope. consistent probably. I'm not asking if iOS is better. I'm just asking if the app in iOS is better. It's completely random. I didn't notice that. I thought it was by viewers. All right, so what I want to undo is my garbage that I did on top. I did screw with the model a bit. I added the permute thing here, which is not what you want. What I want to fix is also this guy. And I was thinking, all right, technically a frame stack is like 4 frames that they were expecting to be grayscale. So what if we combine, instead of saying 4 frames, what if we say, well, you're gonna have 12 frames, right? So it's gonna be your 4 frames that you were expecting before times 3 the color channels, right? So that's probably the way we're gonna fix this. That's probably the way we're gonna fix this. And now we have to, where we were playing with the NumPy stack somewhere else, we're gonna have to fix this. I don't know why they have border mode same. I don't even know what border mode does. I would have to research that in Keras just to make sure. Of course, it's not gonna be there. They use that in convolutional 2D. Border mode. Oh, please tell me it is there. Oops, no favorite. Really? The hell is this? Interesting. Well, what if I just ignore it? How about that? Yeah. Alright, input shape is going to be self.input shape. That's fine. And that new input shape is the resolution, right? So it's height, width, and the 12 is technically the 3 color channels for 4 frames. So that's how we end up with 12, right? And what I'm doing here is a total guess. It's a logical guess, right? It's an educated guess. It makes sense. The logic works. Is it going to work with the convolution? I'm gonna have to try it out. I have no idea, right? So this is how we, and just to be clear, if you're wondering what's going on right now, we're trying to the entire DeepMind implementations that people did, like the DeepQ networks. Everyone does it with grayscale. I just feel like we're losing a lot of interesting information in specific games. In this case, Isaac, the case could be made for color, right, and not just looking at the luminance. So looking at the individual color channels might give us new patterns that we wouldn't see otherwise. So I do want to keep the colors around. This is why my current hypothesis is that if we combine the frame stack length with the color channels, we're going to get 12. Right, so that's good. And of course, now it's still not going to work because when I send it over, when I do this NP stack thing, we're gonna have to rework this entire thing. So I'm thinking a quarter resolution frame. A quarter resolution frame in this case is gonna give me something of the shape, height, height, width, and then 3, right, for the color channels. When I get this is the shape I have, and then it says stack these guys. So by stacking, we're adding, in NumPy, we're adding a new dimension. Right, so instead of just collapsing, I can probably stack them on a different axis. This is what we're gonna try to see here. Okay, so this is where I added so many things that are gonna kind of screw us over. This 3 everywhere. I have to get rid of it. Shit. Just wondering, does that make sense? Like, am I just talking gibberish right now, or do you guys follow along a bit? Because I know it's weird, especially when we get started like that, like off of last week's stuff. But really, the high level, if you want to understand the high level idea, is just that we're trying to get it to work with color instead of grayscale. Axis 2 in this case would be the 3, like the color channels. This is what we're gonna have to mess with, very, very likely. It's all background gibberish. Well, isn't that the truth for most people here anyways, more, right? I know how it works with programming, like it's mostly background stuff. I know that. I know that. There's not even a kappa there, like this is how it works. I do it myself. All right. So I can troll you guys if you're coding. I can make it seem like something exciting is going on, and then you're gonna have to switch back your focus, your attention on the stream instead. Right, so. Oh my god, I can't believe Isaac did that. See, something like that, and then you're like, oh, whoa, what? I want to see. I'm gonna use that. This is my chance to get back at you guys. Who are you and how did you get in my computer? Is that a reference? I feel like that's a reference. All right, so this is probably the candidate that the main candidate that we're gonna have to change. Can just glance over. Yeah, 2 monitor power, right? I know. Yep. I recently graduated to 2 monitors after all these years where I was like, I don't need like 2 monitors, and I realized how wrong I was. Like seriously. It's cool to have a super nice like high resolution monitor to work on, but having that second one for like meta information is just beautiful. Triple monitor, like just think bigger. Yeah, like I said, okay, so this should be relatively easy to start getting data here to work with. What I'd like to have. So these are the 4 game frames for the shape. I can take this to the notebook. You know, this is definitely something we do here. 3 1080s, 4K. Damn. Yeah, see, this is my thing. I still use this setup to game a bit, so I don't want to go with 4K. I think I prefer. I just upgraded myself to a 1440p with 144 Hz, 27-inch, right? So it's a very cool monitor to game with. Is it a good monitor for like color work and artistic work? Absolutely not. It's really meant for high refresh rates, but it works pretty cool for games. I don't know. I don't think I would go with 4K just because of gaming purposes. I also have a 1080 side monitor, just for, like I said, like extra information. I think we can talk about monitor setups quite a bit. What's up, Mattis? I remember you, right? I remember you because you told me you changed your name, and I don't forget these things. Yeah, that was a nice, Gen Z. That was pretty much a nice expense for gaming. But like I said, like I live very modestly, except for 2 things: my computer setups and my bicycle. That is it. I put money in my bike, I put money in my computers, and then everything else is just like super modest living. Main monitor, G-Sync, nice. Getting a 4K is like downgrading your... Yeah, well, this is sort of like I'm thinking. Like I was like, you know, like I don't want to necessarily go to 4K because then my performance, like I'm not a... I mean, 1440 still blows my mind personally. Like I still think it's fantastic to watch like a 144 Hz, 1440p. Wow, like it blows my mind. I don't think I would go to 4K and just like get the performance hit. Like I don't know. One day what I said here is just gonna sound stupid, but right now I don't feel like I would do that. You only ride my bike, no car? No, I have a car, but I do ride my bike quite a bit. All right, so I live in a relatively bike-friendly city. Yeah, that's it, right, Mattis? Like this is my setup. This is my way of living. We had this talk before. I think during the podcast, actually, we were just hanging out with chat with you guys. I was just talking about this stuff. Of course, this way of living is not for everyone. You just do you, right? You just do you. You just do whatever works for you. My way of working is just like cut the expenses on stuff I'm not passionate about, and then just make exceptions for a few things that I really like. Just jumped in. What kind of ML are you using? Some kind of supervised learning? Do you reduce the game state for faster learning? Okay, cool, nice. So first of all, welcome. Right now we're pretty deep in the project, right? So the way I intend to do this, first of all, we're building a framework, right? So we're not just building, like a single game agent to play by name Isaac. We're thinking a little larger than that. We're extracting concepts that make sense in other games to a framework, to a centralized, a bunch of modules that can be reused. What type of learning are we using? The answer is pretty much everything, right? Well, I haven't really used unsupervised right now that much. I don't think we did clustering or stuff like that. But we certainly are doing supervised learning. And we're also doing reinforcement learning. So in case you're interested in that, this is what we're working on right now. So reinforcement learning, if you're not familiar with, it's kind of like a half supervised approach, like a hybrid approach. And this is what DeepMind, for example, I'm sure people are familiar with DeepMind if you like machine learning and stuff. The type of general AI like learning algorithms. This is what kind of like we're going. So we have a full implementation of DeepQ learning that is compatible with our framework. We just have a few issues to iron out right now with like NumPy and the color channels versus grayscale. So this is what we're working on. So the answer is a lot, right? So there's not a single system that will do the entire thing. Racky day. There's not a single system that will handle everything. It's more like a flow of systems, right? So it might in a specific point in time, it might do a classification of the entire frame to get the context. Then it will cache that context until some major change in structural similarity happens, and then it will run it again. Once it knows the context, it might load up some more models and say, okay, now this is our environment we're working with. So it's a combination of models, and this is true of most modern setups, right? Most modern setups will combine approaches to have the full agent, the full system, or even the AI in this case, right? 1440 is plenty. Yeah, I know. This is my opinion. Like maybe I'm just getting old, but I've seen 4K and I've seen my 1440 144 Hz, and I would much rather pay for the 144 Hz than the extra res. Like that's just my opinion. Don't get much on PC anymore. Screen size is awesome for working. Yeah, it is. Yeah, true. Right? Exactly. Right? Exactly. If you want to, like I said, do some work, that 4K thing, or in your case, you're saying dual 4K. Insane. Fantastic. Maybe using money on a good bed is a good idea. Yes. You know, you spend a third of your life, like hopefully. A lot of people don't, but I know about things like actor critic systems, CNNs, and Sarsa. Nice. Yeah. This is just the way it is, right? Like this is just like because we have to do this. We have one constraint, Racky in this setup that is not necessarily there in other systems. Well, in some, of course, yes, but not always. We have very little time to make the decisions, right? So we have to be smart about how the shortcuts that we're going to take. Right? We have to cache some information. We don't want to be hitting like the expensive like predict calls all the time if we can avoid them. Just because if we want to play the game at like let's say something reasonable like 10 frames per second, so 10 actions or possible actions per second, it means that we have 100 millisecond per frame to do everything from getting it to processing it and then deriving the action. So that's not a lot of time, especially with Python, right? So we don't have a lot of time to come up with actions. So this is why we combine systems and cache information when we can, so that we can still fit into that time constraint, right? Stream has full attention, except please do focus on the food also. Don't do what I end up doing usually and just get food and eat it for 3 hours, because I focus on the code. Thank you for that follow, I do appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, good job on the glass, guys. Like, you just build it to the top. All right. I did say we're gonna be able to take this problem to the notebook, so let's just do that. And I'm getting sick of this notebook. I mean, it's cool. It's like a, you know what? The Jupyter notebook, if you're wondering, like, it kind of ends up being like when you, let me just try to find a page here. Yeah, this, for example, right? I did hit the keyboard by accident. So let me show this to the camera. See this stuff? I don't know if it's visible or not. To me, like the Jupyter notebook is kind of like the equivalent of when you do this in a little pad like this with a pen and paper. Because you look at it and nothing makes sense anymore. You just have a bunch of historical stuff that you did in there. You're like, why was I even doing this at this time? And it's just the same thing as a notebook. So I think it's interesting. I guess the parallel that you can draw between a Jupyter notebook and an actual paper. Did Isaac win yet, Kappa? No, but we're gonna be like that. Kappa's gonna hit you back eventually, because once we get this thing going, I think you guys are gonna like it. I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna enjoy watching it for sure. And we're getting really close. So I'm not gonna delete it. However, it does become a little heavy. Blue baby fight. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there. Will never hit me back. Yeah, double kappas cancel each other, by the way, so you're being serious right now, and you're gonna get only months of training left to do. There is truth to that. You say months of training, I say content for the channel. See? All right, so let's bring in that stack idea here. I'm gonna re-import just so we work fully enclosed here as NP, and bring over that stack stuff. I'm gonna have to build a bunch of arrays in terms of zeros. So let's bring this over here. So I want to validate like the NumPy operation that to shape it using stack in the correct manner fashion. Right. So I'm gonna say a frame in this case is gonna be a bunch of zeros following a shape, and that shape is going to be the quarter res. The quarter res is whatever we intend to pass to the neural net. That is 135. Yeah, this guy here. Except that it's going to be 3 instead of 12. And we need to use np.stack in a way that gives us a resulting shape that's exactly like this, right? Could the training be distributed? It depends on the frameworks. I mean, I've been last conference I went to for that stuff was probably like a year ago. So in terms of just knowing what people are doing out there, I'm probably not necessarily up to date in terms of parallel processing. But a lot of people were I believe, trying to find ways to do this. I don't think it is possible just out of the box like this to distribute right now. There's probably like some setup with TensorFlow that you can do to parallelize now, but it's not going to work with our higher level stuff like in Keras and stuff like that. But of course, it's definitely the next step. If it's not already existing in a primitive fashion, it's definitely the next step that the industry or even the researchers are going to work on, is making sure that you can distribute that stuff, because yes, it will make a difference. Because you train in batches, right? That's the thing. You train in batches. The problem is communicating with the model. So if you train basically on a batch on a separate box, and you want to parallelize that because you have all your batches ready, the problem is, how do you communicate that back to a single model? You're going to be training a sub-model, and there needs to be a way to merge all this information. This is kind of like the challenge, I believe. I might be wrong. You know, old 3D games, Serpent.AI, like Morrowind and Room Class. Is Morrowind old? I feel like I'm an old guy now. Like in my head, like Morrowind is just like still a recent game. Is that wrong? I still feel like it's like I'm sure I would reopen Morrowind right now. It'd be just like, ew, Dan's game. Like, what's this? Like, but yeah. Mainly used for handwriting recognition. Yeah, that's it. What I'm saying is primitive systems. It's just that the higher level libraries are not there yet. But of course, you can build clusters. It's just that people have to figure out, like I said, like to how to concile all the information that. So it's easy to parallelize it. Parallelizing it is not difficult. It's how to reconcile the information that you parallelize, because you're going to do the training out, like I said, on the batches, but that's going to yield submodels, and you have to kind of reconcile. So I'm sure it's there. I just haven't looked at it that much, and it's not like it would benefit me personally right now. But as a general question, I still think it's a good question. And definitely it's something that people are gonna focus on, right? Spent so much time in Morrowind and Oblivion. Yeah, well, funny story. I used to not be a big gamer. Let's just say that, right? I was just like I like programming. I like computers. So I did like games a little bit, just because by extension of liking computers, I was like, this is cool. Like more like how they work and stuff. And then when I was 18 years old, you know that age, and you might be that age, you might be younger, or you might have been 18 years old in the past. That age where you just feel invincible and you're just like, life is amazing. I'm on top of this stuff. Well, I ended up breaking my back snowboarding, so not a lot of people know about that. Came this close from being like paralyzed. Not paralyzed, that's interesting. That's a very interesting professional information right there. Which means I ended up not doing a whole lot for a long amount of time for my stuff to heal and the pain to stop. It never really heals, right? That's the thing. And I kind of just got an Xbox, like the original huge Xbox, like, and I got Morrowind with it, and that just changed everything. I had so much time on my hands just because I couldn't do much, and I played so much of Morrowind, like so much of Morrowind. insane. What's up, Tasso? Hello. Yeah, so I did spend a lot of time in it. It's kind of like the game. It has a special place for me. It's kind of like the game that brought me back into gaming, I'd say, just because of just total randomness, like random factors. What's up, doggy? Dog is like staring at me. It's a little scary. I don't know what's up. All right. Glad nothing tracked time spent in game back then. I know, right? Just like I just realized how much time like I had like on my hands back then. It was crazy. It's insane. Thank you for the 100 bits and the cup explosion. Cup explosion brought to you by More. Several 200 plus. Damn, that's insane. Like not just one, like multiple. Well, there's a few games even to this day. Like even if I don't have time, I still have a few. If I look at my Steam stuff, like there's definitely a few games that. That's a lot of lines of code. Yeah. Fortunately, we don't evaluate quality by lines of code. I'm just trying to. I don't know. I'm just talking with you guys. I need to reshape. I was looking at the shape. That's what I was doing. Oh yeah, modding, of course. You know the meme about modding Bethesda games, or well, mostly Bethesda games, is just that you spend more time looking up mods, installing them, debugging your stack or your setup, and then eventually you play, and then some other mod comes on, so you just redo the same thing again instead of playing because your save game is not going to work with that mod. So you never really play the game. You just set up mods and debug issues. That's usually the modding dance with games. Yeah, just copy paste everything. Nothing original here. Nothing. We don't do original material. Can you ask a question? You just did, but go ahead, yes. Alright, so this is what we have to figure out here. Tens of thousands of games? Damn! I did like StarCraft 2. I was never really good at it, though. I think I barely reached high gold, low plat, something like that. Too stressful for me. Too stressful for me. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think stack is gonna work. What? You love the stress, the best bit? Damn. I don't know. Sometimes I couldn't handle it. It's just that. It's just Grandmaster on ending. Damn. Okay, you're good. You're good. You did pour in the hours, but you're definitely good. Gustard, I've been there. Trust me, I've been there with these well, the Elder Scrolls mostly. Just like, yep. Just like this mod setup is gonna be amazing, and you spend hours upon hours setting it up, and then eventually you just you get bored of it. Like, it's just, yeah. Tazonian way of asking questions is first asking whether it's okay to ask. Yep, it is. It is. Is this complicated, or is this like a very complicated? I would say this is complicated. Is this the most complicated project? Maybe. Not necessarily because the material is that complicated, just because a lot of it is outside of what I would like do normally, right? So complicated for me is not necessarily I guess the complexity of what we cover. It's more like how much new material is in there in relation to what we already know, right? So there's a lot of new stuff here, Yeah, okay, so that's the thing, right? So stack is not gonna work because stack just adds a new. It doesn't merge layers. It actually just adds a new dimension altogether. So I don't think stack is gonna work for us. Oh, dog is crying. Uh-oh. $2K hours on CSGO. I think CSGO is one of those games. Well, you have to understand, I don't have that much free time, but I still managed to rack up like 850, I think, in CSGO. And eventually I just stopped because it was becoming a problem. I just liked it very, very, very much. I think Path of Exile is definitely one of the games I poured the most hours in. KDE? Actually, 0 hours on almost all the games. Well, what do you have, like a game more that has a lot of hours in? Setup. I'm gonna look at it, but on me off. Yeah, so instead of using stack, we're gonna have to figure out how to merge these. Oh man, that's sexy. That's a nice setup. That's a nice setup. I actually have the opposite mentality here, is just use like everything default just so I can get to work, but this isn't really nice. Warcraft 3 with bots? Yeah, of course. Warcraft 3 doesn't get old. It used to be like when I was in university, like Warcraft 3 was still like it was probably peak Warcraft 3, I'd say, because like all the mods and everything like we're kind of like mature and stuff. Like this was a really, really great time to play Warcraft 3. RuneScape, yeah. Small MMOs. Ah, nice. Alright, so instead of stacking, well, the thing is, it's really tricky. We need to first stack, I believe, and then merge. I want to merge dimensions. Yes, okay, this. What the hell is this? Reshape using. Alright, that's gonna be scary. If a JetBrains IDE supports the language, I can't use anything else. Nice. OS RS, is that old school RuneScape versus 3.0? I'm not too familiar with RuneScape myself. Yeah, I think they did a good. This is one of the first Twitch Prime advantages that really generated a lot of hype, is that RuneScape Classic membership. Yeah. Okay, so just wow. So it will be using reshape. That I understand. However, what does that mean? Wow. Okay. So let's keep stack. All right. So just to give context here, just to give context of what I actually want. What I want. What's up, doggy? I want to end up with this pretty much. It shouldn't be the two. I converted to Markdown. I managed to do that. Beautiful. Caught the end of the last VOD. Are we still stuck on the color frames? Yeah. We're starting with this today, right? We're starting with this today. Kind of an essential thing, because if we can get this to work, Jake, the thing is we're gonna be able to validate that our QLR network, our DQN, right, is gonna work properly with color frames. So this is why I'm focusing on this for now. So this is the expected, not 13, but actually 12. Are you serious right now? I don't even know what's the what I'm typing that converts it to Markdown. So I have to work with something like this. So I have 4 frames. The frame stack itself is definitely fine. So let's run this again. This guy, and it's probably axis 3. I got rid of yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's Jake. This is exactly what I'm doing. Instead of, and I don't know why I didn't realize that on stream. But yeah, I probably just need to be past 12 channel. What I'm trying to do now is use reshape and stack using NumPy just to get that exact shape here that I have written out myself. So I'm starting with this. All I have to do is pretty much combine these guys. And I'm going to do this using reshape. However, there's that negative number reshape stuff that I'm not too familiar with in NumPy, so I have to figure out how that works. So this is almost an okay. Oh, God damn it. There you go. All right, so this is a normal color frame with the color channel being last. So that's height, width, color channel, and then that's how many of them we have. We just need to combine these two guys. We do this using reshape, of course. So let's say combine frame stack. It's going to be using frame stack, not reshape. Now I have to look at this. I have to kind of try to make sense of what it does using this guy. All right, so they're saying what the hell is this? Of course, that's a slice, but what is this? Sorry. I understand the slice part. I don't understand this guy. Today we learned about a new function in, well, a new application of a function, because reshape is obviously something we're familiar with in NumPy, and I think most people are familiar with. But using slices like this. Oh yeah, well, okay. That's gonna be a shape, so technically it's a tuple. Let's say. Are they starting with a 4 in their example? Are they starting with a 4? Yes. Okay, so it should be, I mean, relatively easy to make sense of this. You guys are discussing, I see master race stuff, so you guys are obviously debating some sort of either text editor or yeah, classic. Every single weekend. God damn it, guys. Alright, so instead of using this, we're obviously going to use this guy. We're going to say, okay, give me the shape. First of all, what is this looking like? Yes, dog. Alright, that's only keeping the first value. In my case, I would probably keep the first 2 values. Alright, so that's going to change like this. And then it's saying... how do you work with this stuff? There are plenty of master races, that's for sure. How did you know? I know. I can glance at chat, and it's a special power. I can just see when you guys are. When I see Vim, ZMac, IDE stuff, I know what you guys are on about. What? Wait, Twitch has Markdown? Are you for real? Or not? Not. Okay, yeah, okay. Man, it's the second time I misunderstand what you're saying, and I get excited today, Gustern. First of all was the chat for vodcasts, and then this. But it's just me misunderstanding what's going on. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm sure they could pull it off technically, because it's not adding a lot to chat messages. And I mean, if chat can already handle spam, like chat spam, like so many messages per second, I'm sure it could handle Markdown for sure. That's probably gonna be it, like for real. Like if I say here plus, and damn it, or it's adding. Okay, it's adding. You have to make you excited, otherwise it breaks your game. Alright, so I'm guessing if you pass, it's the shape itself. If you pass the shape itself. Man, this is a little confusing to me. Like, I don't know what happens if you reshape using this stuff. Let's just look it up. And I need dot shape on this thing. Playing with arrays. This is so much fun. So it did combine, however, not with the correct ratio. What if I do 3 here? No, okay. Nope. New axis. Does -1 have a special meaning for reshape? This is sort of what I'm trying to find out by the boards. You play sports. I'm just trying to take a little doing a little exploration in the notebook, just trying to figure out what the meaning of that -1 is. It seems to have a meaning for sure, because if I add 2 instead of, or even 1, maybe 1 would be the answer. But wait, I already know. No, I know task the last item is, but I don't know if it works like that in NumPy, however. True. More is working on a bot. So yeah, Markdown support would be nice. Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, Tatsuo, it's not necessarily Python lists, so it might be a little different. Because NumPy has it has its own implementation of lists because it tries to follow the C++ stuff. Whoops, sorry. There you go. So 12. Okay, so my problem with reshape here is not that it doesn't work. I mean, I could totally. It's beginner. It's beginner. Twitch allows Markdown, it just doesn't convert it. Yeah, that's technically correct. All right. What's up? Wanna go outside? I think I'm gonna have to take care of this, chat. I really don't like to do this an hour in, but the dog is freaking out, so I think I'm gonna have to take her outside. Just give me I guess like 5 minutes, 7 minutes, just because. I mean, I have to take care of her, right? So just give me 7 minutes. I'll be back. I'll just go outside and be back.
it's just a tool, another tool. The way an axe is a tool. An axe can be a tool to cut wood to build a house, or it can be a tool to slaughter your neighbor. You know, same thing. A synthesizer can be a tool to really hurt people's ears or interfere with their lives. Or it can be a tool to make a really nice sounding. People blame machines very often for the machine's fault. It could be the machine's fault. We have to plug it in. The machine doesn't do anything but sit there until we plug it in. It doesn't plug itself in. It doesn't program itself.
All right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Let's bring you guys back. Hello. All right, I think I did miss some important stuff. You guys, we're looking at the documentation here, right? One shape. Thank you for the welcome back. Appreciate it. Thank you. One shape dimension can be -1. In this case, the value is inferred from the length of the array and remaining dimensions. Nice. So it's gonna convert. It's gonna infer the shape based on the remaining. Okay. Right. So does it just need to be this in this case? Technically, that's a tuple, right? So if I add, whoa, tornado. Dog is happy we actually went outside. Just going crazy. All right, so 135. I don't know, like let's just do whatever's. Can I do this? Yes, I can. Can I do? That gives me an error. If I give it a comma, then it works, because otherwise it just thinks it's an integer between. Yeah, that's fine. All right, that's okay. That's okay. That's just the shape. Now if I pass the reshape here. Tornado dog. Yeah, dognado. Yes, there you go, victory. All right, so good. That makes sense. And thank you for all you guys that checked the docs while I was away. This is fantastic. Yes. Okay. So it infers the shape from the remaining stuff. How? It's what Jake posted, Tasso, right? So when you put -1, it will say, oh, we have that many. We have that many dimensions. We're gonna combine them, kind of. The documentation is here. One shape dimension can be -1. In this case, the value is inferred from the length of the array and remaining dimensions. Exactly that. So I don't want to pass anything else. The thing is, they were doing that value after the -1 was kind of coming from that Stack Overflow example, which is not useful in our case. The important part is that we get this right here. Let's try that again. This time in our code, in our actual code. If I go back to our game agent, a little lower, and when we do these that stacking, right? That's fine. However, we have to follow it up with a reshape. Right, so let's just overwrite frame stack. Wait, they already do a reshape. Wait a second. Why are they reshaping again? Because all we need to do there is just... Is DevOps a real thing? I don't know what it means. DevOps is kind of like the I guess the umbrella term between like a sysadmin and I guess the developer. So kind of like a developer that puts on a sysadmin app, or a sysadmin that puts on a developer app. So in general, it has to do with architecture and deployments, mostly like getting deployments and stuff. It is a real thing, yeah. Yep. All right, so why was that reshape happening? The look of confusion on my face. Let's go back to the notebook and try to apply what we were doing in the first place. I was doing this on axis 2 before, starting from a frame that looked like the one right there. And then I said, because I was, okay, in my case, okay, so this is something I did. I did this because I was getting rid of the color channel, I guess. And now the reshape is instead going to use whatever we found out here. So that's the -2. This here. So we're keeping the first, all but the last two values, and then we're appending -1 and say infer the shape from the remaining dimensions. Is that going to be it? We're going to see. So this is like current frame stack. Do we use it anywhere else? There's this slicing thing here that we have to be careful with. I'm gonna add a print self.dqn state frame stack dot shape to this right here, and then we're just gonna reload it again just to see if it what it gives us. Yeah, okay. This is gonna be Isaac Play. All right. I'm getting mistakes here. When I do, oh, it's the frame. Okay, let's try that again. It could just be. All right, I'm getting the same thing always. Where am I trying to get that shape there? Cannot shape inside. Weird. Tell you what, I'm just gonna restart. Just to make sure that it's not some funky, weird, left it open for a week type of condition. Nope, absolutely real. In the frame handler, line 189. Right here. All right, so this, it might have been me that's doing something stupid. I tried all sorts of things before ending the stream last time, so I think that was me trying to say, hey, let's use the grayscale, but obviously this is not something I'm interested in. Reshape, how do we want, we don't want to reshape this guy. I don't think we want to. I think its actual shape is fine as it is. So I could probably do this, question mark. This is why I disliked ending the stream. Of course, we had to end the stream because it was like a 10-hour stream. But this is where I disliked ending the stream at that specific point in time. Is I knew we were going to come back to this, and it's going to be, it would have been confusing, right? Okay, now it crashes at a different point, so this is fine. This is more like what I'm expecting. If I say print out, first of all, am I? Yeah, I'm calling clear. Okay, coming back to this is not definitely not the easiest thing. Observation.shape. I just want to inspect that visually. Oops. It was the correct call health-wise. It was the incorrect call programming-wise.
Why you gotta be so hard? Why you gotta be so cold?
All right, this is more like it. Yep. Perfect. I'm expecting this. All right, then it's that append here. Huh. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. As for whereas before it was easy because we were just appending another. That slice makes no sense. Now we need to append the 3 color channels to this guy. Oh boy, yeah, that complicates it. All right, I'll try to illustrate what I mean. Right now, the frame stack shape is 135. Was it 270? Like 240. At this point in time, right, we started accumulating frames, and the shape is this. Now what I need to do is take a single observation that looks like this, and only take the 3, kind of like get rid of, oh boy, yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, I kind of made this way more complicated by so of course combining them is the correct approach. However, getting rid of some, in this case, is going to be a little more complicated. So it's more like, I need to check what append does. Oops. Okay. Okay. So let's say axis 2 and work on that slice. And this is where I get scared, because if I screw up, it's going to be silent, right? I'm not going to realize I screwed up. When am I getting sub emotes? When I have an actual sub button. Because the sub buttons are coming for affiliates, right? It's just like it's been radio silence on that front, so no one really knows when they're going to allow. Because they did say they were going to allow subs for affiliates. It's just no one really knows when it's going to happen. So when that happens, then I'm going to get an emote. And having a single emote is going to be torture, because we have multiple ideas for emotes. So sticking to one, that's going to be a challenge. All right. So what I'm thinking here is okay, I'm going to use a slice, only a slice of, so the 9 first. This is really, really scary stuff. So it's two possible things. I either need to do it like this and keep the first 9 and then append the next values there at the end. Or no. It's actually the opposite. First emote should be a robotic eyes, like Bible thumb. Yeah, it could be that. All right, so let's be logical here, right? So this is kind of like a first in, first out type of queue. Only we're doing it with NumPy arrays. So when I add a frame, let's say I add it at the beginning, then I need to push out everything else to the side. Or I add it at the end and I destroy whatever's at the beginning, as long as I'm consistent. So in that case, it might be this. So we're gonna get rid of the first stuff and append. Nah, that's still append at the end. Okay, no, that works. And we're getting rid of the first. Yeah. Might be. It's just a little tricky to map mentally what's going on here. And that new difficulty has to do with our changes that we made here. I'm thinking this is gonna work. So of course, axis 2 is the one where we slice. We're gonna be adding. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. And print out our frame stack. Of course, if I make it, like I said, if I make a mistake here, it's dangerous. It's pretty dangerous. Because I won't notice, like, it's still going to accept the input in the neural net. However, we're not rotating our frames properly, and this is bad. So I have to really trust my instinct and my logic here, because if I screw up, so just let's go over it again. I want to make sure, and if you guys in chat, I have some objections to my logic. I want to hear them out. We already have. Okay, so we already have. I should not have deleted this. Can you give me back my comment? All right. So our frame stack at any point in time starts looking like this, right? This is the shape. This is the dimension. So of course that's height. That's the width, and that's 4 frames times the number of color channels. That's 12. Now what I need to do next is remove the oldest 3 in that dimension and append my new observation that I get from the game right there. What I'm thinking is append puts them at the end, right? Obviously, it's not prepend, it's append. So if I remove the first 3, I'm popping out the oldest information and I'm adding the new information there. And the next time it's going to take first 3 and then we're going to put. So I think it's fine. I think the logic is fine here. Seems legit. What is that? What is that? Nice. Yeah, I know it's a queue. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're not messing up. With 3, there's gonna be a lot of The thing is, you have to be careful also in how expensive. This is still something that we haven't tested. Is also how expensive it's gonna be to do all this stuff in real time. Of course, training might be a little slower than real time play. We're just gonna have to live with this, unfortunately. And if it becomes a problem, of course, our only solution is to kind of lower the res again. Not ideal, but we have to understand the limits of our hardware. So a lot of people are asking, for example, a lot of people are not just trolling or having a blast in Sendex's channel, right, with the GTA, the self-driving car. A lot of people are asking serious questions. They're saying, well, okay, why is the resolution so bad and stuff like that? Because I think it started with grayscale, like super pixelized like input. And of course, the answer is, and I understand, the answer is it's just the hardware, right? Just processing that stuff while the game is playing is a lot of computation. Let's just say that you want to render the game, but also do all of these computations using not only like a single frame, but also like a buffer. I don't know if right now in his implementation he hasn't kind of like the short-term memory implemented. We have it, but it's definitely a lot of data and a lot of processing. So keeping the color channels, we're gonna triple the amount of data that we have in our memory. So we have to be careful. Seems pretty scary. Yeah, it is pretty scary. I mean, it's not gonna blow up. The only thing that could happen is just that it's gonna be too slow to learn to play properly. Let's say it takes a full second to do a single observation. Then that's gonna be bad, because if Isaac can only learn from like one action a second, then it's not gonna make the best agent, right? Scared of Python? No, you shouldn't be scared. I think I understand what you're saying though. You're scared of how Python will handle this. If that's what you mean, I can kind of get it. Pythons are dangerous, leave the constrict to that. Well, once again, Gen Z technically correct. I wish I could add flares to people, so I could just remember them even better. So Gen Z is like technically correct person, and oops. All right, so this is what we had before. So now it's accepted. We're not messing up with NumPy, pretty much. The next step is shortening the delay before we get to the neural net, and we do this in the setup right here when we define our DQN state. I'm going to say observe steps. I'm going to make this like way shorter, not because it's viable, just because I want to see is the neural net going to accept my input or not, right? Technically correct, yeah. And thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And Gilbot would be cup caster if I could. Right, let's do this again with the new values. So we're looking at the top of the screen here. When it reaches 50, it either goes true or crashes. What's up? And that is line 213. So let's address this. Isaac just danced for a sec before it crashed. 218, I did say. No, not 218. Can't read 213. Aha. Okay. Oh yeah, that's my stupid, yeah. Yeah, okay. And that's probably 0, 1, 2. Right, because our frame stack is now of a shape of, well, it has 3 dimensions, so of course we're gonna say 0, because if we have 3, it's gonna be out of bounds. And we don't have that 3 thing that I added. That was just me messing around. So in case you're wondering what that inputs is, we kind of create 0 filled arrays that are going to be used for the batches for the training, right? All right, let's try that again. Try not to go out of bounds this time. Do the dance, Isaac, do the dance. I did move the window. This is a death sentence. All right, go 50. I think I just did real life and not like this. Like, I just like, All right, expected conv 1D input to have 4 dimensions, but got array with shape. This, okay, I can work with this. Now we're back at the neural net again. Everything else, sorry, everything else is fine, but the neural net is just choking on our input. Doesn't like it. Yeah, exactly, like real life. Real life, not like this. Nice project. Thank you. Thank you. It's super fun to work with, to be honest. Like the only reason I can crunch this, like we're over 250 out. Wow, Joyland. This, like, my friends say this stuff is gonna kill me eventually. I think they're right. Sorry, I'm dying. That 4 to 12. No, it's expecting 4 dimensions, not 4 items in the dimension. Yeah, it's a pretty long-term thing, and it's super fun to be honest, because we know what the results can be. We know what we were looking for. Of course, it's a lot of work. Like I said, we're over, even just on stream, we're over 250 hours into this project. But it's really I look forward to it. Like I want to get there. And this is the longest it's ever going to take us, because so many things we're learning, so many things we're putting in the framework for reuse. So if you ever want to go for another game, it should take way less time to go for a reinforcement. Now I want to do just of course you have to keep your brain enclosed and not go crazy, but I really want to go back to Super Hexagon now and try to do reinforcement learning instead of whatever approach we were doing with computer vision, right? Because I feel like we could make a lot of progress in Super Hexagon just with this DeepQ network, right? It's been a bit since you've been here. It looks like I've been making some good progress. Yeah. Well, it really depends on how you quantify the progress. Keeping in mind that we learn a lot of things, Buff Seagull, right? Like I think it's good. I think it's good. Keeping in mind also that we talk a lot with chat instead of just always coding 100% of the time. I think it's good. Of course, I'm dying to see the actual. Sorry, that Joyland is gonna kill me. It's like it's stuck in my. Oh my god. Water. Most of those hours is me reading chat. Yeah, I know. And whose fault is that? Am I also working as a programmer? Yes, my entire career has been development in programming. Yes, indeed. I mean, all right. So now it's complaining that it's not getting a 4-dimensional array. Of course, because I'm telling it the input shape is whatever I'm giving you, and that makes sense. Normally, it's just a matter of adding like a new axis or something. I'm not too scared about that one. Not too scared. I mean, just getting the neural net to accept our input would be a huge relief for me, and just like a huge confidence boost in where we're going with the project. A lot of the stuff that we have planned for today after this is really like more familiar territory. So I'm kind of confident for the rest. This is the part that's annoying right now, right? Yes, there is an OS command. Thank you, Kazooie, for this. Yep. All right, so I'm telling you, I'm expecting. I'm gonna send you this for the first convolutional layer, and it tells me expected conv2d1 input to have 4 dimensions, but got array with shape this. So it's kind of expecting another dimension. And normally, like I said, however, that dimension is kind of like null, or just new axis, like nothing. I mean, I could technically Google this if I want to try to save some time potentially. I do remember seeing something with like Keras likes to have that like whatever empty dimension. The input shape you have defined is the shape of a single sample. The model expects an array of samples as input. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. We're sending the mini batch over. I get that. Should write your own spot. Wait, Donger, like seriously. By the way, great name. Donger Day. We did think about that eventually. Like, we were working on web projects first on this channel, right? Just a web project that had to do with Steam games and stuff. Never really took it. I mean, I still like it. I still keep it, and I might go back to it eventually. Not necessarily on stream. But then we were like, oh, let's try to take it to more into interesting territory with machine learning and stuff like that. And one of the suggestions was to make a bot, right? A smarter bot that can kind of just see in chat, like read out plain text and say, hey, this is probably this question. Let's answer that. I did refrain from doing that. It would have still been a fun project. I still think it's a nice project. However, I feel like a lot of people are doing Twitch bots on Twitch. So I figured out like it might be fun to have our own like unique type of content. This is kind of like why I did not kind of pursue this. I know you were using Kappa there, but we did consider it seriously at some point, right? Oh yeah, more. If you have a bot like this, I would love to install a bot like to whitelist a bot that does stuff like that. I'm totally down. Absolutely down. Did a group stream project ever take off? You like that idea? Elijah was taking care of it, but I think Elijah got busy with other stuff in his personal life. So I don't know. But we can still, if okay, we can use a second for this. Like if you guys still feel like it would be a cool thing to do, like a group stream project. Like we could probably just organize it over on the Discord, right? So there is a section on the Discord that is for collaboration, I believe. Of course, you have to pass the little verification step that I added, just to kind of cut down on the anonymous accounts. Once that's done, you have access to a collaboration point. So I don't know. Group stream, it's a stream project, right? So it's like people that are, it's like viewers. It's like viewers that want to make a project together, and I kind of just like help people if they need help. So just like a fun thing to do, I guess, while you also watch, right? So it's fun to watch. Is it fun to watch for like 8 hours? I guess not always. So a lot of people were saying, hey, it could be cool to have a project that we can kind of collaborate together on and build together. And I thought it was a great idea. Of course, organizing cooperation on the internet, just organizing stuff is not necessarily easy. So I was kind of like, well, okay, but like someone would have to take the lead on this if they want to do it, and I would be glad to give them all the credit if they take the lead on this. But I don't think I can coordinate like with the current like stuff that we have to do here on the stream and the project I'm doing. Like I don't think I can be organizing the project on top of that. So if someone wants to take the lead on that, I would be glad to give all sorts of assistance and help. If you guys want to come up with an idea, and it could be something for Twitch, it can be something for whatever. Like it doesn't have to. It's just fun. It's just a fun thing, right? I would like to watch you forever. Well, I'll take the compliment. I'll take the compliment. All right. Right. So it's saying, yeah, we're sending the mini batch over. Could it just be that guy here that causes issues? That's not what we were doing anyway. Yeah, I don't code. I just implement people's ideas, right? That's it. Oh, it needs to get an input shape. All right, great, great. Do I want to do? I know I'm sending a mini. The mini batches. The batch size is 50, if I'm not wrong. Batch. No, 32. 32. I'm wrong. So do I want to just do 32 plus this? And of course we have to do this weird ugly thing. Perhaps. Yeah, this is really bugging me. This like I'm gonna be stubborn on this and want to keep the color information. Of course, the second I switch just to grayscale, it just becomes super easy. Oh, now you get 5 dimensions. Great, beautiful. How do we go from 3 to 5 by adding 1? Interesting. Interesting. Someone with a better math understanding want to do this for me? Okay, so before, okay, let's do something else. Let's leave this on self.input shape. Let's go back at right before we're ready to send the mini batch over. And it's when we do train on batch and it's inputs. I need the shape of inputs, pretty much. Give me the shape of this guy. And I sort of already know, technically. Yeah, it's batch size before. However, when we say train on batch, it should unpack every single input individually. Train on batch. I'm just gonna follow this forever. Ugh. Yeah, no. Forget it. Forget it. Not gonna work. Let me go back to. Right, we have to just make sense of this. What are they sending in this case? They're saying, hey, the input shape is gonna be. Okay, so the input shape is the three-dimensional, the 3 dimensions, in this case. Yeah, it is cinnamon. It is cinnamon indeed. This is kind of useless. I mean, yes, the mini batch stuff we did. Yeah, batch size, yeah. Alright, maybe the one thing I'm missing is maybe in their, okay, let's go back to the code here. When they do their first stack, yeah, it's 4 frames. Ah! There we go. This is where the reshape came in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they added 1 before. So do I need to do this in the reshape? That beautiful comment that saves their ass, I guess. In Keras, need to reshape. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. This is Antergos. Antergos. Yeah, there you go. OS. So where's that reshape happening? Is it in the frame stack or is it before? It is in the frame stack. Perfect. Let's modify our stuff. It's here. Okay, so when I was doing reshape here, I should be doing 1, then frames. Yeah, that like this. All right, and then when I do the append, this is why we had 3 like this. So we keep the 1 right here. Then it's height, width, and we're going to be swapping out. And then axis becomes 3. Yes. And then once again, this made sense. This is why we have 1, 2, 3 here. So we're discounting the 1 and replacing it with the batch size. Okay, I think I'm starting to make sense of this very, very slowly. And trust me, this is gonna be a huge step. It sounds like super ridiculous, but if we can get the neural net to accept our color frames. All right, this is just a worry not. This is just a weird issue with the frame grabber that I still haven't traced. I still don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, okay, so you want this as a tuple, I guess? Okay. Code? Right here. So let's do 1 comma, so to indicate that it's an actual tuple and not a 1 between brackets, plus this guy like this. Nice drum and bass in the background. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. It's the type of music that in my opinion, is just perfect for programming. Regardless of if I'm streaming and talking over it, or I'm programming myself without streaming. This issue, though, I really like that type of music. Like repetitive but chill stuff. Like it's just perfect for programming to get in the flow. Just like it. Really like it. All right. Axis out of bounds. Now you're just lying. Unless I did something dumb. You, sir, are being a liar. It's not out of bounds. It can't be. The frame stack shape. Alright, let's try to find that guy. There you go. That's more like it. Now that the frame stack shape is 1, 135, 240, 12. Perfect. It's when it tries to append now that it says, I don't like what you're giving me. This is not nice. Yeah, anything that's kind of chill, that has like patterns and not too many vocals that get in the way. Great music for working on that type of stuff. Kind of have to get in the trance of like just like not having to focus on vocals and very complex like musical arrangements. So it's complaining about this. It's being a big baby about this guy, right? And I know why. It's just because when we get the quarter resolution frame, we need to reshape it. And I believe I did. It was there, and I did the screw up. I would never screw up. No, I just did. Reshape to 1 plus. Thank you for the follow, Dewey. Appreciate it. I appreciate it pretty much. Retro wave, nice. I need to find. You have a playlist or a link for the stuff? Good idea. I'm always down to listen to different types of music. I just think it's super. This particular mix is great for the channel. All right, so the same thing as before. We need to add 1 in front. So it's kind of like a prepend technically to the shape. And 1, just by the way, a shape of 1 in a dimension means pretty much like no change, except that we have a new axis. That's pretty much what it means. It's not like we store data in that dimension. It's just for some reason Keras likes to have a 1 there for, and I think it makes sense just because it probably unpacks the batches and then it ends up with 4 dimensions. And we're gonna take the shape of this guy, which is a 3-dimensional array. I think that makes sense. I think if we just do this, that could be the solution here. There we go. All right, so now we're out of this. Step 50 is still our nemesis. Yep. Nope. It did go true. It did go true. Something else happened. It did go true. It did start all the CUDA stuff, and so Keras absolutely accepted our input. Something else blew up. It says must compile model before training testing. Didn't I compile? That would be a dumb... Yeah, I don't think I did. Beautiful. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm missing this guy. But yeah, we're out of the murky depths. We're in good position now. So let's compile that model before we store it in our state, in our actual like instance attributes. Is Adam included here? Yes. And the learning rate should be a constant. Yeah, I'm looking for the code. Their code. Learning rate. Okay. A markdown user that's cool. That's cool. This is why he disappeared for like a 40 minutes or so. Yeah, I know, only on the client side, but still very, very fun. Yeah, it's fun. Definitely a cool thing. All right, so of course the optimizer is going to be the Adam optimizer, which I think almost everyone or everything uses. And then just loss function and optimizer, and then we compile. Perfect. Then we store the compiled model in our instance attributes, and maybe, just maybe, that's gonna be it. We need to get past that step 50. I'd like to know. I'd like to know. I'd like to say that I built this playlist myself, but I'm actually just streaming a station. Yeah. Okay. So now you can see that it slows down, but this is actually coming from the neural net. So of course the input now is way slower, but this is good news. This is very good news. I mean, Isaac doesn't play very fast, right? That might be a problem. We'll see if it becomes a problem in the training or not. But yeah, this is good. This is actually going through the neural net, not just doing random actions without hitting the neural net. But this is it's just barely like 1 action per second, so this is scary. We might have to downgrade the resolution, unfortunately. Hey, thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, so how do we make it faster? Of course, it would be to have less information. Less information could mean quite a few things, actually. It could mean less of a frame stack. So instead of keeping four frames in the memory, we keep 2, for example. It could mean ditching the color channels, which I would prefer not to do if possible. It could also mean working with smaller resolutions. So right now we're passing a full color 240 by 135 image for each frame. How does my program communicate with the game's process? I don't hook into the process itself, but I use PyUser input, right? And PyUser input has hooks into X11 server. So yeah, you can check it out. PyUser input all in one, and you'll find the repo. If someone wants to link it, all the better. And that's how I actually send input to my game from this. So I mean, it's slow. I'm a little disappointed because this is using the GPU and everything, right? So this is using my GTX 980, and this is kind of like the speed we can play the game. Of course, it might look a little better than this. We'll see. There's always workarounds. Like I could press the keys for a little longer, right? So we have like bigger movements. I might also have to limit the resolution. So if you were watching Sendex's stuff, like I said, and you're like, oh, why not use like bigger resolution frames? Well, this is why, right? This is a 980, a GTX 980 that's kind of being leveraged to work with the neural net, and you can see like this is the speed I can kind of work with. So not by any means a crappy card. It's still a very decent card. But there are limitations here. And working with 240 by 135, by the way, is extremely high resolution for neural nets. Extremely high. All the examples everywhere are like this is groundbreaking, and this is like 80 by 80, right? So it might be problematic in terms of speed. And you see the epsilon now is kind of going down. I don't know if I lowered the amount of like the new chat. Okay. What do I learn from this? Well, we're gonna keep a little note in our little notebook or mental notebook that says maybe we need to work with a lower res. I'm not ready to sacrifice the color information yet, but it's very unlikely that we could beat a boss if that's the speed of our inputs to the game. Very unlikely right now, right? So, right, cool. So it accepts it. That's great. We're gonna switch over. Sometimes the tool I can do profiling in Python. I don't think the problem is not the profiling. It's not the Python that's slow, Buff Seagull. The problem is just like the neural net is like accessing, like sending, because we're sending. Okay, you have to keep this in mind. We're sending a single frame stack, a single transition in the memory, like the memory of the let's just say the bot is actually 8 images times 3 at the resolution that we're working, right? So it's like 24 times the resolution. And this all has to go through the convolutional layers, so it's no surprise that it slows down. It's still relatively decent, but the Python is not the problem here. It's really just like doing all the convolutional steps in the neural net that are really problematic. Yeah, exactly. It's crunching. Like my GPU right now must be being leveraged. Like it's kind of interesting. I don't know if I can. I'd love to see like how much the GPU and say the CPU are being used up right now. Isaac is gonna go in a room. Okay, well now that we know that this technically works with a little start at A, it's a little slow. We can still move on to the other tasks that we had planned for today. One of which is reading the health bar, all the actual health information. The other one is rebuilding the classifier neural network to work better with Afterbirth Plus, because they did change the scaling of the menus and everything. It kind of breaks our stuff. I'm mostly interested in detecting if we're dead in order to reset the stage properly. If you're not familiar with what we want to do, we're working on something very specific. We want to at least get it to a point where Isaac is going to learn to, or at least attempt to learn to beat Monstro, right? So what I'm going to do is use the modding tools, the console, and leverage the console in Isaac, Afterbirth, that was added in Afterbirth Plus for the modders, to spawn a specific boss in the starter room, and just have Isaac go at it, right? And we're going to implement reward functions that are based on the health meter of the boss, and that's pretty much it. Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. Oh yeah, okay, so the chat gets in the way of the game. Damn it. Alright, so just to be clear, the reason I added the chat overlay is just because we have so many contexts where it makes sense to have it. If you're watching on mobile full screen, it's definitely a nice thing to have. If you're watching on YouTube after the VODs, because I do archive the VODs and export the VODs to YouTube, so we don't lose them to the Twitch monster. It has no context, no chat, so that's why I kind of want the chat. And the third thing is if we do rebroadcast using the new Twitch feature in the podcast, then I need the chat also. However, now this is I just only now looked at my at my OBS, and I realized that I'm gonna have to reposition this thing because it's kind of overlaying on top of the game. Killing those walls. Yeah, Isaac is really good at killing the walls. Indeed. Yeah, boss fight is just limiting, right, Jake? It's just like we're limiting. We have very few things to consider with boss fights, and it's still something that it's still some sort of an achievement if we can get some sort of model that learns to beat a specific boss. It's still something we can kind of demo. If we ever get sick of Isaac, which I hope we won't, but it's possible. We can at least have something to show for it. And having bosses, since we are limited to a single room, we have our health, we have the boss's health, and we have kind of like causing damage, not taking damage as parameters. I think it's really cool as a first step. Will you stream on YouTube simultaneously? I can't, because when you accept the deal to be an affiliate on Twitch, you give them 24-hour exclusivity on the live stream, not on the VODs, but on the live stream, right? So I have to only stream live on Twitch if I want to be an affiliate. What's up, Freshu? Hello, reporting for duty. Hello. Yeah, I could try NVSMI. The thing is, the second I lose the second I kind of ditch the screen, the second I lose focus on the game, it's gonna stop everything. It's gonna start accelerating the steps there. I could still do it. This is Tmux, right? So I can, I guess, go here and say, no, it's not that bad. Yeah, Python is not using a whole lot of the GPU's memory. It's kind of weird. It should be more than that. Maybe something is not optimized. Maybe I'm not doing something correctly here. Of course, I would never do this during a real training session because that would falsify everything. All right. So how do we handle the game? How do I deal with this chat overlay thingy? Kind of need to do it, but What if I... Okay, give me a sec. Ah, no, you're right, you're totally right. 3.5, yes, you are right. It is using 3.2 gigs, you are correct. Switch the chat with the follower info? Yeah, I could kind of mess with that. Of course, I could take the chat magic, right? What's up? I should have thought of that. It's my bad. So maybe less chat. Oops. I don't like this. It's becoming very, very like pop like. The followers behind my cam. Are we kind of making like this like the let's screw up our entire our entire OBS setup just to figure out how the chat works, so it's not in the way for the game. I mean, it makes sense. I don't want the game to be hidden, and I don't want to be losing out on my terminal output, because that's definitely something we want to show. But I mean, I could do something like this also, just have the chat be there, not as tall next to the cup. I just don't like how populated the screen is kind of becoming right now. But I mean, like this, it might still be fine. Yeah, it does have scenes, of course, yes. I don't like the stupid snapping. I know I can disable it, but... maybe like this. What is up, Jumpy? Hello, hello. Oh, for sure. I think it's a good idea. I'm not gonna do it, Bo. I'm not gonna do it live on stream. But I'm gonna keep it in mind. Like normally, I'd like to have the chat over there, probably. But when of course, when the game is there, I don't want to hide the game. Okay. All right. Well, are you guys okay with where it is right now? Is it like in the way, or is it fine? Yeah, when I switch to PyCharm, let's try that for a sec. It's not that bad. It's not like it's that much like in the way. It's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I just made the window a little... yeah, for now. That's it. I don't want to waste too much time on this. But yeah, for now, it's fine. It's not horrible. I like that. That's like the best review I'm gonna get for this one. Just like, it's not a horrible out of 10. There you go. And at least now we're not hiding the game anymore. Oops. Yeah, exactly. It's not at the bottom right of the editor. I'm not gonna be. That's why you use 80 lines, so it doesn't cover the code. Yeah, modern 80 line requirements right there. Yeah. Could be the space between me. Yeah, but then it would hide editor stuff. Oh yeah. Okay, this is still taking control. No. All right, so which one do we start with? I think we're gonna... personally, I would like to start with rebuilding the context classifier just so it works with Afterbirth Plus. But I'm gonna leave this one up to you guys. Do you wanna work on the health bar stuff first? Because we need to know how many hearts we have, right? So this is one option we do first. We're gonna have to do both anyways, right? So it's just a matter of deciding which one we do first. We either focus on reading out the health bar first, or we focus on supporting Afterbirth Plus a little better and messing around with the console stuff. So choice. Go for the hearts. Anyone else? Vote hearts. Damn it. I didn't want to do the hearts first, but I'm gonna have to do them now. It's okay. I will comply. I will comply. You guys are my master. Damn it! Now watch everyone vote hearts just because I said I didn't want to do hearts first, right? This is how it usually works. All right, we're gonna do hearts first, but just keep in mind that we've done hearts before, and it's a little harder than we thought, and I'm gonna do it in a different way this time around. Right? So a different way. Let's stop this guy. He was a trooper. What were the options? The options are either working on supporting Afterbirth Plus a little better, so we have to rebuild the context classifier to accommodate the new menus and stuff like that, because they added options in Afterbirth Plus. Like there's more characters, there's the menus are looking a little different than what you see here. So that sounds boring, but it's an easy one to get out of the way. And also to make it more interesting, I would probably spend a little time in the console, try to see how spawning bosses work and stuff like that. That's option one. Option two is working on a system to kind of get a good read on the health, right? So have we lost any type of heart since the last frame, for example? So we need to be able to read out that part of the screen, make sense of it, and detect changes. So that's option two. Vote abstain. That's the best. That's the best. Did you try grabbing one of the... Yeah, okay, the thing is there's so many more hearts, and someone that plays the game knows this. Like there's so many heart variants, right? So it's not just red hearts. If it was just red hearts, it would be kind of easy, but it's not. But we're gonna do both, guys. Like that's the thing. It's not like we do this and we focus on that for the rest of the day. We're gonna do both, but it's just like in which order. So it's not critical. But I tend to agree. You know what? Like you guys didn't know this. I didn't want to do the hearts, so I think it's a good sign that we need to do the hearts first, just because I was not looking forward to it, and that usually means that we need to. If I'm not looking forward for something, it's because I think it's going to be a little difficult. So I might as well just jump in with both feet and just deal with it, right? But yeah, Fresh, we can't do this just because, like I said, there's different types of hearts. Yeah, everything in by the way, in Isaac, if you don't know this, everything looks simple on the surface, but the mechanics in this game are just very, very intricate. Like extremely intricate. So it's a very simple looking game on the surface, but it's, I can assure you, and veterans of the game know this, it's a very, very, very deep game, even if it looks super simple. So everything has variants, everything has modifiers, everything has like there's combinations of items that bring synergies. It's insane. It's actually insane, and you can replay the game and unlock new content, and then it changes the items that are available. It changes how many floors you can go through. Yeah, exactly. Everything varies in Isaac. It's insane. It's insane. Just mod the game to remove all the items. Damn. Yeah, exactly. Red hearts, eternal hearts, golden hearts. Exactly. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah. Of course, you have to unlock the golden hearts, but yeah. Let's try out how powerful top nets are. Take samples of different hearts and amounts, attack them with the amount of health, and train a confident. Would it work? Yes. To be. Is it going to be taking way too long to do something like this for the result? Yeah, also. Right? There's definitely a way to do this that's not going to be as involved as working with a confident. Can we revote? Yeah, okay. Well, I did see a lot of hearts, so unless there's a sudden swing that says not hearts, then we're gonna work on hearts. Vote recount. Damn it. Yeah, okay, starting from now, not hearts. There you go. That's one not hearts. Like votes coming in. Go, go, go. So far, Not House is winning. Not Hearts is winning with 1. Vote Love. That's 1-1. Please don't let it be a tie. That's 2. Still abstain. 2-1. 3-1. Uh-oh. Hearts with the early lead. Vote Love. Oh my god. Okay, right. So I think we have a clear pattern here that we're gonna work on the Hearts first. Fine. Hearts 5-1. Okay, it's over. It's 5-1. 5-1. We're just voting on whatever part we're gonna work on next. There's 2 parts that we need to work on. Just voting on which one we do first. Of course, I did happen to mention that I was not in favor of a specific one, so magically people vote for that one. All right, Hearts it is. Hearts it is. I'm okay. I'm just gonna go and take a break and cry for 5 minutes and come back, but it's okay. I think it's time that we still, no matter what, re-enable the DLCs. All right, so Afterbirth Plus. If the result is that you get totally depressed and stop streaming, then do the. Nah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's still, like I said, it's still a requirement. I'm aware of that. It's a requirement. It's not like I don't know that this is needed. This is needed. I'm just waiting for the DLC to download. Shouldn't be too long. Except when it's stuck. Steam, please. All right. We should have it in a second. I don't know if it's going to pop up and say it's ready to play or not, but... so regardless, we are jumping in. I guess it wasn't ready. Yeah, okay, now it says good. Alright. Yeah, so that's it. The menu is looking a little different. Not a big deal. One thing we have access to, however, is once we're in the game, I think I have to enable mods first. Let's try to do that. But you can hold the tilt key, right? I have to enable mods. I don't know where you do this, but mods. Tab to enable mods. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Press tab to enable mods. I just did. Oh, you have to have a list. I mean, I did press tab. I don't know. Which is it? All I know is that you can technically unlock the use of the console if you have mods set up properly. And that's going to be needed anyways, right, to spawn our bosses. And I would use it also to kind of fill our health bar to 12, just so I can make proper measurements. So do I need is it that dumb? Do I need a mod? At least one mod to be able to enable mods altogether? Or is it my keyboard layout that's playing tricks on me? It's also possible. Let's try to switch that over to US for a second. Where do I... Forget if it requires one mod, it's a shitty interface, that's for sure. Yeah, it does seem like a shitty interface. Is there a workshop for this? Is there a workshop? Because if there's a workshop, I'm just going to install a mod that I don't care about. Just to get access to the console, pretty much. Yeah, I know. I know, Melga, Bigson. It's just that it doesn't work. I am pressing it. Now I'm using my beautiful Canadian multilingual. I'm gonna go for US layout just in case it's a mapping issue. English US. And say you be the guy right now. No, I think it needs a mod. I think it does need a mod in order to work properly. Steam Workshop is supported? Okay, well that's gonna take a second then. We need to get a mod that doesn't do anything anything at all, pretty much. Like a stupid mod. That doesn't modify the base game too much. Okay, the video says you need any mod, and then you can insert. Okay, perfect. So what's the category that's more likely to not change the game at all? I don't really want items. Maybe shaders. This is gonna change the look, but I think a lot of people use that one. I've seen a lot of people that play it that use this. Yeah, probably, right? Just like empty mod. Nope. But I'm in Lua. Oh, I have so many tags checked. What the hell? Debug console enabler. There you go. So it's a mod that does nothing, pretty much. Subscribe. Subscribe. Characters, I don't use a new character. Yeah, but it's gonna change. I don't know if you remember how we were processing our player selection more, but that's gonna definitely affect it. I don't want you to change the... Okay. I was lazy on something. We have to fix it now. There's no working around that. I don't know if you remember this from last week's stream. But I have to change the name of the window because it changes when you get the expansion. So let's just say Afterbirth, then should be able to take control of the window properly. Because right now it's looking for a window that's named Rebirth, and it doesn't find it. There we go, perfect. And it seems like the size is different again. Because I resized it by accident, and that's gonna cause issues. I think it's supposed to be like a 540 or something. If I'm lucky, I might still have that in my history. Nope. Oh yeah, yep. I just saw it. There's one to set the window size in there somewhere. Nope, not 800 by 600. That's not what I want. Everything breaks. I know, right? It's on purpose. It's just the break stream. We just break things. I did by accident use this to set it up, and then it resizes the window like this, and then it's interesting. What's this? Is it possible that they're using one super like frame and they just move around the clipping? Because this seems to be something else. we just discovered that. Genius. Guess we're working on Afterbirth Plus now. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Because the thing is, to work on hearts, I would need the mods to spawn some hearts just to fill the bar. So I still need Afterbirth Plus set up correctly. Not a problem is I screwed up my window thing. It's kind of my bad. My bad. Might be. It's definitely not as bad as the other issues we've had on this stream before. Yeah, it's one big sheet, but yeah, it makes sense. I guess it's for performance reasons. 942. I think it's supposed to be 960 by 540. Yeah, I don't think I can rely on what it does in Windows. 965. Look at that. Look at my skills. I can just guess what 5 pixels end up being. You make a script for the window size just in case I screw it up, right? In the future, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I didn't get the 5 pixels right. And 540, of course, would be a little wider. No, isn't this fun? I mean, this is amazing. I'm having a lot of fun myself. I don't know about you guys. I'm having fun. Ah, shit, I tried to launch the game when it's already launched. Good job. In all seriousness, however, having a script to reset the positioning would not be a bad idea. You need like 1 pixel. Yeah, like this. And still 1 off, I guess. Is this what it's like to be a graphic designer? Kind of, I guess. I would assume. I would assume so. Just like, yeah, just move that by 1 pixel to the left. Yeah, sort of. 960, 540. I think we're back in. And watch me just like fumble the mouse and screw it over again. That would be funny. Also very depressing. Alright, so mods. I have the debug console mod. I enable it. And then I go into run. There we go. Is it escape to us? How do you leave this? Ah, you just press enter. Okay. Alright, now we have the console. Let's just say spawn. Okay, spawn. Okay, I'm gonna need some documentation on this, of course. I want to spawn a heart. A heart. Ah, no, shit. I need to. Okay, I can do soul hearts. It's still gonna be fine. Oh no, of course I can. I could definitely enforce the size Malikan. I should probably make this, by the way, in the game. Just make sure that I already reposition it. I might as well resize it just to make sure it's the correct size. Absolutely. Try help. I don't think it's gonna list all entities, right? Was there help here? No. Help is gonna give me this. If I try spawn, or help spawn, or spawn help. Oh, it has autocomplete. Nice. So it's 5.10.3. Oops. There you go. All right. And we are now known as a dirty cheater from this point on. Yeah, it has nice auto completion. It's nice. I like it. I don't know if I can say a number, however. It would be kind of nice if I could say like spawn 8 to hearts. Nope. I'll do it with soul hearts. It doesn't matter. All I want is to have the 12. Alright, there has to be a way to spawn like multiple at once. Let me try to find some documentation on the ISA console. The console. Afterbirth plus console commands spawns entities. Okay, sure. Type variant, subtype, champion. Yeah, okay, so there's no quantities because it's spawn. If it is give item, however, perhaps I can say give item. Nah, it's just cards, pills, trinkets. It's not gonna be... Unless I give myself breakfast, like you said. Yeah, that's what you said, GGC. I can probably do it that way. So forget the soul heart. I'm just gonna do... I missed it, Korbov. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Yeah, I do realize the link is there now. Ignored. Hashtag ignored. Fast breakfast? No, what the hell is this? Does that work? Damn it! Yeah, it works. Can I do it multiple times? Nope. Nope. Alright, well... Oh yeah, PJs give hearts. Yeah, that's a good one. It gives soul hearts and a heart, I believe, or something like that. No, I didn't. I typoed it. There we go. Almost there. Just do breakfast one last time. There we go. All right, now we have the 12 containers. I'm gonna be collecting a few frames. I just need one technically, and now we're gonna do regions of interest around that stuff. I think they are overlaid a bit, but it's not too bad. So we are working the hearts, right? I'm not working on Afterbirth Plus stuff. Of course, we're going to work on a piece of code also that can kind of operate the console for us, so to spawn a boss, and just to see that, just for fun. If I want to spawn a Monstro here, I'm pretty sure I can. Don't forget about black hearts. I don't think I need to be honest. I don't think I need to know. I don't think there's right now. There's a lot of. It's that helpful to know what type of art it is. Because think about it, like you don't want to lose hearts regardless of what types, except if you want to lose a black heart on purpose to kind of kill off a room. But otherwise, like it's not that useful to know which types of hearts you have. Yep, I know, Path of Exile has races. Thanks for reminding me that I'm streaming while I could be playing Path of Exile. Alright, so we're full. That's good. I want to spawn. Oops, spawn. Can I do Monstro? Yeah. So 20, 0, and then you could give it a champion modifier also if you wanted to. There you go. Look at this. Look at this guy. Of course, it doesn't lock the doors. That's gonna be an issue. I need to figure out how to lock the doors. But that's gonna be perfect for setting up our environment for the bot to learn. Right? If there's a way to lock doors using this, it would be kind of good. Just I don't want to like our agent to mistakenly go out of the room. That would be bad. But it's perfect, right? I'm gonna be able to just say, hey, now you get to learn. Because we're gonna reset the stage with a new Monstro and just have Isaac try to cause damage. It's gonna put, yeah, okay, so GGC, it's gonna put me in a boss arena. I did see a bit of the commands before I started the stream today. However, I don't know which boss it's gonna be. And I want to focus on a specific boss, one boss at a time. I want to create one model for every boss, right? So we're gonna have a specific intelligence for every to learn to beat every type of boss, instead of having some sort of generic intelligence to just beat bosses in general. I don't think there's a lot of value in learning to beat bosses altogether. Like altogether, you can define the boss. Okay. I don't know if it gets rid of this guy, but yeah, it does. Okay, nice. Okay, I'll try it. So it's go to. S is special room. Boss is the boss room. You could do boss rush. It's crazy. Ah, okay, nice. Oh man, that's amazing. What are all the monstro copies, however? That's nice. Sweet. Oh, even better. Even better. Amazing. I like that. That's gonna be perfect for our environments. I like it. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. So when we die, pretty much we have to have a piece of code that redoes this, and then starts have Isaac move around again. It's the debug console in Afterbirth Plus. So this is why I ended up purchasing. The only reason, to be honest, I ended up purchasing Afterbirth Plus is because of this console. That it's I'm pretty sure it was you, DGC, that told me about it, and it's good, right? Because for training, at least setting up training environments, it's a super useful tool. When we have an actual multi-layered like intelligence or multi-models and stuff like that, and we're confident about playing the game, of course we're not going to use the console anymore. But this is very useful to set up training environments, because I can just go here, say, hey, go to the boss again, and then it goes to the boss, right? Very useful. We can train to beat bosses that way. So it'll be Serpent.AI's AI versus Binding of Isaac AI, kind of. Yeah, it's just gonna be an arena, right? Buff Seagull, seriously, like this, like doing this on stream, to be honest, like really revised my interest in the Binding of Isaac. I've played it a lot in the past. When Rebirth came out, I did play it a bit. I mean, I spent most of my hours with the original version of the game, the Flash version. And the more I play it, I'm like, God damn it! I discovered this game again. I just love it. Like I got a 1080 Ti, and all I play is Isaac. Really, that's the sad part. I was like, nice. Now I get to play like Prey and like 1440, like Ultra and stuff like that. 144 hertz. I did do it a bit, but then I keep going back to Isaac, and it's just Isaac. That's kind of. It is a great game, I have to admit. Like the mechanics, it's so simple on the surface, and when you dive into the mechanics, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, the Flash version, you went back to it. Yeah, there's a reason we don't go back to these things. Good use for the card, exactly. Okay, nice. So that's very promising. I want to try one more thing just for fun. Can I do like a champion version? Nope. I thought you could. Maybe you can only do it with a... or maybe it's gonna randomly make a boss eventually that is the champion. But it seems to be an empty boss room every time. I know what happens if I take another boss. Say Larry Jr. Okay, so it's like a standard layout for the rooms. That should be good enough to get us started. Let me just eat a couple of breakfast. Give myself a couple of breakfast items. Just to fill our heart containers. Perfect. Because just remembering right now, even though I want to play with the console and have fun, the task is still to do the heart levels. So let's not cheat on that. I didn't see that fresh. So, yeah, I just saw it now, but yeah, since procrastination was not working on hearts. Yep. I would rather work on all sorts of Afterbirth stuff, but I have to do the hearts because it's part of training. All right, it's part of the reward functions. Let's. I do need very quickly to put it in capture, frame capture. So that is collect frames, plural. That's a mode that's provided by the framework, so it's not game specific. You can just do this. And I'm still on a US keyboard, I believe. Am I back to? No, okay, no, I'm not back. I'm in the Canadian multilingual. Collect frames, nice. Collect frames interval every second. It's gonna be fine. And what I need to do is very simple. Isaac play. That's going to start the game agent while assuming the game is already launched. It's going to be collecting a few frames. Of course, I could have done it outside of a boss room. That would have been nice. Yeah. You Must Build a Boat is the first game I wanted to play, but it was crashing my cinnamon for some reason. Okay, I think we have enough. I don't really need more than one, to be honest. Yeah, I love that game. It's a fun game. And that was supposed to be the first game we ever worked on for this project. It was crashing cinnamon. I think it's fixed now because I have proper graphic drivers. But it was still a game that I feel like we could play. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I still buy my keyboards, by the way, Corball. I would hate to buy that. If you buy that, by the way, that is, can we just spend a moment and saying how much bullshit that is? That even if you're outside of Quebec, like the French province, if you go and buy, say, a laptop in Ontario, they would still like have the French Canadian keyboard thing. It's kind of bad. I promise I don't even gonna have a single keyboard that has the actual printout. I still use the layout because I grew up using it, right? So that's kind of faster for me. But it's not very friendly for people that want to use the keyboard. And I think that's a stupid rule, to be honest. Like, why? Yeah, even in BC, man, that's stupid. Can't we just like be logical? I mean, it's like have them French keyboards in Quebec and not there. Come on, like. It just screws everyone over because no one uses that layout anyways, except for me. But I use that layout and don't even use the printout on the keyboard. Alright, we should have the frames. How do we find out where they are? We go in our project. Data sets, collect frames. And I'm going to have to sort by recent. And there we go. Now we have a frame captured with the hearts in place. Let's bring that over. Let's just copy it outside of that directory. Do the outlines stay the same? Not really if you have a gold heart, I believe. The gold hearts are the only ones I'm aware of that have a different outline. However, they might just be using the shadow of the outline, so it's not a big deal. You feel like the Canadian layout is weird? Well, I like I said, I grew up using it, so it's just easy for me. And I do end up typing in French sometimes, so it's also useful to know this layout and not switch over and over. But it is definitely weird for people that are programming to see me using this layout. I do know that. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's kind of bullshit, Corbob. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with that. It's definitely a rule or a law gone wrong. Like it's just not. It's nonsensical. It could be an option, right? It could be an option say like, hey, I want to have it, please. I'm fine with that, but forcing it upon every single friggin' laptop sold in retail in Canada is just stupid. Just stupid. Like I said, it's not my fault, but I'm still sorry. That's the Canadian way. Still sorry you guys have to deal with this because it makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all. Okay, let's go and do our favorite task in the world, and that is going to Pixlr. And then you may be wondering, why are we going to do this? that way, because it's the easiest way to read out our health information. Regions of interest. Let's zoom in a bit. It does seem like it's kind of going in, like they're overlaying the hearts of it. So the way the sprites are drawn, they're drawn on top. The top row is drawn on top of the row before. But that's not a big deal because we can still... Okay. What I have to do... No. Don't try to slice that out, please. Can I move a selection without moving? Yes, nice, perfect. We can kind of just like say screw the outline pretty much. There's a few options. Can I add to a selection? Yeah, this thing is like Photoshop. It's pretty cool. I'll give credit where credit is due. This is pretty nice. Except when I do this. Damn it. Problem is the user. It's not the feature. Are you for real? It's okay. We'll figure it out. Is that in browser? Absolutely. I don't have a nice program. And this guy happens to do... You don't see it because it's behind the... but this guy happens to do everything that I want. It just gives me the offsets in X and Y. For a specific... for a specific selection, which is just what I want, right? It's a little too high anyways. So it's more like this. I just have to get pretty much like one right, and then the other guys can just be offsets. Sort of. I think that's perfect for just one. Now I get the offsets. I know it's really it's a painful manual step, but determining these regions of interest, like we have to do it. It's just part of the game. Literally, just part of the game. So that's gonna be a HUD, some HUD information, and we're gonna add HUD, and this is of course painful, but we're gonna have to do it. I mean, the other way to do this would probably just to grab one and have a function that can offset them, but what's the value here? Might as well just to type them out. That's good. That's good. Like everyone's like, wow, like that. I know that person's good with computers, and you're just like, it's like I was promised someone that was good. Look at all this repetition. Fantastic. But it's going to be the fastest way to do this. Yeah, fastest way to do this computation-wise, even though it's a little repetitive in terms of information like this. If you like, once again, if you're familiar with the Binding of Isaac and you're seeing like an edge case that I'm not covering here, like looking at 12 possible hard containers, if you're like, but technically this is something that could happen, I would appreciate it if you just dropped me a little hint there. But I believe that this approach can be sound. I think it's gonna be fine. Okay, that's number one. Number one is at 1283. You guys chose hearts, by the way, so you have to live with your decision right there. I warned you. I did warn you, did I not? Oh boy. Okay, let's use this instead. 32106. We'll do it for this heart, and then we'll try to see if there's a pattern in terms of X translation and Y. Of course, there's going to be a pattern. So I'm just going to move the selection. No, just move the selection. Like this. Don't worry, you'll talk keyboards. Yeah, well, like I did say that last weekend, and it's still true. Like it's me that needs to get your attention. It's not the other way around. It's not you guys that are like, hey, notice me, please. It's the other way around. Like, guys, look at this. I'm drawing squares around pixels. Notice me. All right. So of course the Y information is going to just remain the same for the first row. So we can already assume that this is going to be the same thing. And we just need to figure out the offsets, like I said. That's going to give us a little shortcut. And we're going to fill in the X values. So that's a 32. Look at me, I'm programming. We'll be right. Yeah. Sorry. Speak to the hand. We have better we have better topics among ourselves. Nice try, Serpent. Trying to get the attention. All right. And then, like I said, I just need the first offset. That's going to give me the X value here. If I get it dead on, it's a 106. And now we can just figure out the difference. It seems to be 23. So 106, then 23, 129, 23, 142. And 165. You're not a dog. You can't have what? It's like dodge or get GTFO. And finally, this one is 188. That is if I did not map incorrectly. That makes sense. Then I can just use the previous value there. There is overlap, but that's normal. I'm expecting that. That's 142, 165, 188. And then the last one I do have to calculate, that's going to be... It's 20, it's 108, 208, 211. There you go. That's the first row. That's not too slow. Not too slow. And we have to get the second row done. Then we're able to run it in a special state where we can kind of read out the information. We're going to use our good old friend, the visual debugger again, and just try to count. If we assume that the colors make no real difference, because technically it doesn't matter what type of heart you have. If you have 0, you're dead, right? So I feel like regardless of the setup we have, yeah. All right, let's move that again. This time over here. I believe that would be it. And that y is 88. Is that what we have? What's the y2 in this case? 32. I'm an idiot. I'm looking at the x. Yeah, alright, so it is 32. Got a llama at least going? I'm glad I don't have that. No, I'm just kidding. You have fun with that, Kerwab. Make the most of it. Have some fun. Alright. And now we have the patterns for everything else, so it's definitely not that bad. Because we know the x values are going to be the exact same, except whatever I did here is stupid. Alright, how do we deal with this? This is 20 more, so the next y value is going to be 52, and otherwise it's just a pure copy of what we had there, so that's 83. 83, 52, 106. Use column selection mode? Yeah, I could, but with the one problem is with Anthropos, using Alt actually does the window move thing instead of doing the column selection. So unless there's an alternate way of doing it that I'm not aware of, regardless of the key combo, it does the window selection thing. If you could teach Python to mow the lawn, it would be great. Well, it's your lawn, it's your loss. Like, if I don't forget that there's a training period that needs to be considered when we do things like this. So your lawn might look pretty bad after a few epochs of training. It's totally up to you. I will gladly offer my services if you want to. Control plus control? Oh, you mean control and control click? Not really. Ah, like this. Okay, nice. Okay, cool. Sweet. Double tap. Yeah, okay, got it. However, it's still misaligned, so it's not exactly perfect. Holding the mouse button. Good to know. I'm learning stuff again. I do say every time, every single time I learn about something new with you guys in chat. When you stop talking about keyboards for a second. I'm just kidding. Not salty. I'm just having so much fun filling in these values right now. Mind-blowingly fun. 142. Oh man, that is a mistake. Ah! Bad math. Bad math. Oh boy. Everything's gonna be offset now. Damn it. Well, it's just control once for me. It's just like you click it once, you control, and then you... No, sorry. Why is it I can't do it anymore? Nope, doesn't work anymore. Or you can learn Vim key bindings for the next 2 years just to cut off 5 seconds of work. Yeah. Like, seriously, I'm not even that disturbed with doing this manually. I'm more disturbed that I got the math wrong somewhere. And now I have to recalculate everything. It's just my bad. We're still gonna pretend like we did math wrong for a sec. Arrow key. True, not the mouse. So it's this, yeah. Like this. Yeah, it works. I much preferred, however, dropping in cursors with the Alt key, but that doesn't work for me here. I need to either rebind it or do something different, because the Alt key is not usable in this setup at all. Right, like I said, like pretend the math isn't wrong for a sec. So 165, 188, and then we'll fix the mistake. 188, and finally 211. So where's the math wrong? Well, we were increasing by 23, so this is 152 and not. And then everything is offset by 10. So that's 175, that's 198, it's 221. So it's not a big mistake, not the end of the world. 152, 75, unless I did it again somewhere else. I absolutely, no, okay, it's fine, it's fine. I thought I did it again, but no. And same thing here. So this is 152, 175, 198. There you go. That's more like it. Unless I did make some other undesirable math mistakes, I think that could be it. And then there's going to be a very easy way for us to debug this, of course. Just leverage what we already have in terms of utilities. And we're going to resummon our good old friend, the visual debugger. Always there for us. Always waiting for an assignment. I think it's been waiting for an assignment for a full week now, so it's a little sad, but it stayed open, just like ready for business. Beautiful. Hope you didn't hear too much of that. I'm sorry if you did. Alright, there we go. I'm going to restart this little guy here. And now it's going to have... let's change the setup here in the grids for the visual debugger. So it's actually 6x6. It's going to look exactly like it does in the game if we do that. So there's a grid size somewhere. I have to catch it, and it probably says 5. There you go. Calls 5, calls 6. Little bot snack, yeah. There you go. We can keep this relatively small. And now, how do we... I don't know, like... GTK is giving us all sorts of weird errors right now. That was for the, yeah, the frame collect, which we have to change. We're gonna go back to play for a second. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And play's pretty simple. We're just gonna comment out everything because we definitely do not want to get rid of it. I'm gonna get the game frame, and I'm gonna be extracting all the little hearts and dumping them in the visual debugger, right? Heart positions that can be arranged from 1 to 13. Of course, the last value is the end, so it's not included. It's not JavaScript, so we don't put semicolons. And then I can just iterate over that range. I can say heart labels. It's gonna be a list comprehension that uses positions, right? So let's say for position in heart positions, and just say, okay, string heart, HUD heart, and put it in that position there. Perfect. Then for every art label, all right. Two things, right? We're gonna grab the region of interest for this. So screen region or game frame. We have libcv, so we can say heart image is going to be equal to sorry, libcv. So this is pretty stuff we done in the framework. That's why it's going pretty fast. We know what we're looking for. Extract region from image. I think it's region and image. No, it's image and region bounding box. Okay, perfect. Image would be game frame. Really? Game frame dot what? It's been a while. Frame. There we go. Full color is frame. That's if we want to work with the full color. And the region is self.game screen regions using our heart label. That's going to return the color image for every frame that we capture. So heart label. All right, second step is using the debugger, the visual debugger, to store image data. What do we want in store image data? All right, image data itself, image shape, and a bucket. Fine. Image data would be heart image. So if you've never seen the visual debugger at work, you're gonna get to see what it does, and you're gonna get to see our process and why it's part of our process. Heart label is gonna be the bucket, and that should be it. That literally should be it. Position. Okay, so it's just my PyCharm that doesn't recognize the F strings. That's fine, not a big deal. Now we're gonna say play it. Let's get rid of the bosses because it's going to be a pain. I could probably just go back to the first room. Yeah, okay. Basic tiers. Ugh. Scary. I should use my one bomb. I just want to capture the hearts. Okay, this guy's done. This is pretty much the easiest boss in the game. It's just the room layout is super annoying. Just because they poop and there's rocks. Just very, very... And I'm playing with the coding keyboard. Not the easiest way. There you go. Alright. I'm gonna get out of this room. There you go. We're back to the first room. Why? Because we were using the console command. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Alright, perfect. Then we're gonna do our Isaac play. Unless we screwed up. You have console. There you go. It's a slippery slope, right? Slippery slope. We have to be careful. We're gonna start cheating our way. That's engraved. Okay, that one's fine. I'm not worried about that one too much. What made me choose this game for developing the framework? Good question. I thought it was going to be an easy game to work with because, like I said, it looks simple on the surface. But I think I was wrong, like I said, about that, because this game is actually very, very, very complex in terms of mechanics. But I think what made me choose it is just that I remembered it was a good game from way back. And I also saw that it was probably going to be simple, like I said, which I was wrong about. And there you go. That's our debugging information for this. Now we're going to process this a little more, right? So the idea here is to process this information. That's perfect. So if you'll see if I actually take damage, this should update in real time, almost, or not update at all. What would make it not update at all? Unless it has like a backlog, because both are running right now. Now there's definitely not a backlog. I can tell that this is why you're here, right? You're just like, it's like watching NASCAR, right? You're just like waiting for my crashes to happen or my unexpected behavior. Just here for the carnage. You're not here for the the code. Yeah, no, it's not updating for some reason. So if I stop it here, the only way to know if I have a backlog pretty much is to stop this guy, and if eventually this exhausts the queue. Somebody's dancing to the music, nice. By the way, it does seem like we're clipping a bit. Yeah. Okay, so my math is also still wrong, and that sucks. I don't want to change these values, please. Please, no. No more. All right, so I'm clipping. I'm not doing it properly, but there's still doesn't explain why we're not receiving further frames. And do I need to return anything here? No. Handle play, game frame. It should actually return after this. At least I'm only off. Thanks, Freshu, for the encouraging words. At least you're only off in the x-axis. Well, that's true. That is true. Yeah, it's probably just one pixel off that compounds over time. Of course, the first value is definitely one off. So it needs to be. We're gonna fix it. Not a big deal. One thing at a time. It's one small problem at a time. Where's the game? All right, so this is gonna be a 13 instead. No, that's a Y. No. Let's not start doing that. One too many, meaning I need to push it. I need to +1 everything. What was that? 129 to 130. 3. So if I'm mathing wrong, you can make. Feel free to make fun of me. I do deserve it. The maths are off, always. Same thing here, 1 everywhere. And maybe not, we'll see. My mother would offer the following information, say something like, you can see the hearts at least. Situation, okay, there you go. It's all about the, yeah, it's like, well, you did a code at least. Thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it. We're working on something that chat suggested, hearts, so we're gonna have to go through it. And now you see why I was kind of not looking forward to this, just because it's a bunch of not necessarily complex things, right? It's not difficult, but it's just like a lot of work and slightly, ever so slightly annoying. But we'll figure it out. The visual debugger is kind of being our PFF here, like seriously. It's gonna bail us out of so much hurt. Alright, that should be fixes on the x-axis. Now, why is it not refreshing? That does happen to be the next issue also. Yeah, Freshu, I could have done it the dynamic way, of course. Absolutely, I could have just like figured out what the offsets are and just make a little function that kind of moves along the axis. Definitely, I could have done that. I just there's already this system that I have in place for screen regions, right? So I'm just like, might as well use this. I know it's in place, right? It's our problem. My mom would say, get off the computer, spend too much time there. Yeah, I think that was the story of my life also. Love you, mom, if you're watching. But yeah, I think that they got proven wrong there. I think that spending time on the computer actually turned out to be pretty beneficial for me in the end. And they acknowledge that now. All right. Yeah, I'm still dying. I forgot that. Let's try to get rid of this. If you're gonna teach to elementary, yeah, this is a mouse. This is a keyboard. You press keys on the keyboard to input stuff in the computer. And now my master's in CS is very useful. Yeah, that one never worked for me. It's like, yeah, that my parents would just be like, that's bad too. It's not, there's no at least, it's still bad. It's still bad. Don't try to snake your way out of this one. Like you're not gonna do it. All right. Mistakes. Serpent, how you're explaining your project, your little project to your mama? I'm not. They're not even aware of the stream, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think I would even be able to explain the project. For some reason, yeah. Okay, this is why it's off. Yeah, I'm just making a little. Just making a little. I don't know, like a little brain that plays video games, and then they'd be like, "Huh, video games again." It's always been about the video games. Yeah, exactly. Shake my head. My son still plays. Yeah, exactly. It's not like we're implementing like cutting edge like AI research. No, it's still like they would anchor on the word video games and be like, hilarious. That's funny. I say that with love. I'm okay with that. It just was never their thing. It happens. Yeah, I make a program to do it for me. It's like just like double like facepalm. Just why? All right. So there's one too many that we're including there, but otherwise we're gonna fix it. Not too bad. Luckily, your dad is a PC gamer. That's cool. The thing my dad said to me when he was when I was like, well, I got older, right? Because when I was a kid, they wanted to be super strict about like games and not overdoing it and stuff. When my dad actually we had like a serious talk. You know, when you're, I don't know if you guys like moved out of your house. Like I've been moved out for like years and years and years. But when you move out, your relationship, if you have a decent relationship with your parents, the relationship still changes a bit. Like it's more like we're like long-term buddies, but not like the same thing as a daily, the daily life, family life type of thing. And so they just, for me in my case at least, they just opened up about a lot of things. They just were a little more like transparent, like, hey, you're an adult now, like let's. And I guess my dad's version is I just liked he was playing like the NES, and he was just like, I liked it too much. Like, to be honest, I liked it too much, and I knew I had to be reasonable and not like try to forget about it just because I would spend too much time on that stuff instead of helping the family out. So I was like, you know what, I respect that. I was like, you could still, however, like now that you're almost like borderline retired, you could still kind of get back into it. Like, I don't think it would be bad. But then again, it's their life. I'm not gonna mess around with that. But I was like, fair enough. I get it. Like, if you have two kids, you're super like short on money and everything. He was like, I would like it too much. He's like, I know myself, and I would probably enjoy this stuff too much, and it would become a problem. So I was like, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Ah, messing with the Y values. Don't do this. So now it's a subtracting one everywhere. But we'll get it. Playing football 8 hours a day, no problem. 2 hours in front of PC, shit, what's going on? Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people in I don't know how it is for the newer generations, like the young. I don't know if you're a younger person in the chat. Like I don't know how the relationship was regarding that stuff. But I think a lot of people around my age had the same experience. In that, oh, you're still doing that stuff? Like, come on. Like, really? I mean, my personal story always was the career stuff, right? Where when I was told your grades are too good to do computer science because computer science is just for technicians. I was like, wow, how like that nowadays? I'm just like, how deprecated is that knowledge? Really, it's insane. It's insane. Like to tell a kid that nowadays would be met with like you being fired or something. Just telling a smart kid, I know you can't do computers because it's for the average kids, not for the smart kids. Watch yourself get fired today, for saying something like that. They are actually none of what you said. It's actually Y0, X0, Y1, X1. Nope, it's Y first. Y first. What's up, Mr. Love Pickle? Hello, hello. Yeah, it is exactly Y, X, Y, X. Because that's how, when you work with images, a lot of times computer vision stuff will have you use that order, right? So Y first, and then starting from the top left corner. Is there a module for Python to create and use GUI? Yes, there is, but like a lot of people don't like it. So there's tkinter that comes in with the standard lib, but no one really uses that. I personally use Kivy myself, but a lot of people don't like Kivy either. So a lot of people that have done QD stuff and so on, they don't like Kivy. I'm pretty okay with Kivy, and the visual debugger that I built here is actually built with Kivy, so it is a desktop app. So if you wanna build a little desktop app like this, like nothing too fancy, absolutely you can use Kivy. The only criticism I guess that people give to Kivy is that all the components don't look like native components. So if you're on the Mac, it doesn't look like Mac style elements, Mac OS style elements. If you're on Windows, it doesn't look like Windows elements. That is one criticism I guess that Kivy has. So if that's one of your requirements, to have something that looks like the native platform, maybe it's not the best solution for you. Why the heck would you define positions like that? I don't know, man. that was not my choice. That's how like the computer vision libraries, most of them work, at least, like including OpenCV, I believe. They just order stuff Y, like height, width, and from the top left corner. Wait a second, why? How many mistakes have we done? Like seriously, I'm kind of wondering now. Thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it. I do. Oh my god, what have I done? What have I done? Chat, what have I done? I think I missed it. Do you intend to include the same X value in two regions of interest? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I know you're right. You're right. Is Kivy being updated? Yeah, of course, it still is. It's a very, very active. It's a project that's very, very active in its development. GG, yeah, GG indeed. I think I just went off by one somewhere, and yeah, that's. I don't think it's a problem more like to use that. If it's -1 and it's reusing the same value, no, you're right. You're probably right. Instead of changing, okay, so we need to go faster at this thing. Instead of changing everything, we're just going to change heart 1 and 2 and try to get it right. Right? How about that? So does this need to be 108? It's actually +1, I believe. And then it's 23. No, it's actually 22 now. So that would be 130. Let's try just heart 1 and 2. Figure out the actual pattern, and then, I mean, so much for trying to nail this. So, simple way. I didn't need to restart. I don't know why I restarted this guy. It was not needed. It's actually our game engine that we need to restart. Yeah, but if you use variables, yeah, okay. You're right. You're right. Like, it would prevent this, but it would still not prevent us being wrong about this stuff here. All right, come on, do your thing. Do your thing. Yeah, okay, sure. Why not? You feel like crashing? That's fine. And I love that it's always when we do that stupid back and forth stuff that like we tend to peak in viewers over the weekend. It's always when something is going wrong and everyone's like, hey, let me check out this stream. I've never seen it before. Well, welcome to the stream where we have a lot of fun and don't censor anything, including the little frustrating little parts like this one. All right, what is this? Tile cannot extend outside image. Like, really, like if I stop, for example, this guy, and I try to restart my Kivy app, now it works. So it's probably because it was feeding, okay, that's annoying. I can't restart my Kivy app while I'm feeding data to it. Maybe, potentially. You still use your old GPU, Tasso? I'm using actually what I did is the GTX 180 used to be my old gaming GPU. What? Did I just mess up something here? Thank you for that follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. I need to figure out why it's saying cannot draw outside of. Oh yes, okay, that's definitely my B. At least I figured it out. So it has nothing to do with us. No, I got a 1080 Ti, but I put it in the Windows box, Tasso. And that allowed me to put the 980 in the Linux box. So it is the new... okay, that's going to do this for a little while. No, it's because it's still running the code that sends it 3 over, that's why. What's the engine? The engine for what exactly? Sadokato. What engine are we talking about? I'm not building a game, by the way, right? Like just so that's clear. We're actually building a framework to play games. All right, perfect. Remember how I said we're gonna focus on heart 1 and 2? It seems like heart 1 and 2 are fine. Now we just need to apply this everywhere else. Just trying to see. You try to use Kivy, but you had a problem. Yeah, okay, that's the thing, right? The way to program with Kivy is definitely not intuitive. If you're used to just writing normal Python and then you start working with Kivy, there's a lot of stuff that might be a little concepts that may be foreign a bit. So what I would say is start from the examples that they have, like, and very, very simple examples, and just kind of work your way up from there. Don't try to just go straight for your big application that uses your existing Python code base. That's just going to make it super, super difficult. And it's exactly what I did for the visual debugger, right? I just started with some samples and then kind of worked my way up to do what I wanted to do there. So it's pretty much just a bunch of images. It's actually way more complicated than this. It's not just a bunch of images. Actually, we're swapping the frame texture for the entity. But it was kind of easy because we started from a very simple example and slowly added functionality. I would do it like this. All right, so 1 and 2 is fine. Now, like I said, we need to figure out the patterns and just apply them everywhere. Everywhere. So that is definitely a 24. So I need to plus 24 everything. And this is where, like Fresh was saying, the variables. Once you figure out your pattern, it's actually beneficial to do it like this. 24 here would be 180, and then 204, and finally, finally would be this guy, 24 with 24, so 228, and then we need to. There needs to be a gap, right? So what's the gap between... Oh, it's another 24. Is it a square for real? Interesting. It does appear to be a square. What's the most toxic Twitch chat that's live right now? Need to test something for your bot. Nice. Whoever has the most viewer, yeah, that's a good call, actually. All right. What the fuck was that? Well, it happens. Yeah, okay, 24 again. So 154. 78. Math right, please. 202. 26. And 228. You okay, doggy? Alright, now that we have this, we need to do it for the other guys. So 108, 132. You just bought Binding of Isaac Rebirth? Damn. Yeah. Like I said, it makes us discover also how interesting the game can be, right? Like I was just saying, oh, well, just it seems to be a suitable game for what we're building, and not exactly suitable in the end, because it tends to have like very deep mechanics. However, it makes it really fun to play it. Like it's super fun to play it. It's actually a very and you guys don't even see the cool mechanics, right? If you take a second to look at a stream in the Binding of Isaac repository right now, you would see some insane stuff, right? Like it's really game that looks simple on the surface but has a lot of complexity there. I wish I would have commission on. I wish. I wish. The thing is, Twitch gives you, even if you're, I think you have to be partnered for this, and even if you do, like, you have to buy it through the Twitch platform, and not a lot of people do this. Of course, everyone keeps buying stuff on Steam, so I don't think it's a nice, even partners, I don't think feel like it's a nice avenue for revenue. 204, and once again, all the values here, 106, 130. We're gonna get it, guys, don't worry. 202, 228. There you go. Oh my god. Yes, FTL. Great idea. That's another game, by the way, you can get yourself like lost in pretty badly, is Faster Than Light. Great idea. Because Faster Than Light has like a single screen, right? It's not that complicated in terms of there's no like navigation, like window panning and stuff. It would be a great game. It would probably be fun. It would be fun. Dying a lot. Yeah, it's hard at first, and then you start seeing, like Mattis, once you see the patterns for the enemies, you will find the game way easier all of a sudden. So at first it's like, how do people even make it to like the 4th floor like consistently, or even like to bomb or later? And you're just like, oh well, okay. Once you understand, I think the one piece of advice that people have for Isaac is focus on dodging more than shooting to get good at the game. So the better you are at dodging and knowing monster patterns, the further you're gonna make it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, well, first I did promise that the next game we're gonna work on would be selected by you guys. Are we ready to really move on from Isaac? Maybe not right now, but who knows? Maybe after bosses, you guys could say like, hey, we've had enough of Isaac for now, and we'd like to move on to something else just for fun, and then we can vote for whatever the next game could be, right? You find the 2D movement quite hard when you use this? Yeah, of course, it's a totally different like perspective and stuff. It would definitely be interesting to see how it does with FTL. I agree. It would be interesting. I think we're good. Let's try the hearts again just to make sure that it is the case. And then it's going to be relatively easy. We're going to do a bit of processing on the images and try to determine if it's a full heart. If there's even a heart container at all, if it's full or if it's like half. And that should be enough to get us through that little task. And then it's pretty simple. What I'm going to do is just have the agent output how many hearts we have total, and kind of just play the game, lose some hearts, and then see if it updates correctly. That's going to be our little test. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. 100 biddies by Mattis. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thanks for that. 100 bits. You guys are very generous. You know that, right? Like for a small affiliate, very small niche affiliate channel, like you guys have been going crazy with the bits and the donations. So I do appreciate that very much. And it allows us to do stuff like obviously it's not gonna make a difference. Like in terms, I'm not gonna make this do this full time and stuff. But it's kind of cool to have to say, hey, on my second like Steam account, Serpent.AI Steam account, I can just like buy Binding of Isaac again, and that's kind of covered by your generous like donations and stuff. That's really cool. Like it's just a nice feeling to say like, I don't have to worry about it just because you guys got me covered on this. It's fun, and it kind of ends up being repaid like to you guys because we have our games to play with and so on and so forth. And the Steam account for Serpent.AI is getting pretty decent. I won't lie. Of course, right now we have to nominate Go. I just missed that. Damn it. No, we're not gonna use AlphaGo as a benchmark. That would be rough. That would make for a decent start, but nope. Redis is giving us trouble right now for some reason. Because I'm running it in it's probably using too much memory. I never set up Redis properly on this machine. I never had edited the config and stuff. So it's running off the default config. If I start abusing it a bit, then it's still this is Monstro dead yet? No, we're getting in there. So we have a nice way, Spherion, by the way, welcome back. We have a nice way of actually sending color frames to the neural net now. So that's very, very positive. That was the first thing we did today, and that is working now. Very, very cool. So the entire Q-learning algorithm is in place, including accepting color frames. Very, very good. Now we have two more, we have a few more prerequisites. We're doing looking at the health and determining our health levels, right? So that's number one. And number two is going to be implementing some stuff with the Afterbirth Plus console, right? Like this guy here. That only becomes available in Afterbirth Plus. To go to boss rooms with specific bosses. and we're going to start working on some code to do boss arenas and train the AI for specific to beat specific bosses. In terms of obstacles, we do have a few. First obstacle is, well, we did visualize that during training at least, it seems to be kind of slow. Like, it seems to be kind of slow in terms of how many actions Isaac can do per second. That might be a little bit of a GG there if it's not enough to beat a boss and to learn properly because we can't input stuff fast enough. That might be. What's Redis used for the project? Redis is used to store all the binary data for the images in memory, right? So it's kind of like a shared memory space. So everything, like the frame grabber is actually a separate process that grabs the frames from the game and stores them in Redis. And then it's just a in-memory space that's available for our main process to get frames, the latest frames. That's what it's used for. Now it's giving me the misconf stuff. All right. We have never thought of that. Well, it's a pretty fast. It's a very, very fast system to access binary data and memory, so that's just why I'm using it. And there we go. I think our hearts are finally cut up in the correct way. Nope, not exactly. Damn it. Why is the last heart? Only the last heart on the X seems to be wrong. GG. Early GG. PM GG. Ding ding ding. Yeah, except ding ding ding, except for that one, but we can probably fix it. It's probably just like math fail on my part. Definitely can fix it. So 6 and 12 are wrong. What happens if I do? Yeah, okay, it's math. It's math. It's just my bad. You have half a heart? Yeah, he does. Yeah. No, it's not because he has half a heart. No, it's not that. It's just because I have too many pixels that are being considered there. But I fixed that. So let's just restart this guy. By the way, I don't know if you guys realize, because of course now we take it for granted, but just having that part of the framework where I can leave the game open, rehook into it, and start getting frames back and getting our guy to crash. I'm saying there's a lot of shortcuts. I don't know if you remember the early days in the Super Hexagon days, how long it would take to restart the entire game and everything. And it would take a long time. And now we just have a nice setup. It's not perfect, but it's definitely a nice shortcut to restart everything. Really nice shortcut. All right, give me them hots. There you go. Ah, now it's perfect. Now you can say ding, 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 win. You can have your victory emotes because we got them correctly. Like I said, now the next step is to do some sort of thresholding a bit and try to see, first of all, is there a hard... Okay, so it would have been nice to not have a hard container. At least have one example where there is no hard container. Just as a reference. Celebrations. What is this one? Tiger Party. There you go. Nice. Alright, so this is good. However, like I said, since I filled the information here, I don't have a sample for no hearts. I could probably just go quickly to a devil room, right? I could go to s.devil. Oops, damn it. And just get a deal. That's gonna change our heart containers. It's lagging behind right now, but that's just fine. Let's not worry about that too much, just because it's we're not gonna use the visual debugger live at runtime. So let's not be too worried about this one. Eventually he's going to get rid of it. I mean, the other easy option to kind of get rid of the lag is to just restart it. And that should give us an example of every type of... I know the soul hearts are not there, but as long as we can threshold that stuff properly, it's not a big deal. Ah, oh, come on. There we go. Now we have a sample with no... Of course, I could go put my baby head in there. And that gives you an example of the lag right now. How long it's taking to get to some updated information. I will assume it is cycling through this. I don't know why it's taking that long to update the representation. But it is updating. It's just taking very long. All right, next step. Well, one thing that would make it better, I just thought of that. We could throttle a bit. All right, instead of going as fast as we can probably say just sleep for, I don't know, like 100 milliseconds. That would make it probably better. I'm gonna leave the visual debugger open. There's no point in restarting it unless it crashes. And now we're going to start working and processing that stuff a bit, because I can't use, I don't want to use the color information. I want to use kind of like the ratio of, of light pixels to dark pixels. And then let's see. All right, we can do this in line here. We don't have to leverage anything special. As long as we have access to our SK image stuff, we do. Perfect. So let's start by saying gray heart image, and that's going to be SK image dot color gray. No, RGB. It's classic mistake. I make it every single time. Using the heart image, and of course I could just change it to this guy after. And just like that, we can start having incremental processing and visualize it in our little friend here at the bottom, except when it crashes. I don't know if it's because, I think I know why. I think it's just because it empties the Redis queue and then it tries to pop a non-existing value. There's definitely a little bug that we have to fix. Could be my bad also. Yeah, it could be that we're not... yeah, I think I know. I think this is NP. This is a classic, by the way. It happens a lot. You have to work with in the uint8 space. So it's this E-type uint. Is Montreal dead yet? No! I did answer you. Montreal's not dead yet. But we are gonna kill Monstro. Don't worry. Don't worry. We need some faith in the chat, please. Just because I've let you down in the past doesn't mean I'll do it again, okay? Yeah, okay, please. Oh yeah, because I keep sending bad versions of this. Get it? I'm just trolly today. Yeah, I like I did like the ambulances for Monstro. That's a nice touch. I like it. All right. Okay. Problem. There is a problem. If we work with the grayscale, there is a problem. Because the value, the luminance values are pretty much the same for the background, and there's not going to be an efficient way of thresholding this. Pretty much is what I'll say. Yeah. Okay. So either we use a specific color channel, but that would still be bad because soul hearts and so on and so forth. And even black hearts are going to be problematic in this case. Interesting. Of course, we could always say, look at the pixel, and that was kind of like the initial suggestion. Like, look at a pixel that's going to be there if there's half a heart, and look for specific colors. So that would have us work in the color space. Like if it can crash because you rages easily. It's not rage. It's counter trolling, all right? It's just counter trolling. And see, this is a perfect example of me like going for that troll. It's like by saying that stuff, it's kind of trolling in its own, but it's a good type of trolling. I'm happy with that. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it quite a bit. And yeah, cup explosion. All right. So do we want to go for the color approach instead? That's going to be a little tricky, but it would give us a nice, pretty nice skill, and that is extracting color out of pixels for NumPy. So it's going to be working with specific slices. Just say, give me the pixels in this spot, for example, and tell me the color. That does mean that we would have to set ourselves up for a bunch of soul hearts. Thank you. I do appreciate the 100 bits. I do appreciate it. Can't you check for the 2 white dots? And oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Actually, that's a great idea. I think we can rely on this. I just have to make sure that it looks like this. And thank you for that, Tom. I do appreciate it. I just have to make sure that it's consistent. Right? I have to make sure that it's consistent. But that's a great idea. I love it. Billy Metcalf, yeah, I did read that. Sorry. Love these streams, man. Don't get me wrong. Best Saturday, relaxed afternoon with a nice ribeye and a tall beer and baked potato. Is that trolling also because now I'm hungry and I want a beer? Damn it. Damn it. That sounds so good. That sounds so good. I'm really hungry right now, but I want to do the hearts first. I think Donger Day's suggestion is probably the best here. It's great observation. And see, this is always how you can participate when you're in chat. It's not saying like you write this code, right? It's like we're working on visual stuff. We're working on game frames. You can just use your observation skills and give some super valuable hints like that. Great idea to just probably look for that little core here for a specific grayscale value. Now I just have to make sure that it works. I'm gonna spawn a soul heart. All right, so I'm gonna say spawn. Oh my God, cheater. 5-10-3. Just to make sure that if we grayscale that stuff, wow, what's going on here? Still seems to be lagging even with that delay that I added. Something's weird. I know you're not trolling. I know you're trolling. It's just like it's kind of making me want steak and a beer and baked potatoes. That's all. You check the color channels first because there's paletting going. Yes, that's what I'm worried about with that approach. Absolutely. Not sure it's gonna come out the same way. I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's an issue with my my visual debugger here. Like, let's say every second. I don't know. Like, maybe we just need to give it a little break because right now it doesn't seem to be updating fast enough. Has it ever updated? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it does. It does update it. It does update it. I remember seeing instances of it updating. Now it does seem to. It's hard to tell. It could be. Could easily be an optical illusion, just because the surrounding pixels are very. They're not the same at all as this. Like they're lighter. It may make it seem like this is darker, but it's also possible that, like Freshu was saying, there's paletting going on, and it's not going to be the same pixels regardless of the I mean, there's still a different pixel there, absolutely. I can rely on this, like this shape and this shape. If we have the second half of the heart, but it definitely isn't as clear. I mean, I could stretch a bit, right? There you go. You were asking if it's updating. Look at that. Isaac's head. Hello. It is working. The main thing would be that one of the light pixels on the right in the soul one is lighter than the dark pixels. Yeah, but look at that. For example, like this little shape here that's totally accidental because of the background. It would change if I change rooms. We can't have like false positives either, so you have to be careful. Because of course the background's going to change. What's never going to change is what's inside the heart. Of course I can shoot tears in there. I like the pixel thing. Oh, I did lose half of my soul heart, damn it. Let's bring that back. Right. And see, this is why it was an interesting problem even last time. I think our approach right now is definitely going to be stronger than what we had last time. But looking for specific pixel values is probably threshold the grayscale on that specific pixel location. But threshold based on what value? That's kind of like my... Because regardless of what I do, I mean, if I threshold and I say, okay, let's look at the region here, right? I say, let's look at this. What's to tell me that I'm not going to fulfill the same criteria with like an empty heart or an empty heart container or no heart container at all? And you have to be... the lightest version, which looks to be the soul one. This here. Oh, you mean if this pixel is lighter than its neighborhood? But that's there's so many ways it can, so many ways it could probably go wrong if it's the background and not a heart container. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not understanding you guys correctly there. I mean, going for the red heart's definitely easy. Let's say I replace this with a black heart instead. It's just a variant. This is a heart, and then the variants of the hearts are third value here. And normally a black heart would replace... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's even less pronounced when it's a black heart. Even less pronounced. So this here versus this here, kind of tricky to make sure that we're gonna extract the values correctly. Yeah, in the case of the black heart, it's definitely difficult to... What about taking the total average of all pixels in the region of interest? Yeah, the thing is, okay, with that approach, let's say I lose my black heart. Like hopefully there would be spikes here, but I don't think so. Oh, there are spikes in the item room. Alright, so look at what happens here, for example. Like, if I do the average of pixels, and I get... I mean, we could go try dropping the blue channel, but the thing is the soul hearts. Yeah, but it's okay. But how do I know? Okay, more. That's obviously the case. But when I like for the other half of the heart, I don't know if it's full or not. I won't know. I mean, of course, the difference would be pretty major here. If we were to threshold this, we could probably just say, look at the light pixel for that very, very light pixel here. If it's there, then look at the reflection here, and if the difference in pixels is super big. Or you can check for the heart. Like, okay, so how do we check for the heart outline? That's the thing. It's starting to be very, very hard-coded. It's okay. It's not a bad thing necessarily. But what would I look for the presence of this outline, this dark outline in specific positions? Would I look for I use the pixel that's lit on that side? Yeah, but what if by accident, like, the background is a light pixel? That's what I'm saying. And it's definitely not the same colors based on what heart that we're going for. So if I go for this guy, is it a 2 or 3? It's a 3. All right, so let's say I go. Like, keep an eye on the visual debugger. Check the heart. Okay, so check for the pres. Okay, that's definitely an approach. Like checking for the heart outline before and then averaging. So if the heart outline is not there, then we don't care. Yeah, keep an eye on that light pixel here. I know it's very, very weird to ask, but like, let's look at this and look at what happens when I pick up this guy. That's gonna be one of those that runs away. Or it doesn't let me take it, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely not the same. Maybe a combination of the two approaches that you're mentioning. Check for an outline first of all. That then we can determine do we have a hard container at all or not, right? Yeah, I could make an SVM also, but I'm gonna have to train it. Come on over here. If I make an SVM, I would have to train it for every single combination possible. It's not a bad idea. Not necessarily a bad idea. The thing is, what we feed to SVMs usually is black and white stuff, right? So if I threshold this, I'm not gonna get interesting results. Unless I use local thresholding. And no, any reason we're not keeping the color information, we could totally keep the color information. It's not like it's necessary in this case. I was just gonna go the thresholding way, but then thinking about, I could look for colors, the presence of a color. The thing is that there is shading there, absolutely. So it's not guaranteed that a specific pixel is gonna be a specific color based on the shading. I feel like the background. Okay. I am so hungry right now. Damn it. That steak discussion just killed me. Yeah, my first approach looked a lot like that. Freshu. I was gonna keep the color channels, right? So let's say we want to keep the color channels. I could just comment out this guy so we don't process needlessly. And try to focus a little more on... Oh shit. Try to focus a little more on the individual pixels inside. Now I have to restart this guy, which will probably make the visual debugger crash. Hello, doggy. You believe that compare as sim would solve the problem in there? How so? Let's just say how so when we say something like that. How so? Because I mean I used sim everywhere in a lot of places before. Would you do sim on the color information? Can I apply Gaussian blur? Of course I could. Of course I could. You mean to average out the blocks? I mean, we could definitely look at the pixel that's inside a here, and say if it's that red color. Boom. I mean, the outline. If we have a golden heart, we're gonna have an outline here. One issue that could happen here is if we get an internal heart. Like, what happens if we get an internal heart? Internal is 4. What happens to that pixel then? It's still there. It's still there. But its surrounding region would probably have us believe it's empty. Man, that's a tricky one. I won't lie. That's a tricky one. The cathedral is pretty close in color scheme to the soul hearts. Yep. Thing is, all you guys are shouting for your option to be heard, but I'm kind of like all I'm seeing is like a blend of all three possibilities. So it's just I'm trying to make sense of them. Is there a way? I'm pretty sure we're overthinking this. By the way, the SVM, I just to say, it's probably a decent option. It would be super easy to generate data for this, but I still think it's not necessary in this case, right? So it's not like it's a bad idea. It's just not necessary in my opinion. Now, the easiest possible way to do this for me is just once we have all of these micro images here, just look at the pixel here. And I don't think that gets reshaded no matter what. Like, I don't think it gets reshaded. And if we look for a specific value, can I do the devil deal again? Just lose another heart container. Yeah, just start cheating, you know? Alright, let's just grab this guy. And get a black heart. Just want to have a sample for everything. It's 6, I believe. By the way, did you see what happened there? Kind of interesting how it, like, when I got another black heart, it overwrote the soul heart as a black heart, and so on and so forth. When I grabbed a black heart and it was half a soul heart, it converted the entire thing to a soul heart. So just weird mechanics you have to know about. But like I said, like I'm interested in looking at probably this guy first, right here, and then go over to this guy. So I would know, first of all, do I have a pixel here that's interesting? Yes or no? It really would, though. You could do more advanced stuff. Yeah, I know. But I mean, one thing I can do is Isaac has okay. Why do I not? Why do I insist so much on doing it through computer vision? Just because, very simple principle. Just because a log or some memory hooks might be available for a specific game, and it's not guaranteed that it's going to be there for the next game. So the more we rely on computer vision, the more our approaches are guaranteed to kind of be able to work in another case. With OpenCV and scikit image, I guess, measure, this tutorial about compares mean square error. Yeah, all the measurements are interesting too. I just think there's a simpler way to do it. That's all. So I'm not saying you guys are not having good ideas. I'm just saying, like, we need, for processing sake, we need to have it done very, very quickly. And looking at specific pixels is probably going to be the fastest way to get this on. So I'm interested in this right here. So once we have the image, give me the pixel. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I'm pretty sure we can build up a little scenario here where we have all of these. I'm sorry. You're not. No need to be sorry. You guys are trying to help. It's obviously no need to be sorry at all. I did get the magic mushroom. Damn it! I didn't want to do this. Well, this is not bad. This is not bad. All right. If I get a soul heart here, I think I'm gonna have most of. I'm not gonna have a golden one, but I don't think the golden one. By the way, the golden heart doesn't change anything. It's just an indicator that says if you lose that heart, you get money, right? So it's not one that I need to consider. I think I need to consider red hearts, normal hearts, eternal hearts, which we have in there, a black heart and a soul heart. Spawn the blood man. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So I can just easily alter my stuff. However, if I spawn in a block, I'm gonna lose my eternal heart first. Correct or incorrect? I could always just spawn an eternal heart after. Where's the blood bank? Our blood donation machine, 6.2. This might sound dumb, but why can't the reinforcement learning just learn from watching the frame pixels? Like, this is okay. So this is the weakness right now, and this is why I try to, like, people that are super hyped about reinforcement learning and everything. This is why I always try to temper just calm people's expectations down a bit, because it's not there. It's not there yet. Like, even with reinforcement learning, I still have to intervene and say this is good, this is bad, and read off some information to determine if it's good or bad. Would it eventually detect that, like, shifts in health means it's closer to death? Like, who knows? I don't think I have an answer to that, but I think reinforcement learning is based on you giving, is only as good as the reward functions you're building for it, right? So if I'm not giving a good reward function, it's not going to do well. Let's get rid of that eternal heart, and I get the blood. Of course. Why not? IV bag. There you go. All right, and now I can just sack my health a bit. So I have almost everything I want to here. I think I'm missing a sample where I don't have a heart, like a heart container. I'm not defining that enemies are good and bad. No. But I'm focusing on health, Mattis. I'm focusing on health. Health is my way of saying something bad happened or something good happened, right? Are you? Am I using hidden Markov chains? No, I'm not. Is it applicable in this scenario? I guess if you're using a totally different approach, possibly, but not with the approach that we're using. We're mainly using reinforcement learning. We're using deep Q networks at least for the learning part. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be told if it's good or bad, and that's still the human part, right? That's still the human part. It will really like the health upgrades. No, I'm not going to necessarily it's still very tricky. I think making a reward function for playing the entire game is going to be extremely complicated. That's why I'm focusing on working with bosses right now. All right, so I want to go to the Devil Room one last time and get one of those deals. Perfect. Now I need to spawn in an Eternal Heart again. And I should have every possible... If I use the blood bank... What have I done? Okay, there we go. I just need to use the blood bank a couple times. Then use the Eternal Heart. Health is one way of rewarding, absolutely. It's the one consistent way. This is why I'm focusing on it. It's one consistent way, and the reward can be negative, right? Like you did hear me say punishment in the past, right? So that's what I mean. Like if I lose health, I can definitely say like, your reward score for this frame or for this action that you did, for this frame transition, and a bunch of actions that you did is not going to be as good because you lost a heart or you lost some health, right? Use it 2 more times. You have a complete... Yeah, okay. On top of the Eternal. That's it. That's it. All right, so 1, 2, Eternal. Damn it. Eternal Heart. And then I'm just going to try to grab like 1 frame from this. And that should be a good combo of a lot of possibilities there. Actually, 1 more? Why? Oh, yeah, so I have half a heart. True. True. Damn it. So 1 more on the blood bank, 2 more on the blood bank, then the Eternal Heart again. Alright, that's more like it. Now we have half a heart, normal heart. We don't have half a black heart, but we'll just deal with that. We'll live with it. I mean, I could always generate half a black heart if I just spawn another and watch me just screw everything up. that would be so good. Like we have an almost perfect setup, and I'm gonna screw it up. Nah, it's gonna screw it up. You can't have both. I can't have both a black heart and not like It's gonna fill the soul heart if I grab this one. So no real way. But one, it won't be the only reward, or the AI will... Yeah, exactly, absolutely. Of course. It's going to be a system of rewards that are going to kind of chain together. It's not going to be a single reward that says, hey, as long as you're not using health, you're doing good. That would be bad. That would be bad. And if you guys you remember when I was saying the problem of detecting Isaac was a difficult one, well, look, I got a few items. Look at what Isaac looks like now, right? So I think we have our answer there. That using pattern detection at least would be a bad approach, because the sprites just change enormously based on the items you collect. So that's just with a combination of items I have right now. Isaac looks like this, absolutely different. There's also one where... but I'm looking at the outer pixels, so I'm going to see Eternal, and then I'm not going to see a heart on the other end. I think I'm fine. Because right now, if I deplete... Let's say I would deplete the soul hearts and the black heart right now, the next hit would remove the Eternal Heart, but not delete, like, remove some health. It kind of counts as a hit, right? I mean, I like this sample for now. I'm gonna grab a few frames just to work with this. You can have that one with... Which one is that one? Half red, half eternal? But I can't have that one with empty res. I know. But I mean, I can always just generate a sample after, like 2 frames. Right, so I'm gonna go back, we're gonna stop this guy. Believe it or not, I sort of know where I'm going with this. believe it or not. I didn't want to start again. I'm gonna set it to collect frames mode again. So very easy thing. You guys should be familiar with this by now, if you've been watching a bit. Collect frames. It's gonna collect frames at every second. It's gonna save a frame to the disk. I can just do Isaac play. It's gonna start collecting frames. Yes, okay, yeah, to be, you're both right and wrong on this one, in my opinion at least, because reinforcement learning, even though it uses neural networks and concepts of deep learning, it doesn't work the same way, right? It's absolutely, it absolutely needs you to process some stuff to give it a reward. It can't infer whatever is good or not. It's not the same thing as convolutional like neural nets on images, where you don't tell it any single thing about the image, and then eventually will find some hidden features by itself. Not the same thing with reinforcement learning, right? That awfully neglected config file, it's generated by code, right? So that's why it's YAML generated by code, so it's not exactly pretty. Classifying whether something Isaac. Okay, sorry, I did miss that context. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, in that case, we're totally in agreement. I'm sorry. Obviously, yes, you are correct. Yes. Yes, in that case, you are absolutely correct. It won't even know when we teach it to play against bosses. It won't even know where Isaac is. Technically, it doesn't even know that there's the concept of Isaac. I still need to do some stuff like to look at the screen, the HUD, to know if something good or bad happened, and to give a reward. But I don't have to give it the concept of Isaac. Hey, where's Isaac? Blah blah blah. Right? Technically, it should work. And yes, that is the beauty of reinforcement learning, right there, and deep learning. Okay. Obviously, I have enough frames. Do I want to try to get that variation of the red heart? I could possibly do this quickly. Of course, it spawns it in the middle. Beautiful. Thank you. No, dark bum. Fuck. Ah! Oh, damn it. We're getting messed with our items. All right, give me this. Don't touch it. Damn it. Had time as a reward? Yeah, also. Can I try Alt-Shift-L? The thing is, this is valid YAML, so it's not gonna try to reform. I already tried to reformat it. It's just like, nope, it's valid. I don't care. I'm gonna leave it like this. All right, this guy is kind of getting. I could despawn. I just don't know how, but there's definitely a way to despawn the little dark bum guy. I just need to get one heart container technically. There you go. And then I'm gonna have some frames with the full. This guy's going on a binge here. He's loving it. Nope, I don't want it. Get away. No, I'm gonna work on it. I know it's bothering you right now. I understand that. I think we're good. All right, now we have enough frames. Let's get into the actual work here. I don't think I need this guy anymore. Look at it again. Look away, Freshu, look away. I can survive it. I've seen it enough at this point. But yeah, you wanted me to do Alt-Shift-L. I don't know if it's the same shortcut, but Alt-Shift-L doesn't work for me. Oops. Alright, so let's try to get those frames in. I need to go to the file system for this. I'm really hungry. I think I'm gonna take a break and set up my food very quickly. Control Alt L. I can give it a try. Nope. But see, even if I do code, reformat code, Control Alt L, almost, it won't do anything. I don't know if you saw, it says content is already properly formatted. Look at that. Reformat code. Doesn't do anything. If I do Control Alt L, I locked my computer. Nice. Great move. Alright. Whatever, it's gonna stay like this for now. I'm sorry, I apologize. I know you don't like it, but that is not properly formatted. Well, the IDE says so. Yeah. Okay, a little bit. Let's be serious here for a sec. I need to grab those images out. I need to go and get them out of collect frames. Sort by date modified. Perfect. Let's grab this frame. That's going to be one valid frame. And one of the earlier ones. Yeah, this one's fine. Perfect. Yeah, I closed it like a dummy. Dying coughing, don't make me laugh. Yeah, that's bad. I'm sorry. It's the worst thing when someone... We're gonna work in the notebook for this. Alright, let's bring in that image. This notebook is gonna be like, I'm gonna print it out and then frame it at some point. It has so much crap in it, but it's also a great memento of what we've been through to get this to get to this point. All right, let's import skimage.io. Let's say frame. It's gonna be equal to skimage.io, not imread. I'm gonna say datasets frame. All right. Of course, I could do some further little thingies like matplotlib, the little magic function. Matplotlib inline. That allows me to display the frame. I can say imshow here. Frame.imshow. No, skimage.io, sorry. Skimage.io.imshow. Typing too quickly. Alright, there you go. Is that gonna work for us? No, of course. Now I'm gonna focus on importing libcv to extract a single heart. Imread, because characters cost time and money and no one... Yeah, I know, right? Like, I hate these interfaces, these the way they name their stuff is just like... But that's a personal opinion, however. It's not a bad practice, it's just... I would not write a function that's called imread, in my opinion. Anyway. Import lib.cv, that's our module. That allows us to extract regions from a frame. So I could say heart is equal to lib.cv.extract Come on. I didn't really. I need to run it once to have the autocomplete. Extract region from image. That's going to be frame. I don't have a game instance, however. All right, let's import that. Ah, damn it. It was lowercase. I'm gonna say image read. Yeah, I know, right? Like it's but most of the time it's either it's not necessarily that people have bad habits that they picked up. It's just, well, it's still a bad habit. But I think it's because people want to avoid the going over the 80 characters or 120, depending on how you want to set it up. And this is what you get when you say, like, you have a style guide that says, like, don't go over that specific point in time. People are just like, yeah, well, watch me, hold my beer. I'm gonna make this I equals K plus ABC. Yeah, there you go. I'm not over 80 characters anymore. Yeah, but we can't read what you mean anymore also. So thanks, style guide, for this, right? Thank you for this. All right, let's just say the game is gonna be Binding of Isaac. All right, Rebirth game, instance of this. Perfect. And then we can ask for the screen regions. So I'm gonna say game. Screen regions. What's up, Terror? Hello. From the yeah, exactly. The early C days, exactly. 1970. No, there needs to be some limit, especially if you're working with other people. It's not a bad thing to kind of decide on the style guide, but just applying it without like thinking usually is what I take issue with. Like people that are just like, nah, Pep 8 says that. No, come on, like talk it out as a team, and also in every situation, kind of try to say, well, I did it because of this, and it's an upside technically. Let's not just plug our ears and say, like, technically Pep 8 says that. No, this is never good, right? I have a bracket at the end of import where... Do I? I don't see it. I don't see it. It's probably gonna blow up in my face, but yeah, I don't see it. And then it's game.screenRegions here. Yeah, it's a no. It's just because we're going over it. It's technically, I don't know if you're kind of playing into this 80 character limit thing, but it's a great one if you are. It's like, this is why you cut after 80 characters. Thank you, style guide. And we're looking for, let's say, heart 1 in this case. I don't really care which one it is. Add heart 1. That's going to give me the image of the heart. And then we can start looking, like I said, at specific pixels inside of it. There you go. So this is a heart from the frame. Cool. And then I can just change the label to get to a different heart that has probably a different sprite. Now what I want to do is extract the colors in these two positions. All right, so starting with this guy here, and starting with this guy, following up with this guy here. And we're going to look for very specific colors in these positions. And I think I'm going to take my break. I just saw that we're at 4:42 in terms of uptime. It's not going to be a huge break. I'm just going to take a few minutes to stretch, prepare food, and then, yes, it's going to be food stream after. And I don't know, refill my drinks. Because implementing this while I'm eating should be relatively painless. Of course, that's always when you say that you jinx yourself, and it's not anymore. Yeah. No, I think I'm gonna go for these guys. Once I have hard, I can definitely say play with this play with the slices in NumPy, right? And Hellman just died to Malachi as #1 duelist in 24 hours. Like, damn. Damn. Okay, this is nerdy PoE race scene stuff, but this is damn. Yeah, of course he was #1 overall. I'm not surprised that Hellman was #1 overall, but damn. Dying to Malachi, that sucks, man. But he's hard. You can definitely screw up, especially if you're racing and your gear is not that good. It's a very, very big gamble, and he took that gamble and he lost, right? But it's crazy. It's crazy. Because you're at the end of that race, like that moment where you're just racing, and you die. That's so rough, man. So rough. You have a clip of that? Was he live? He's probably live, right? One thing I miss is being in. I'm talking about Path of Exile. It's just DGC just said something that has to do with Path of Exile races that are going on right now. It's not a sport. Hellman is a I think he's a streamer, pretty sure, and yeah, he's one of the very, very good Path of Exile players in terms of racing, and he just ripped to the objective pretty much. So it's a hardcore race, you can't die, and the objective was to clear a specific boss, and he died to it. So he was first overall, and he died to it. He sorped. I like that. Like I said, like just very quickly before I get my food, try to extract these pixels quickly. Yeah, technically yes, Terror. It would definitely be possible. The one problem right now is just that it depends on the platform you're using. I don't know if you're on Linux or Windows or Mac. The framework is not necessarily ready to be used on other platforms than Linux. And the setup, there's not really instructions right now, right? So not a lot of instructions on how to set it up, but I don't see why it would not work, right? Because you can definitely use the root window in GTK and grab that. So you could grab the desktop, absolutely, yeah. He'll never pop. Okay, so it's like a meme that he dies. Like it's not the first time he dies, damn. Or he'll never top the guy that did that. Yeah, that's insane. He was way ahead. Had the laptop in the bag and it got smushed. Oh man. What is it you're looking right now? This is the Jupyter notebook, right? So you can just go to jupyter.org, and if you have pip set up in your system, you can just do pip install Jupyter. It's actually it's like an IPython, like it's like a REPL or an IPython, but just like more interactive. It's in the browser, and you can output images like that. Yeah, no, that would definitely work. That would definitely work. Like you could just use like pieces of the framework there. To do something like this, absolutely. I mean, it is to train game agent, and there's going to be a lot of supporting libraries to train game to do machine learning stuff and I guess game specific stuff. But there's no reason why it would not work if you kind of grab stuff from the desktop, for example, and try to do stuff on frame changes. Yeah, absolutely. A clip by Hellman is popular. Nice. Because you're following him, and yeah, if there's enough, like, of course, because the thing is happens when people rip, like, of course the clip just gets like shared everywhere. I didn't get to see it yet. I want to see it. One thing I do miss about Path of Exile, because I'm not playing right now, is just like when a top player dies, like just like people that spam the global chat with the rips and stuff. That's just something that's I don't know. It's always fun. I don't know why I think it's funny or interesting, but I always think it's fun when people are just like, "Rip!" Everyone rips. Like it's just like all of a sudden your global chat just goes like, "Rip!" Yep. All right, let me get that food. Right, let me get that food. I'm starting to feel a little without eating, so I'm gonna get that food. I'll be right back. It's gonna be 5 minutes. I'm back. I'm back with the food. With the food. Might notice that the more observant among you might have noticed that the action cam and even my personal camera here is a little different. Well, it is because I got a new monitor that's taking more space, and I have to change the camera angle and the distance. That's why. All right, let me get some food in, and then we're gonna focus on extracting those 2 pixels. Not too hard, really, in terms of offsets. What's up, user man? Hello. All right, let's try to get that value here. Let's use very descriptive names. You miss your mom's meals? I love that question. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's definitely not my my strong suit. Let's just say that. I know how to cook actually, and I'm a pretty decent cook, but I just work on so many things. I never really take the time anymore, and I think it's a shame, to be honest. Like it's a nice activity. I like to take it, mostly that activity with someone else, however. Like I don't think I like to do it myself that much. I don't like to cook for myself, but I kind of enjoy cooking for people. Oh, if you think this is lasagna, it's worse than that. Right now I'm gonna choke on stream live. It's coming. Right, so right pixel is this is 22, I believe. Therefore it would be, and this is gonna be, we're gonna be able to reformat or refactor this into a function easily. We're just going to use NumPy slicing. So first one is height. We're interested in position 2. In terms of width, we're interested in 20, I believe. No, maybe less than that. Kind of hard to tell which one it is. So I believe this is 2 pixels. Yeah, and we have a 2 pixels each, right? So if I'm interested in, let's say, yes, 22 on the width and 20 on the height, I believe, is the official count there. So 22, meaning that I'm going back 1 and 2, so I'm going to be back to position 18, 17, I believe. I'm not sure. And same thing, and then the last one would be the entire vector for the third dimension, which is the color channels. So how do we get the color, the value, the RGB value, pretty much by doing this? So I'm going to say, in this case, height is the same. It's actually not 2, it's 4. So we're going to start at 4 here. And let's just not use this as a... Am I working on locating sprites right now? I'm working on inferring health information, right? Because that's going to be one critical thing in our reward function, regardless of what type of task we are. I think health is a pretty centric one. So every time we lose health, it's generally something that we did that's bad. So yeah, now we have to be able to read the HUD and read the hearts off of that HUD. So it's a little more complex than just like directly read, like just parsing sprites and stuff. And we try to find clever ways to do it that are not too computationally expensive, because we already have a lot of computationally expensive stuff going on, and we can't do that too much. Otherwise, our agent slows down, and if the agent slows down, then we're not going to be able to learn to play at a decent enough rate, and then it's not going to be possible to play the game, right? So it will never learn that. So it will learn to never walk through the doors that hurt you. Good call. However, what I did say is that the punishment is not going to be very significant if you have a good health pool. And if your health pool brings you closer to death, then it's going to be a little more punished. So maybe more how you would play it as a human. Would you go would you go in a curse room if you had like a heart and a half left, not knowing that it could just be troll bombs and spiders and stuff in there, right? So I think we're gonna have to make sure that this doesn't happen, of course, because good things can come out of these cursed rooms. I mean, it's just my idea of it, right? I'm not sure yet what's gonna be the call, because we're focusing on beating bosses right now. Like we're really that's the first step. Right, so if I say show me left pixel, hopefully it would look like something that's a little red. Yeah, that's definitely red-ish. Right, so RGB, red, green, blue. So that's a little integer vector that contains the RGB values for that specific pixel. That seems about right. Let's try the right pixel. We should have a similar color, if not exactly the same color. Yeah, almost the same. How do we want to handle this? So if they're not the same colors, I mean, it's fine, but it needs to be relatively similar. Do I need to go back to school if I want to do machine learning and have a BS in software engineering? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Depends. Okay, let me split that answer in two parts. Lucky. If you want to do research as your job, absolutely, you would probably need to go and do a master's in something that has to do with machine learning or AI. If you want to do work that implements machine learning algorithms, so applied machine learning, no, please don't, right? Please don't go back. You can definitely just start. I would say start working on projects that implements small or easy to grasp machine learning stuff. If you don't know what that is, like you can give me an idea of what you understand so far, and I could definitely give you pointers on the types of projects that you could work on. But no, if you want, so it really depends. Like I said, if you want to transition your career into something that's more just like research and pushing the field forward, advancing the field for everyone, that will require you to work in the academic sector, the research sector. You probably would need to go back to school for that, just to kind of join a lab there. But if you want to just start using machine learning stuff in your everyday work, then I don't think you need to go back to school at all. You would love to work at NVIDIA. Of course, NVIDIA is probably one of those companies that will look for people that have like a higher education. So it's not just like, yeah, I have this job and I can kind of stand out as an employee because I have machine learning skills. It's more like these guys are actually doing pushing the field forward quite a bit. So I think they would kind of look. I don't think I have the answer. Obviously, like I don't know. I'm not a recruiter for NVIDIA, right? So I don't know what they're looking for, but I would assume that they're looking for a little more like higher education people there. You went back to school to learn math and English? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But Lucky, do ask around, or do try to sniff around the job postings to see what they want if you'd like to work in NVIDIA. Like I said, they are definitely one of the companies that are trying to push to take the field a little further. That means a little more research. Research means a little more academia, right? So I would probably. They should charge me less for their GPUs. I know, right? It's kind of expensive. It's a great tool, however. If you can work and play with the same device, the same actual like piece of hardware, in my opinion, it's a great investment. If you just play or just work, it kind of seems expensive, but I'm happy because my like one GPU can do games and the type of work that I do. So it's a great piece of hardware to have around. But it is a big expense. Like when you just spend on that one thing, it does kind of hurt the wallet a bit. Damn it. Seems like it's not giving us the same values back based on which pixel. I don't know why, however, it kind of looks like the same thing, so I don't know. Interesting. Doesn't even look like there's shading. I don't understand why it would do this. In order to probably better understand, it would be nice to maybe do this. Up to 4, 17 forward, and the same thing here. So up to 4. And we're gonna do displays instead. Okay, I can work with this. And this is why you don't trust the matplotlib axes, because minus 0.5, yeah, sure. Right, so that's the right pixel. The right pixel is actually at the lower left corner, is the one I'm looking at. Seems to be a little too far down, if anything. Oh, I just changed the left one, that's why. Right. Yeah, I was expecting this. Thank you for that host, Lauren, by the way. I appreciate it. I thank people for the host now when it says 1, because from what I've seen, Streamlabs gets it wrong every single time. So regardless of how many people you're hosting with, it shows 1. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if I can get the same value, a little frustrating. It should give me. $236.04. Hello, doggy. So if I remove this, as long as it's a constant value that I can expect. I had 7 before I got off to dinner. Have a good stream. Thanks. Appreciate it. Like I said, music just ripped. Yay. Now let me fix that. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Like this is exactly why I said I never used to mention the host, because I like oh, you know, like someone's just like auto hosting or something. But I did learn that Streamlab doesn't get it correctly. Especially if you end your stream before you host, I think it's always going to show 1 no matter what. So if you want it to show the correct number, you have to host someone while you're still streaming, and then end your stream. Then it's going to show the correct numbers. From what I understood in Streamlabs, right? What's up, Slim? Hello. Right. So right pixel in this case. Why are you crying? Invalid dimensions for image data. Yeah, okay, because I'm just giving you a vector. I get that. Still shows the heart, says the 236, nice. And then for the left pixel, we're going to do the same process as we just did, just to make sure that we're, like I said, as long as the pixel values are constant, it doesn't really matter if they're not the same on the left and right. We can still work around that. Not too concerned. Right. How the hell am I doing? What? Left pixel is everything up to 4. Oh, that's... Yeah, okay. And 2 onwards. That's probably the other way around. It should be. Let me just... Yeah. Up to 2. Up to 3, maybe? Okay, now so it's this guy. That's not... Wait a second. This should be the same thing. I don't... What? The Y value should be exactly the same. If I say it's 22, so it should be 5. And then of course we don't want to display a single pixel. I want to do left pixel. Now it's the same color. Interesting. So if I say up to 5 here and try to display it again. So this is just your basic NumPy slicing, right? It's nothing too crazy. I'm just trying to look at the RGB vector, right? So the UN container that has the values for the RGB that make up a single color. So I'm just exploring the slices here, and I'm gonna extract that into a function that can kind of say, here's the color for the right hand of the heart, right? So something around here, and same thing with the left hand of the heart. We're gonna map a few valid colors, right? So if it's a red heart, if it's a soul heart, a black heart, and an internal heart, and that's it, right? We're gonna be able to say it's an empty heart container. There's no hard container in that position, or it's one of the values that we know of. Interesting. What the hell am I doing? This should be up to 3. Okay, there you go. Perfect. That's more like it. The value that I'm looking at is this guy here. So this is why 3.5 is correct. Right now it's gonna blow up. Doesn't matter. I can probably just print out both of them. Perfect. Now they have the same. For some reason, they have the same color. Are they always going to have the same color? Is the question. So let me switch to the second heart in the frame and try to see if the same values. It is. So we might be in luck. We might be in luck. Might just be in luck. All right, let's try to look at a soul heart for fun. Try to see what values come out of there. So in that frame, where is the soul heart? It's number 8. Heart number 8. In every case should be a soul heart. There you go. And now it tells me the pixel values for the 2. For some reason they're different. Could it just be a shading thing? It probably is. Right, it probably the white pixel here probably affects the value of the surrounding pixel a little bit. This is why this one might be a little different. And you'll see that overall the values for the left pixel are all higher. So they probably have a similar hue. They're just a little higher in terms of luminance, of brightness. So let's start working on the little mapping. Do you have all the regions for hearts predefined? Yes, we did that. Yes, userman, absolutely. So let's start by making a little mapping. All right, let's just say heart colors, and it could be technically a pseudo, I guess, constant. Just maybe a little dictionary. Yeah, I think most people would answer PyCharm to that question. Lucky. All right, so heart colors. Let's say. I almost feel like using. Yeah, almost feel like using. It's a question. It's a valid question to ask. Do I want to use the colors as the keys? I don't think so. I think it's better to use the section we're looking at. All right, so let's just say red, for example, red heart. So red. It's either red or normal. We have to figure it out. Hey, what's up, Mr. V Fusion? If you don't know V Fusion is a streamer in our miniature programming community on Twitch. So feel free to pay him a visit when he's live. I think he's usually live before I am on weekends. I don't know if it's every day. Okay, feel free to post your schedule. Totally down with that. Let's just say let's call it a normal heart. I don't want to use the normal. Just join stream and already sell out. No, it's all good. It's all good. When there are only dozens of us, we need to support each other. Key is better. It's better. You get what it is color, and you don't need to for each it. Yeah, exactly. No, a key is good, but the thing is, I could have used the color value. The problem is it's possible for a key to share a color, and then it just becomes like crap. So I would rather do this. If you say the key, the value. No, I would rather do this, to be honest. Like the other option is to do something different. I could do lefts, right? I could do lefts and rights, and then have the keys. Yeah, that's probably nicer in terms of like how we intend to process it after. It's not necessarily sexy when you look at it, but it's gonna help us narrow it down quite a bit, right? Got recently baited by NoSQL ideology misjoins. Right, lefts. And then I can use the colors. So we're gonna use the tuples for the colors, and then the key as a result. So I can probably say, and one other option is probably to have some sort of enumeration that stores, kind of defines the keys instead of just having the keys in there, but not a big deal. So I could say, listen, I know that when I look at a full heart, for example, this guy, our pixel values are going to be right here, this. So I can say 236, 0. Oops. Yeah, Sudoku. I think it's, unless, yeah, I think it's the meme actually that says Sudoku. So that would be mapped to, let's say, something like normal. Then I can do soul. I have soul. I have soul. Yes, I have a soul. I'm not a machine. Alright, so what's the left value here? It's this guy. How's the work going so far? We're getting closer to something that's going to be really fun. My goal is by the end of the weekend to have a full thing set up so that we can make boss arenas and train our AIs to beat specific bosses one by one. So that means that we're going to probably have some content during the week, which we usually do not have. And if you're the type of person that likes to just try to see some sort of AI evolve, then definitely you'll be able to check out the streams during the week. Just drop in at random intervals and just see how it's doing. That's kind of like the goal for the weekend. Right now, of course, we want to set it up so we can beat Monstro, just like the first boss. We have to a few prerequisites in this case, so that like knowing the health from the HUD, like the current health that the character has. So that we're currently working on this. Then we have a few adjustments to make to support Afterbirth Plus, because we did not have DLC the first time around. And once that's done, there's a final step that's going to have to be adding a region of the screen to read the boss's health bar. And with the boss's health bar, our own health, we have enough to build the reward function for the DeepQ network that we built. And that's it. That gets us going. And that's going to be the cool thing, right? Because then we're going to be able to kind of AFK this thing and just watch it evolve and try to see. Of course, there could be pain involved if you make a mistake. Just because you get the Q network stuff running and the neural net doesn't blow up. Maybe I made a mistake when I built the stacks, the frame stacks, stuff like that. It's definitely possible that we won't learn properly. So I don't want to do any type of early celebration. But what's cool is that we're going to be able to let it run and evolve, right? Dark Souls agent. Damn. This man is not wishing me well right now. Like, let me tell you that. Let's start with let's start with simpler stuff. I think someone like I really like the person that said FTL. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. I don't know if you're still here, but I really like FTL as a suggestion for the next one. Of course, like the more interesting games are to people, the more people have played a game, the more it's interesting also to watch. FTL is definitely one of those games where most people have played it. Dark Souls is also one of those, but I mean, the complexity of the 3D game is insane. We could always take a crack at it using only reinforcement learning, but I'm still scared. I'm still scared. Also, Serpent.AI, sorry I missed that terror. Small question: does this framework work on MMORPGs too, or only? Well, it would work. It would work, but I would not encourage to use this in multiplayer like games. Of course, you don't want to get like banned if you make an agent. It would be super fun for just the intellectual curiosity of doing it. Right? It would be super fun to say, hey, can we do it? But if it's against the terms of the games you're playing and you get banned, like I mean, that's going to be bad. There's no. So that's why I'm not going to recommend it. I mean, the only place I would play multiplayer is contacting a game developer before and letting them know, hey, I have this project. Are you down with me doing something special with it? You know, that's it. If the bot learns to pause, we're golden. There you go. There you go. I want to be that. Oh no. You guys are really mean. Like seriously. But FTL is a good candidate. I like that. I really like it as the next game. Yeah, no, I know. The thing is, like, if they detect that, I don't think they would detect it anyway. If it's your own little thing. If it's your own little thing, it might not trip up like their detection stuff. But don't make it available is all I'm saying. Because if you make it available, then it becomes a problem. By the way, just setting up my project, I'm just telling you, it's gonna deter most cheaters in the world. Because setting this thing up is probably super complicated. Let's try to get a black heart. I know I have one. Yeah, 7. Perfect. Let's also get the left value for... Man, if I was remotely smart, I would do both segments at the same time. Turn-based game where... Yeah, exactly, right? That's also my thing, right? Yeah, sort of like FTL. FTL, there are real-time sections, but there are also like turns, so it's kind of it learns to pause. Exactly. Yeah. Well, we can definitely force the knowledge to pause. Whoops, normal. Damn it. All right, soul is the other color. This one. All right, trust me, guys. We're never gonna run out of content in terms of games. Like that's never gonna happen. There are so many more games like every day that get released that could be good candidates to be played by this thing. Alright, let's do the black heart. That's 7 in our HUD. Oops, nope, what? Bad. Alright, cool. Alright, so two grays. Oops, there you go. And this is where using the color information is crucial, because of course using grays like this on a grayscale would be pretty bad. Factorio? Damn. I would love it, because I love Factorio. And they are supposedly making a OpenAI universe enabled version of what's that again? Damn it! I have a blank right now. I hate that. Crusader case. Yeah, that's gonna take forever. Playing Factorial, yeah. Factorial would be fun, but it's a very, very complex game. Even for especially for AIs. Very, very complex. Any games where you have to plan a chain of events in advance is very, very difficult for AI. Right? So if I have to, in Factorial, I have to do something in order to do something else. And that makes it really, really difficult because this is getting closer to actual intelligence where you have to plan out your actions in advance. And this is a typo. All right, so what are 63 for the left? Is it black? What's the actual term here? I would rather stay close to the official terms. They call them red hearts. Nice. All right, soul black. Okay, cool. All right, let's call them the actual thing in this case. Nothing can be complex preset. No, trust me, it can. Apparently, calculating offsets for sprites is difficult for me, so I wouldn't go all in on that one. Just say that. Red. I'm just changing it so it's actually reflects the name that they use in the game wiki. And the other one is 48. Right, so 48. So this is kind of like my eating segment where I still code, but we don't do soul-crushing hard stuff. Black, right? Cool. What else? Finally, it was the Eternal Heart that I was looking for, mostly. And the Eternal Heart is... And I think with my approach, I don't even care about the second frame I collected. As long as I can find it's in 6, right? So Eternal Heart is never going to be on the left. Damn it, I'm losing my spot. It's actually in the browser, yeah. So Eternal Hearts are only going to be on the right, ever. And if we load how to heart 6 in our example frame, oops, I can't let go of shift apparently. It's difficult. And we look for our pixel color. It's a pure white in this case on the right. So pure white is maybe eternal. Well, the gold heart is not really something I would want to consider, just because it only adds a kind of like an outline. So whatever you see as gray here, it would be kind of like a yellowish, goldish color. But it doesn't change how the heart works, right? So you still, let's say it's a full heart, but it has that has the golden heart surrounding it. If you lose that heart, then the mechanic of the gold heart kind of comes into play. So it's going to give you money for losing the gold heart. But the gold heart itself is not something I need to know about necessarily. In terms of saying, are we losing health or gaining health, right? I don't care that much. But it is part of the mechanics, let's not get that wrong. Absolutely part of the mechanics. Just use the goddamn paint. This is Eternal. And I think that's gonna be it for the actual like mapping. Then I can do something interesting, if I may say so myself. And kind of just go over the hearts in the bar and try to make a mapping of what we have, right? Doing so much color-related stuff that you recognize none of their hex value, yeah, that's kind of cool. What does the gold heart do? It's a pickup, right? That adds a golden halo around, well, the shape of a heart. And when you lose that heart container, while you use the heart that's contained in that heart container, it gives you money. That's it. How many heart types are there? Like, there's a lot. If you just go to the wiki here, like it's kind of ridiculous. But that's the pickups. But in terms of types, It's mostly red, soul, black. There's eternal, and then there's the gold that we just discussed, right? You might want to check that the half red. Yeah, okay, I could always do that. Indeed. Speaking of money, something else to look at for rewards. Yes, absolutely. Not for beating bosses. So I'm going to keep it simple for now. But when we're going to look at the entire game, of course, the number of pickups you have changing is going to be a plus. It's going to be definitely something to reward the player for. What's going to be interesting is see those rooms that have spikes and then rewards behind the spikes. It's gonna be interesting to see how the agent kind of deals with that, because it might eventually just always hit the spike and decide to never go further, further, just because it hit a spike. It's like, oh no, I lost health when I touched that thing, so I'm not gonna go back. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it works. Yeah, exactly. It just won't matter for bosses, but it's not like it doesn't matter for the entire game. Now I'm focusing on a subsystem. It's just the bosses, because bosses is a great way to validate that what we're doing is working. It's also an low-hanging fruit in terms of why is the glass saying got it? I just saw that. Is that just me? Why does the glass say got it in on the stream? Is that, oh, got it? Okay, it's from the website. Never mind. Transparency. All right, I was scared for a second. I was like, what is this? Yeah, I'm gonna eat a bit. You're right. You guys are right. I just like this stuff, right? Yeah, I know. It's just it happens to line up perfectly with the bottom of the glass. I was like, what is this new feature? All right, like I said, like now we can test it out. Yeah, we did want it. Okay, Gusler said like you might want to check the full. So that's the second frame we had, just to make sure that it's not shaded differently, because of course that would be bad. I would do this in the notebook. I'm gonna load up the other frame instead, so frame 2 to have the other sample. There we go. I don't think it would be different in this case. Yeah, it's still 255 to 55. However, good point. Wait. I need a clarification. I need a clarification on from people that know the game very well. If I have a full heart with an internal heart like segment, if I get hit, do I only lose the eternal heart, or do I lose the half a heart also? Is it both at the same time, or is this just like a buff, like a protection on top, right? Kind of need to know this. Yes. Yes, what's the context required? Context required, guys. Yes. It counts as a half a heart protection. Interesting. Interesting. Damn it. However, I'm just thinking. Shit. How we're gonna deal with the rewards in that case? I can't treat it exactly the same way. You broke the game today? Let me check that out. Where's my mouse on my second monitor? How did that happen? How did you break it? Exactly, it's like 1.5 in one space. What's the food? The food is it's the same. I always eat the same thing mostly. I have like 2 variants of what I eat on stream. It's like poutine, right? And it has it's like a Lebanese, I guess, twist on poutine. So it has like garlic potatoes instead of French fries. It still has the gravy, still has the cheese, the little cheese curds, but it also has chicken, beef, a bunch of spices, and a few herbs in it. Right? So not necessarily the best thing for your health, poutine. Yeah, it's pretty good. No, exactly. We don't have to. We don't have to pull to cover all the nuances. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna stop. And this is definitely something that I'm trying to get better at. Like, not always like drop everything just because we thought of an edge case. I still want to get to a demoable state over the weekend. So I'm not gonna say, well, we have to rethink everything now. No. Berserk, that depends on what you think is more important. I don't think anyone can make that call but you. Yeah, you like that food, huh? Yeah, I know. Serpent chef and cooking? Yeah, sure. I could do it. Maybe one day. I'm thinking of doing something potentially special for, like, I don't want to do milestones too much, but maybe at 1,000 followers I want to do something special. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to think of something that could be cool or interesting. Serpent.AI used ignore edge case. It was super effective. Nice. Yes, more exactly. And I'm about to do this right now. Now that I have my mapping and my way of reading that stuff. Now I can make a function to read out the hearts from a frame. So let's build that right now. Right. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but then we can set them. We can set these guys to like none or something. And well, I would also probably need the value for a heart container, an empty heart container. I didn't think of this. It's probably another one to add because we don't want to know that there's the heart container there. Till one node stops understanding my hammer. That's a good metric. That's an interesting metric. You can't get it because it's transparent. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a static color. Indeed. So maybe just focus on the colors that we know here. That's it. That's all. Eat. I'm getting bit orders now. But thanks for the 100 bits. I do appreciate it. I have to follow the bit order that says eat the command. So this is Twitch plays Serpent with food. You can just give bits, total sellout mode to get me to do some actions on stream. I also want to get paid for. Yeah, in this case, I think just looking for the colors, we're going to be... Let's try it out right now. Okay? We're going to build a function. Right, so I'm going to say def frame to, like, let's say hearts. Beautiful function name. That's not going to make it to the framework, trust me. Absolutely not. But just for now. And we're going to pass in the frame. And that's it. Eating in front of the PC, that's a programmer. Like, well, sadly, it kind of is. It's true. Freshu, you're correct there. Because if I calculate that my my makeup of hearts, let's say it's 8, I have 8 halves, including an eternal heart. If I lose the eternal heart, I still have 8 halves. Also drink. All right, here you go, drinking. This is gonna go wrong really quickly if I keep it up. It's gonna be like strip. Like, do something stupid. Am I married? No. You think if you think this is married life right now, like eating this junk food while streaming 10 hours a day, like I wouldn't be married very long if I did that. I wouldn't be married very long if I did that, like 10 hours a day on the weekends. Let's just say that. Well, it's easy to forget about the food because there's interesting problems to solve, right? Right? I guess I have to feed into my bad habits. Yes? Yes? Tell me that I'm right. Tell me that I'm correct. Alright, let's have this in there. Of course, I'm not a fan of redefining it every time, so it would live somewhere else eventually. But for now, I'm not going to redefine this every time we execute the function. That would just be, well, you know, might as well do this. And I love when I do this. This is my favorite thing about, like, when I'm like, I'm not going to care about this, but actually I really do care, so let me fix it right away. I do this so much. So much. No, you're wrong? Who's wrong? Who's wrong? Me? Yeah, exactly. I care. I don't. That's the thing, right? I don't treat the hearts in a special way. I don't treat the red hearts different than soul hearts or black hearts. I don't care. I don't really care in a sense, because technically, when you deplete your hearts, no matter what the heart type it is, you're gonna be dead. So it doesn't really matter. Mess. Yes, me. I'm wrong about what? The married life? Is that what you're gonna say? Well, in that case, if I'm wrong, you have to get a partner that really understands, really understands this type of pursuing hobbies like super hardcore like this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is what I was planning to do Freshu in the first place. Oh, about the coding. About the coding being more important. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to eat, goddammit. Stop giving me edge cases while I'm eating, because now my brain just, you know how it works. You know how that works. Like, you give a programmer a problem and just like, and then you just get overwhelmed and you don't do whatever you're supposed to do anymore. So stop giving me edge cases. The man's gotta eat. We are gonna handle, I did already explain, guys, I know you're trolling, but I did already explain how I was gonna manage to probably do devil deals. It's just, the closer you are to death, the bigger the punishment. So if you have a good health pool, I'm not gonna care as much if you lose half a heart than if you are almost dead. Right? So this is how devil deals could still happen, is just say, if I can afford it right now, I would do it. Alright, let's say, kind of like what we did in our code. I am eating, I just can't eat like non-stop eater. I'm a slow eater in general. This guy, excuses, I know. So this guy, I want to bring it back because it was useful. All-nighter without caffeine. That's like actually a good call. Like, Berserk, you might be like not sure about this, but caffeine and sleep cycles not a good idea. Not a good idea. Suggesting to give more bits. Yeah, no, please. Yeah, no. The bits are there for the viewers' entertainment only. Serpent, what's the meaning of life? Yeah, let me stop eating and just ponder. If I stop eating, I get more bits. Yeah, the bits are the rewards. You guys see, this is a big experiment. This is a big experiment. Like, if I get a positive, damn it! All right, so now I learned that what I just did. Okay, guys, this is reinforcement learning, the meta reinforcement learning. I just learned that what I did worked, was positive, because I got the reward as a result. Absolutely. You guys understand? That's the thing, right? At least I'm getting you guys to understand high-level reinforcement learning. Hello, dog. Yeah. Cup denies your bits. Just like, nope. All right, so for every, like I said, for every label, for The dog is enjoying my food, the food smell very much right now. Let me tell you, I'm not enjoying the smell I'm getting back in return, however. Left-hand coding, right-hand in heart labels. All right, and so for every label, then we already have that function. It's just in pieces everywhere. It's not a big deal. Let's say I would want to probably get a game instance also in that function. So let's add that game. Then I can say for this guy, for this little this guy, to extract the image because we have access to that game region. So that's using heart label. Trolls cup across. Nah, you can't do that. Soon he's gonna be eating all the time. Uh-oh. That's not good. It's not good. I already see the first attempts. Yeah. I didn't like your closing bracket with the debated. Strap feeding. Yeah. I'm gonna hire. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna hire someone. You'll read on Arno sleep when you need to stay awake. Yeah. Nah, I don't read on Arno's. I don't think. No. Nope. Nope. Screen region. Yep, that's good. That's gonna give us our heart image. Once we have our heart image, then we're able to do extracting the right and left pixels. Fine. I love it. By the way, I love it because you guys are kind of learning the basics of reinforcement learning through Twitch interactions. So I can't say I ever expected that, but interesting. And let's add a little bit of context here, like, oh, okay. And of course, people like left to right, so let's indulge them a little bit. Right heart. We're trying to lower the amount of OCD here, if we can. Eat whole bowl. The thing is, I'm not gonna eat the entire thing anyways, right? Because it's too much. So I'm not gonna eat the entire thing. Probably gonna finish it later. After the stream. And let's say hearts. Well, there's a problem, because what happens when I run out of food with your system, guys? What happens when I run out of food, when the bowl is actually empty? That's gonna mess up the system. Alright, that's it. Yeah, we're just hanging out here, hoping for some debris to fall over. Sure. You can eat from the bit bowl. Okay, so it's reversible. Okay. All right, so I have my pixels that I need to look up the tuple of this. So this probably needs to be converted to a tuple. Yes, indeed, it needs to be, because the only way an iteration is a valid dictionary key is if it's immutable. Therefore, it needs to be a tuple. Sorry. All right. After that, we're gonna say, all right, well, look up let's say hearts. So it's not the nicest function in the world, right? But we're at least gonna, it's a little, let's call it a proof of concept function there. We're gonna append from heart colors, right? And in this case, it would be left. Dot get, and then just pass our left heart pixel. Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah, thank you. Same thing for the rights. And that would append none if it's not found. If the color is not found, it would append none. And then what we're going to do in order to get our list, our full list, is just just filter out the nuns from the list. That's it. Then we know how many half hearts we have total, right? Return inside, obviously. Hearts. So it's going to be a list of labels and nuns. Labels and nuns. Is that Jupyter Notebook? Yes, it is. It's just a Jupyter Notebook that has a theme applied to it. All right, so let's execute this function definition and then say, let's try it out. Frame to hearts using the current frame and the game instance. Anyone liking it? How about that? How about that? And if you want to see the frame for reference, I could do skimage.io .im show. Trigger warning for improperly named functions. It's a little too late because I already called it, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to get better at that. And then there we go. All right, so this is what we have. We have a red. Technically, we should have 10 reds. So let's go and see this. Red. Then a half a red, eternal, success. Black. Soul, half a soul. No. Seems pretty good. I won't lie, seems pretty good. And it didn't take that long, right? I got a full size frame in there, and I got all my. So how do I know how many, let's say, units of health I have? I just need to, like I said, filter out the nuns and get the so let's say my current health is going to be equal to the length of this. And we did see a trick. We did see a trick last time. And what was that? It was filter using none is any. Is that it? I was a little hopeless. Nah, of course not. Of course, we knew where we're going. I make jokes, but generally we have an idea. You will see it on my face, okay? When there's genuine despair, you will see. You will absolutely see it in my face. Like if I look like I'm having a good time, I'm just like in a good mood. If I don't look desperate and tired and pissed off, like I'm just joking. I know where we're going. However, it is totally possible, absolutely possible, that I would be eventually discouraged about something. Definitely possible. Yeah, so let's use our latest little trick that we learned, right? And that is none.any. Is that on the filter? I don't remember. No, sorry. Whoa. What am I doing? It's none.any here. I don't know which one is faster in this case. Interesting. Always happy. That's because I always know what I'm. No, I'm just kidding. I don't always know what I'm doing. Absolutely not. Yeah, let's try that one fresh. It's not a bad idea. A length of, in this case, it would be frame to hertz. And frame and game. Frame and game. Minus, and you did Oh, damn it. Okay, now I would rather get the... Yeah, let's get the hearts first. With the function call. And then length of hearts minus hearts. Like, I like that one. The count none. And then say what is our current health, pretty much. So let's say print the hearts. I could do that after. And there you go. So we have 19 little pieces of health. Super intelligent alien. Ah, nice. I'm glad that my my human axing skills are getting better. I'm an alien. I was like, what are people interested in on Earth? Like video games. Oh yeah, that seems like a winning combination to get people interested in my agenda. All right, so 19 pieces of health. I think that's pretty accurate. I would have to verify it, but yeah, no real reason why that would be wrong. Cool. Took a nice nap. Damn, I'm jealous. I like naps. All right, let's go for this. Let's add this properly in there. So where is that function going to live? It's going to live into our frame processing module inside of the plugin for the game agent, because that's not something that we can use outside of the Binding of Isaac, obviously. So let's add a few things in there. Yeah, I think you're right. However, Canist, yeah, you are. Indeed, it's always going to be 24 because we look at at the pixel for every. Yeah, you're right. We can definitely make this happen. Yep. All right. So this is the function, of course, I'm going to be interested in adding to our frame processing stuff for Isaac. Napping, eating, until it's finally made. Nice. What a life. What a life. All right, frame processing. Do we have some sort of, I don't know, structure in here? I don't think so. So I'm just gonna add. I think I would prefer adding my constants or my pseudo constants, because it's not like Python actually supports constants. I'm gonna add them more at the top, and then let's just say that function that we just did. I mean, frame to hearts is. I did say it was not gonna make it, but it kind of grew on me. I think the name grew on me. I'm okay. Unless you feel like I'm doing something really unforgivable. The name of the function grew on me, so it's gonna stay there. That's fine. It's just not processing this. Yep. Anything else that we don't have? Not really. Return hearts. Yep, could return. Totally knew it would make it. Oh, you're starting to understand the Serpent.AI psychology here. Just like I don't want people complaining as I'm doing it. So I'm like, yeah, trust me, guys, it's not gonna make it like that. And then I'm just like, yeah, I try to sneak it in. I'm just like, yeah, it's gonna make it because it's fine. No constants, mind blown. Yes, indeed, no constants. So people use capital letter, like actually capitalized variable names. To kind of say, hey, it's a constant, but it's more like a convention. It's not like there is a proper constant. But it's not about, it's a module. It's a module, okay? Not the end of the world. I don't really care. It's just like a supporting module. Who cares if it's named frame to hearts? Like, I think it's very obvious that it's a... I mean, look at the other guys. Like, get room layout type, get map grid image data. Like, it's all sorts of like loosely named functions in a module. I don't think it's a bad idea. Could return a health object with counts and property for current health. Yes, absolutely. Do I want to do it right now? No. Are we going to do it when we do the actual play of the game? I think so. Yes. I don't want to derail like and starting to make a little object for game health and then player health and then kind of like getting more ideas and then working on this, not having the time to finish what we want, right? The amount of justification. Well, it's still you guys know that it doesn't matter how much you get like frustrated. I'm still the one that operates this thing, right? So if you're like, oh my god, I'm having fun. It's my way of having fun with you guys also. Like, I'm gonna make something that everyone's gonna dislike, and then everyone's gonna everyone's like, not like this, no. I'm just like, it's my way of having fun. You guys can troll in the chat. I can do this. Can I stop when I return the first none? No, absolutely not, because half empty hard containers count as none. And just to illustrate that very quickly, if I change the image in this setup right here, back to frame, and I do the rest, you'll see that there are nuns before, right? So no, in this case it would not work. Yep, exactly. You can have stuff in the middle. Because the thing, it's not just hard containers. Like if you're taking a Zelda-like type of thing, where you have hard containers that can be filled. No, it's not that. It's just like the soul hearts and stuff exist outside of your hard containers that you actually have, right? I want something in the method introduction code get super magic filter. Yeah? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And now we're going to do something extremely simple. Just to prove that it's actually working, we're going to get it to output stuff to the console while we're playing. All right, so nothing too crazy. Let's say subprocess call clear, which is going to clear our terminal, right? So clear, cool, and then we're going to print out the current health. Well, two things, right? Let's just say hearts, same thing as we had before, or health, whatever you call it, doesn't really matter. And that's going to be coming from frame processing. Therefore, frames to hearts should be available right away because we include everything coming from frame processing right here. And then we're going to pass the game frame.frame. So that's the game frame object that has representations as properties. So the full color frame is .frame, and self.game for the game instance. And that's going to give us our hearts. We can feel free to print out the hearts and also print out the current health. For example, current health, and say that's going to be the string of 24 minus len of arts. There we go. Yeah, I'm actually missing a bracket here. And time.sleep.1, maybe not. Maybe in this case we can go relatively fast. Let's say 0.1. Then we just need to restart the game. Should you not distinguish an empty from a none? Eventually, maybe, but for beating the boss right now, it doesn't really matter. And let's just say that, like, the AI, if it eventually figures out that it gets a reward from picking up a heart, yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. What happens? This is funny, actually. What happens if it learns that picking up a heart is a good thing? And I'm not talking for the boss, right? Now, what happens if it learns that picking up a heart is a good thing, but you're already full, and it always sees the heart on the screen? Is it gonna? Yeah, I did land hearts. I'm an idiot. Sorry. It's the filter. Yes. Thank you for that. I did miss it. So it's a filter. And it's hearts.count none, sorry. I mixed up the two. Before we had the 24, that was length of hearts, so that's count none. Thank you for that one, I did miss it. All right, let's try to play this thing and see if it can give us our counts now. Visual debugger, I don't really need it. Be gone. All right. Go, go, go. You can do it. There we go. Nice. Current health. All right, let's see if it works properly. Like if I just jump on the spikes. Don't do it. 17. If I pick up this soul heart, 19. I'm just messing with it. I want to see if it... Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, none, and then iterable. Yeah, I know. I was wrong just because I for some reason I forgot that the iterable comes second. I think our system is relatively quick, both quick, and of course it could be even quicker than that. Just because I'm sleeping for 100 milliseconds here. If I remove the sleep, it would be even quicker at detecting the changes. I think we did a good job there for now. Of course, eventually detecting, differentiating none from other stuff, from like a empty like a hard container, might be useful. But for giving out rewards right now, I think it's perfect. So I think we can scratch this one off the list. The only thing I would do is probably to try to run it in semi-real time, if we can. Success indeed. In this case, I think we can celebrate. I think it's fine. I think it's the time to celebrate. And I have the blood bank, so I can start messing with our stuff. Absolutely. So look at that. You want to see 18 instead of 19? Oop. And I lost the Eternal Heart. That's why it's still 19. There you go. 18, 17. It's almost instantly as I press it. It just goes down. So system is very, very fast and relatively accurate. I would say mostly accurate. And having the current health, right? Having the current health is going to help us shape the reward for the bosses. So that's part one of the requirements. Now we have to focus on adopting Afterbirth Plus a little better. And once we have our Afterbirth support, like basically detecting our deaths and navigating menus and stuff like that, then we can start focusing on building a piece of code that will set up the boss arena for us. Right? And setting up the boss arena is pretty much as simple as go to special room boss and say I want Monstro, for example. I could type out Monstro, or I could type out the numerical ID in this case. And when I do this, then it puts me in the room with Monstro. And there we go. Right, so now I have an arena, I have my health system, and of course now I have a lot of devil deals because I cheated my way there. That's not gonna happen. Now it does give you a boss reward, but it doesn't let you go to the next floor because it's not the actual boss. Alright, health system, I'm really happy with the health system, just because I thought it was going to be honestly more complicated than this, but we figured out a simple way of doing it. So it doesn't seem to mess up at all, and it gives us a good idea. If you just want to have a basic measurement of if our health went up or down, we can, right? So see 16, 18, 17, because it fills the other empty. If I hit the spikes, 15, and so on and so forth. Good health system in place. Let's focus on Afterbirth Plus support right now. It's gonna be the next one. I'm gonna take a mini break. Just put the full food in the fridge. I'm gonna fill my water, and I'll be back. It's gonna take less than 5 minutes for sure. See you then. All right, we're back. We're back. Welcome back. And I was just thinking of something. Pretty cool. The main place where our menu break, our actual context classifier breaks, is in the menus. But I was thinking, I still want to fix it. Obviously, I'm going to want to fix this. But for tonight, to get closer to our goal of having the boss arena, do I care about the menus? Not really. I mean, I can manually get Isaac to the game floor. I can just hit a restart on this, right? And do whatever we need to do to get to the boss, like this, and then start the training session right here. So all I need to make sure is that the context classifier can identify that we're dead. All right, so let's try that out quickly. And that's a huge shortcut if we can take it. Maybe I'm gonna fix it tomorrow on tomorrow's stream. Like we're gonna start, you know, as a warm up. Probably start by doing fixing the context classifier. So it's a neural network. In case you've never really seen this, the context classifier is a neural network that takes entire game frames and is able to give us a label and say. Basically, we trained it. We gave it all sorts of labeled images to say this is the menu. This is when you're in the intro, this is when you're picking a character, this is when you're dead, this is in the game, and then it can give us, from the frame, we feed the neural net that frame that we got, and it can tell us, hey, you're in game right now. When we installed Afterbirth Plus, because I did not have that in the beginning, sorry, I did not have that in the beginning, the menu layouts changed. There's a few things that changed in the character selection and so on and so forth. So it broke our previous context classifier. And not only the context classifier, like the context classifier itself is not that broken, but it broke the actions that we scripted to do when we were in the menu, for example. So I'm gonna have to revise that, but it's definitely not essential to make progress towards building a little boss arena thing. If the AI beats that boss, I'll eat my own socks? Are you sure you want to make that bet? Are you sure? Like, I'm that little pop-up confirmation on your computer right now. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to make that bet? Please, I want you to answer yes or no. You can say no without shame right now. The shame is going to be if you say yes and you lose. All right, we're gonna add a new context, and instead of calling it game train, we're gonna call it boss train. All right, just to work in a clear space. Okay, no, but only because I don't like the taste. It's like there you go. Well, I can respect someone that admits that they want to change their mind. It's okay. When presented with the facts, you haven't been presenting with the facts, you could still be right, technically, right? It's totally possible that it's gonna crap out and not work correctly. Speaking of crapping out, I think the dog let one out because it, whoo, damn, what's going on, doggy? Whew, it's brutal. All right, so we're gonna call it boss train. Choo, and add a setup block for this. We are going to need a setup block. Oops. All right, so we're starting to be a little more familiar with our setup in the framework. Just setting up new parts. Told you not to make me laugh, dying, coughing again. Was it the choo or the dog fart that got to you? Oh man, this is. I don't want to, but this is like, I don't know if you guys have dogs, you know, like it can get pretty bad, and this is just it right now. This is wow, man. The dog, yes. Yeah, if you have a dog, you know what like the single deadly fart is from a dog. Like you know that, right? And it's pretty brutal. Whew. Man, it's like you ever think one of your own farts is bad? Like you haven't smelled dog farts. Like, let me tell you that. Okay, so let's work on the setup blocks. What we want to do with setup play, it's pretty much setting up the same thing as setup play in this case. I mean, is it literally setup play? Not exactly. So let's add that in. It's kind of like a blend of both, I would say. It's like a mix of having the context classifier and. I mean, can I just be lazy and say do setup play and setup game train at the same time? Silent killer, yeah. Mine is bad. Is you're talking about your fart or you're talking about your dog? Yeah, I know, right? But I think she probably just like looks around like and says like, who did that? Like, I don't think she's conscious of the my fart. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quote: "The mush mouth mushy, my fart, 2017." There you go. Let's add that to the book of quotes. My fart. All right, so like I said, it's a blend of both. Can we cheat? I think we can. Who likes cheating? I like cheating. We're just gonna make a setup that calls both other setups. So let's say for boss train setup. So handle, setup. I don't know, we're gonna get it. It's okay. Boss train. Setup boss train. We're gonna call two things. We're gonna say self dot setup play and self dot setup game train. So that's going to set up two things. It's going to set up a context classifier in the machine learning models. It's going to use our previously trained context classifier so that we're able to inherit the context. And it's also going to set up whatever we did here to set up the DQN agent and the neural network that we're going to want to train as we play. Wait, so code reuses? Yeah, I know. I'm just having fun. Dog sense of. And I like how MoveBot is just like, hey, now after that comment, it's a nice time to drop in some knowledge on chat. Like after my dogs love cat poop, let's just say Serpent.AI is building a framework that. I don't know. I'm having fun right now. Might be going insane, but. All right, so we're doing both setups. That's going to give us access to two models. One that is already trained, and one that we're going to train as we build it. There is one thing. Right now, when I'm persisting, I'm actually saving the models to disk, the actual weights, I mean, to disk for the boss. Well, in the game train stuff. Oh no, it's okay. We're gonna make a handle game boss train. Perfect. There's gonna be a lot of code copy here that's gonna be happening, but it's okay. All right, where is this? Handle train, and I need to insert mine before the next. Perfect. All right, so let's do def handle boss train. All right, we're gonna get the boss from the config file, Freshu's favorite config file. Not this one, because this one is formatted properly, but this one. Yeah, I was gonna need. I'm gonna try to go fast tonight because I want people to see stuff happening. But yes, of course, I'm not gonna repeat all the code. As much as I can extract outside of that game train, I will. I will probably make some generic stuff in the framework to use DQNs if you're not like very familiar with them, you're going to be able to work with them, right? So let's just make a few tweaks here. I'm going to say the mode, right? The frame handler mode that we're going to use this boss train. And we're going to add a boss key here. So just say boss. And then we can either say monstro, sorry, see French keyboard, there you go. We can either say monstro as a string in a way that works with the console here. So if I say go to boss.monstro, I believe that is still valid. Nope, you have to use the ID. Okay, fine. And of course, it would make sense to also build a module that has like a mapping of all the bosses. So then I can use a string and use the ID. But tonight we're running short on time. I think we have like an hour and a half left. I want to really try hard to stick to that 8 hours instead of 10, if I can, because we're gonna have more content. Like overall, like I said, like the weekend slots are gonna be shorter, but overall the channel is gonna be live way more now. So let's try to really focus in on zeroing in on that 8 hours and not overdoing it. So I want to leave on something cool, positive that we can look at. So I'm just going to leave the boss ID in there for now, right? And all the refactoring, all the stuff that we want, like shooter mappings and using direct IDs, we're gonna start the day. So I think it's a pattern that I like now. We're gonna always start the day with more like refactoring stuff, right? So either refactoring or smaller tasks just to get into the beat, and then we're gonna try to do one thing that's a little more complicated, and then trying to get something visual going for the end. All right, so that's a stream format for coding that I kind of think is gonna be fine. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if you agree or disagree. You can feel free to state your opinion there. But I think it's like a decent stream format. Like we start with simple code tasks, a bit of refactoring here and there, and then kind of work on a core problem for a bunch of hours, and then finish on something that's visual. I think it's just a nice. It's like the reward at the end, right? It's like the little reward that we did some code, and then we get to enjoy watching something happen. All right. So boss train, all good. And any type of handler always receives a game frame. So let's make sure that we... All right, two things now. We have to merge a few things. Of course, extracting functionality is going to become key. Absolutely key. It's 3 a.m. for me, so this... Well, the thing is, you're not going to see the boss be... Okay, let's just set the expectations straight. You're not going to see the boss being beat, like, right now. It's going to take until, like, tomorrow or something for the boss to truly be beat. If it works out well, let's just say that. If it seems to start off and not crash or anything, I could stop the stream, start it again so it's a different VOD, and maybe leave it on overnight. Right? I have nothing against that. If it actually works, I'd be fine with that. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nothing against it. But it needs to be in a demo. I will never do, let's look at Isaac doing something static. It needs to be learning, right? It needs to be in a state that makes sense. But just to be clear, in case you guys are wondering, it's not going to learn to beat the boss in like 10 minutes, right? That's not how it works. Like these things converge over a matter of hours and days, not minutes, right? But the reward should be that we get to see Isaac go in set up the whole boss arena thing and start contributing training samples to the model, right? So that should be it. If Isaac dances weirdly around the boss and the game resets on that would be a nice finish. That's exactly what we're aiming for, right? That you nailed it. That we're aiming for that. That's the goal, and it's going to be the goal at the expense of nice code. But we're gonna start the day by refactoring this tomorrow. Since we don't have really like a lot of outstanding tasks, I think retraining the neural net will take maybe like 10-15 minutes. Then we can start looking at code reuse in our handlers, because we're starting to bloat this thing kind of crazily. So we're definitely gonna be able to share some functions, extract the deep neural network stuff to the framework, But we can all do this tomorrow. Right now I'm going to go like as fast as I can from point A to Z just so we get something visual for the end, right? So if you can, do stick around because you're going to get to see something interesting. All right. I'm interested in the context detection bit. How I was doing this was using the SSIM, right? So we're using the SSIM to detect if there's a rough, like a huge change in structural similarity between two frames. And every time we see a rough change in structural similarity, we reevaluate the context and see, hey, maybe it's a new context now because there was a big change in. I take your word for it. Yeah, see, now I can't disappoint, but people, right? All right. I think we're gonna get at least, like, if it works, regardless of if it works in an interesting way or not, we're still gonna get a good laugh or a good chuckle out of it. So there's no real losing here, right? Stop reading chat and getting done. Yeah, Swift Rage, that's a new one. That's a new one. And the dog is contributing farts. So that's gonna be pretty good. This is the SSIM thing. Then if the FSIM, this is just the little cache bit. Do we really care about? Yeah, no, we only care about this part here, right? This is gonna need to be inside. So of course, bear with me. A lot of copy and pasting gonna happen now. We're gonna refactor all of this tomorrow. And this time I'm not trying to dodge the refactor. It's gonna be very, very needed, much needed. No lollygagging. Is that an Elder Scrolls reference? The guards? Or am I just stuck in my own little bubble with my own references? Alright, so cool. This is all there already. Game buffer, previous game frame. Right, so if it's there, if it's not there, there's no SSIM. Cool, compare the SSIM of the current frame and the previous one. Right, so if there's no game context, or if the SSIM is like I said, like under a certain threshold, so there's a big difference in structural similarity, then we're gonna say set the previous context to the game context, and then we're gonna say predict using the neural net the new context. And of course, if I have this block right here, we're gonna have to say, why was I doing the previous context bit? I need to know that. I need to know why I was actually storing this. Is it because later on in the thing I was using previous context? No. I'm not sure about this assignment. You know, I was making let's be real, I was making a lot of fun for people that were making useless assignments, but which Elder Scrolls is your fav? I mean, I have so many good memories of Morrowind. Definitely not Oblivion in my case. And I also enjoy Skyrim a lot, modded mostly. But it's the same in every case. But vanilla Morrowind I played so much. So I think Morrowind would have to be the answer to that question, just because I played so much vanilla Morrowind before even modding it. And the same can be said for Skyrim, right? The Skyrim I did play one playthrough vanilla, and that was kind of it. I was just like, nah, I want to stick to playing this game. I need mods. Morrowind was different. Morrowind I played a lot of vanilla Morrowind. We only care about this fart here. Yeah, well, I did introduce the concept of farts. I mean, who doesn't enjoy like levitation? I mean, never forget that Morrowind had that, right? That was one of the spells. That was kind of fun. I think I did not enjoy Oblivion just because I got stuck too much in the modding loop, so not actually playing it, modding it more than playing it, spending more time organizing the mods than playing the game. I can't levitate IRL. There you go. So it's not realistic. 0 out of 10 Metacritic. Not realistic. Levitation is fake. It's not a real deal. It's not scientifically viable. Checkmate. Right. All right. I think I did that. I honestly believe I made this a segment for absolutely nothing. Only one way to find out. And it is looking for the matches here. Yeah, okay, so I was using it later. I do not need to use it in this case, so bye-bye. Bye-bye. Right. In this case, for the boss train, we only care about 2. Winter is coming. All right. All right. I need to stop reading chat, okay? Like, you guys need to play along. I can't. You can't levitate real, just not very long. Yeah. Need to work on your alteration skills. Is it alteration? I don't even know. I don't remember. You know, remember when the game had multiple skills and not just like very generic skills? Just block chat. Yeah. It's like, hey guys, is there a way to just chat without this annoying streamer? Guys, is there a way to do this? Because yeah, I'm really enjoying myself in chat, but like there's this person speaking that's kind of blocking my enjoyment of this chat. Guys, okay, enough. I will focus on this because I do want to see it happening. It would be super fun if we could get the boss training arena set up. Yeah, exactly. Plus V on chat. There you go. Damn it. All right. So like I said, instead of we expect 2 states only, and that is game and death, right? So we can just do a little if statement here. So if self.gameContext is a game, we're gonna do something very specific. If it is death, is it death? Try to remember if it is. Death screen. Okay, perfect. Self.gameContext is death screen. And see, if you missed that part on a previous stream, you're going to be like, whoa, it's already done. Yes, it is already done. We already are able to do this thing. It's called the joke, Tiny Kappa. Nice. Be back in an hour, gotta go. Yeah, I should be still on in an hour, but not for long. But hopefully you'll get to see the cool stuff, Gen Z, when you come back. Alright, so if it's game, this is where we're gonna implement all of our crazy stuff for the DQN. If it's death, then we're gonna do it a little differently. So if it's death, we're gonna want to handle, I guess, the death in a similar fashion as we use. But I'm not gonna reuse the function, however, because we want to do more, right? So I'm gonna reset the game state. That's for sure. That makes sense, right? So resetting the game state is doing something like this. I'm okay with this. See, we have health here. So we might as well leverage that eventually in the game state. And then it says space. Let's just do a space, right? Large Kappa versus Tiny Kappa. Okay, what about this guy? What about this guy? You forgot a very important guy. How about this one? Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. If you're a Prime member, can use your Kappa HDs. Don't forget them. Don't forget your Kappa HDs. Prime only. Prime only. Pay me, Amazon. I'm just pitching Prime right now. Yeah, of course. Kappa Pride. Alright, what did I start right there? Hey guys, golden Kappa check. Golden Kappa check. Alright, so resetting the game state, is it really necessary? Well, we have a generator to select characters, which, if the seed has been entered, the health. I mean, the health, maybe? But I mean, the health, we can always get it from just our little function that we did, and everything else, we don't really care. So it's going to be more about tapping that key. Tapping that key. We're going to start by when we're dead, okay? So this is the easier way to do things. When we're dead, press the space key. That's going to restart the game. We're gonna emulate that manually, okay? So let me die. Let me die. It shouldn't be too long to die. Turbo users can also. There you go. Come on, kill me. There you go. All right. So what do I want to do when I die? I want to space. All right. That's going to place me in the basement. I want to hit my console, and I want to go back to the boss room. Enter again. That puts me in the boss room, and we're gonna wait for a few seconds, and then we're gonna start the training again, right? Then we're gonna infer the context, and we're gonna say, all right, now we're ready to go again. Let me die. And they said, the preacher said, let me die. All right, we have to get into that console. I don't know if we can just use the tilde key as input. Not exactly sure, but like I said, only one way to find out. Right now, if it's in the game, time.sleep, 1 second. If it's in dead screen, it's going to do our stuff. We can kind of ask it to do boss train right away. I want to try to input the tilde key, right? Because that's how you open the console in most games, including this one. Tab key, how do we do tilde? Is there a tilde key on the keyboard? So that would be self.input controller .keyboard. Is there tilde? Nope. So I guess we can input it directly in this case. I could probably just pass it the string with tilde. Damn it. Stupid French keyboard. There you go. All right. That would open the console. Then we would need to type a string in. And the way we did this last time, because we noticed it was not working properly. Do we have tap string? Like, no, we only have tap keys. Of course, we should have type string. That's going to implement. Yeah, let's do that. That's going to take a sec. I know I said shortest path from A to D. I lied. All right. We're also going to add support for type string. Should it be backtick? It's pretty much the same key. Tilde and backtick, if you look at your keyboard. I don't know. We'll figure out if it works or not using tilde, and then we'll change it if it's not. But if I look at the left of my one character here, the characters that are printed is both backtick and tilde, right? I'm going to do type string. That's going to be my own invention right here. And then, of course, the string. And a duration. If you want to set the duration between key presses, of course, we're going to do if the game is focused. Then for C and string, so for character, I guess I could use good old Serpent style here and say we like words. For character and string, we're going to do self dot tap key with a duration of whatever we received as a duration. So that's character. Just a little helper function to type out strings instead of doing it manually every time. Sorry. So duration is just equal to duration because we get it from our code there. What I would try to do next is type the boss command using the boss config. Right, so we tap space, we tap tilde, there we go. And then we try to tap our string. Input controller, that's when we're dead, right? Keep in mind that this is when after we detected that we're dead. So it only needs to enter the dead screen context 1 to do this sequence of events. There may need to be some delay, right? So we might need to sleep for, let's say, a second before we enter the tilde because we need to go back into the game. Now once we tap the tilde key, that's going to open the console. Then we do type string with a new code that we just did. And of course that would be go to whatever we type in there in the console. Go to s.boss 1010, right? So go to s.boss. We're not going to write 1010, however, because we have a config file for this. So let's grab that from the config file instead. Because we're not that bad. Self.config, that gets the plugin config. And we're looking for boss. And not use the double quotes instead of f strings. And let's just visually confirm that this is actually what's in there. Yep, boss. There we go. Alright, so that's going to go to the boss room when we type this. Of course, after that, we need to tap enter. It's return key, I believe. And so that's going to be self.input controller. Keyboard. We have to go to keyboard to get the special keys, like the keys that are not represented as a string itself. So enter key is there. And we kind of have to do enter twice, right? After this, like once to execute the command and a second time. So let's say I do it. I say 1010, enter, enter, and then it quits the console. And then it does the little sequence, the intro sequence, and then you're in the boss. Yeah, I do need string. You're correct. That's nice. Thank you. Because yes, the YAML will parse it as an integer. Indeed, that is a good call. Yes, I do need string. Thank you for this, seriously, because that saves us a bit of time. Every time we guys spot these things before I kind of stumble upon them, that saves us time. All right, enter, and then of course we're gonna need to sleep some more. So maybe like time.sleep 2 whole seconds. I don't know how long the intro thing is. I guess we could kind of ballpark it if I tried. It's more like 4 seconds, really, and then it's more like 4 seconds. Let's try 4, and if we die, if we get hit because it's too long, then we'll adjust. That's what's gonna happen after this time sleep 4. It's gonna break out of this. It's gonna return. It's gonna receive the next frame from the game. It's gonna detect a brutal change in terms of structural similarity. It's gonna say, okay, let's calculate the game context again using the other neural network. It should get game back, and then it's gonna do whatever here. But we can already set this. All right, let's do something here. Let's say print. You don't think string is required in an F string? I can skip it using space. That's not a bad idea. True. Let's try that just to see. Let's say I go in my... Oh, quick save. Let's see. If I do this, and enter. Yeah, okay, perfect. I could do enter 3 times instead. And then just not sleep as much. Maybe like, I don't know, like 0.4. Then go to the next. And what I'm gonna add here just quickly, because we can already execute this, right? So this is why do we want a framework, right? If you wanna ask this question, I wanna ask this question. Well, see how fast, once we have something down, See how fast we can kind of adapt a new, make a new handler from previous concepts that we built on. It's super easy to just combine our approaches, like leveraging the context thingy, and start implementing some different ways of handling the context. Just gets us started super quickly. So it's super fun to work with. I personally enjoy working with something like that. Can we lessen the code repetition? Of course. Like I said, we're gonna do this next time. Now we just want to see a result. So let's try it out. Let's try it out. Right now it is in boss train mode with Monstro. Let's just restart. Let me just hold R. All right, cool. And go. Isaac play boss train mode. Hopefully that's not gonna blow. I mean, I need to verify if string is needed because that's definitely something I'm curious about. What Freshu mentioned. I definitely want to know if I indeed don't need to do string in an F string because that would be a nice. What are game agents? Game agents are pretty much another word for. I just wanted to shy away from using the word AI, but imagine like AIs, like an actual system, like intelligent system that just receives images, right, and can kind of analyze it using various techniques and making a decision, and then sending input back to the game. So very simple. A game agent receives input, analyzes the input, produces output, and sends it over to the game. So it gets its input from the game, does some stuff in the middle, and then sends it. So that's the broad concept of the game agent. Where it's more like an AI, and then it's different. Well, is it pure AI or not? We had that discussion before. You mean NPCs? So you're making a machine play the game? Yes, indeed. Welcome back, Bo. Hello. Yes, I'm making a machine play the game. Absolutely, but not a machine play the game in the way that you would potentially imagine it. I'm not making like a bot or like a script, right? That's not what I'm making. I'm not making a script that says, hey, the door is in this position, so please move so you can go through the door. Very different concept, right? We're going to use a bunch of machine learning techniques and computer vision techniques to kind of drive the way we play the game. So let me try. Of course, I'm not going. Okay, so that's okay. There's one weakness. I did not go. I need to die to go to the boss room right now. So that's something we need to take care of. If it's the first time we see the game state, we need to also type the command to go into the boss room. Do you already recognize the hearts? Yes, we do. Indeed. Yeah, that's done. Absolutely done. And then let's die. That screen. Console. It was going a little too fast. It did not wait enough for the console to slide down, but it works. So let's see. How do we want to handle this? I guess more delay after the tilt. I can add like a half a second. I only missed 2 characters, so it's not a big delay that needs to be added there. And what I would probably do is put this in a function somewhere. Maybe just even like a little protected here and say go to boss. Oops, booze. Go to booze. Go to boss. Do I mess around with Django at all? Like, you mean on stream or just personally? But I don't know why I'm asking that question, because the answer is pretty much no. I don't really either way. I don't really use Django myself. But there are people that use Django here, so if you have questions and stuff, you can definitely try asking them, because there are people that use Django. All right, go to boss. And when you do go to boss, it's not very hard. Of course, that key space when you're in the game doesn't really matter. I like that. Get strong, do not pass go, do not. There you go. You have a live before just beside the stream? I'm starting to ask that question. Myself. Damn you with the existential questions while I'm streaming. Not a good idea. Don't do this. Alright, go to boss. Should be very easy. Just gonna simplify whatever we have in here. So if it's on the death screen, you go to boss. And now I want to tackle also getting this correctly. Thank you for that follow, I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I want to know, the only time I need to run go to boss is like on the first iteration. This the first time we enter the game screen. So this is a little tricky. Why do I say it's tricky? Because it needs to be none. Okay, the previous state needs to be none. So let's work with that. I'm gonna re-add what I had before, and that was previous context. That was set to self.game context. Kind of like the idea how how IBM made the blue. Just say to be yeah, sort of. Yeah, that's kind of like the idea. A lot of I think more people are wrapping their game controller. More and more people are wrapping their idea, like their head around the concept of game agents or AIs learning to play games, right? So it's definitely not a foreign concept anymore. Maybe in the future we could implement AI. Yeah, I know, right? Like it's definitely. I think some game developers eventually are gonna go there to see. Hey, can we be some sort of like AI friendly or something, like the AI League? I kind of like it. It's like I don't. I guess I. But the thing is, I'm not a native speaker either, so I probably do weird. I probably say weird things. On myself, but I know you're referring to Orca there. I kind of like it. Kind of means like I'm not 100%, I guess, in love. Mixed feelings. Serpent League. There you go. All right, previous concept. The reason I'm storing the previous context, right, is just because I want to make sure that the previous, if the previous is none. If previous context is none, right, so is none, I can definitely do this. And self.game. So the first time we transition, well, whenever we transition from none to game, right, so this is kind of like what this little conditional there. So Smith1 lead, hello. So if it's both, if it's transitioning pretty much from none to game, then I want to go self.go to boss for the first time. But I don't want to put it in there because obviously I don't want to run this every time we detect that we're in a game context. That would be repetitive, so we don't want to do this. I don't think I need to print out the context anymore. So this is just the basic setup. How do I get Python to read what's coming from the game? All right, so the only input in this case, Orca, is the game frames, right? So I'm not reading anything in memory. I'm not hooking to the code. Like I don't have hooks into the code. I'm not reading anything from the disk. Only thing I'm getting in is a game frame. And what I'm doing to do this, and of course you could always use the repo, right? If someone wants to write ! project in chat, you get the repo. You can look at what we did, but the gist of it is that we're using GTK in a weird hacky way to get frames is extremely fast, right? So we're able to use GTK to get our pretty much like the pixel buffer of the screen. And instead of using GTK to build like our little desktop application, we can hook into the root window. So that's the entire screen. And then we can kind of just capture the pixel buffer at a specific position and size. And that's how I'm doing this, right? Yeah, I will write that down, Freshu. I do agree with you. More generalized concept of transitions might be a little nicer. I agree. Long time no see. How's everything going? Pretty good. We're about to see. We're working. We're kind of crunching just to get a visual demo down before we end the stream for today. So I'm gonna try to focus on this. But it shouldn't be too long, too far out. All right. Let's close this guy. So we're gonna go from none to game. That should put us in the boss room. Eventually, we're gonna die to the boss, and that should restart the game and put us in the boss room again. Right? Oh. It did not process all the enters properly. Alright, so that's something we need to delay them. Then we die, then we do this, then we do this. Alright, so the only thing I would change is probably just the enters there, but it seems like our loop is working out just fine. So technically, we have a way to always restart the setup, the session, even when we die. Pretty neat. So in this case, we're using the console, right? In this case, we're using the console. In some other games, we could use the concept of save games, obviously, right? So we can save the game in a specific position if we want to train on something specific. In the case of Isaac, we don't have save games. Or at least the concept of save games is just like very hidden. So we're using the console to kind of set in that stuff. And it works pretty well, right? Like the loop just repeats over and over. What I would like to see is if we get variations of Monstro. I would love to see like a champion variation. I know they're pretty rare in-game. I don't think we can get double trouble either from this. So double trouble is when like two versions of a boss spawn instead of one. Progress, yeah. No, we're not too far out. Trust me, we're not far out. Like if you want to make it the code base nicer, we still have a lot of work. But if we want to just get results, like we're not too far out. They are more common on hard mode. Do I want to go to hard mode? I mean, it's not like the boss is going to be more difficult on hard mode. Maybe not a bad idea. I mean, okay, the loop is it's pretty clear that the loop is working fine. I'm gonna just add more delay between the enters. So maybe between before the third enter, I believe there needs to be a little delay. Time that sleep, let's say, I don't know, half a second, then do the other enter, and then maybe then you're good to go. I don't think we need to sleep after that. I think it goes like directly to the game. Just a tiny change. Not sure this will, yeah, so that going to the boss room might not give me, I know what you're saying. Let me try to just put it in a hard mode, why not? All right, let's go new run, hard, Isaac. Did I add a reward? No, that's gonna be like the last, actual last thing more that we're gonna add is the reward. So what we're gonna do now, what we're setting up right now is the loop to get to the boss room from a configured boss. So we configured Monstro in this case in our program config, and it's gonna go to Monstro. It's just my thing starting up. It would not take that that amount of time normally to do the operation. It's just like the entire setup stack is starting up, and it's 2 neural networks, right? So it's taking a little more. Let's go there. That's it. Now my setup is perfect. Now it doesn't wait. And then of course when Isaac dies. Thank you, Deathfall, I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Alright, death screen detected. New game. Go to SBoss 1010. There you go. Alright, perfect. So that's step 1. Step 2 is re-implementing, we're just gonna fancy word for copy and pasting the entire DQ network implementation that we have in play. If you look at the news, no, I have not. Like, when I am doing this, I am totally in my bubble. I'll have to check it out. Hopefully it's not some other attack. Yeah, okay. Huh. I mean, I could definitely call this and modify it so we can accept the reward lambda or function. And to calculate the reward, we would just execute that with the game frame. Because the only thing I see that's going to change from this to the other one, well, there's a few things. Where we save the files, because that should be Monstro stuff. Because that's a huge copy and paste. Not sure I'm a fan of copy and pasting that entire thing, but okay. Refactoring is gonna happen tomorrow, he says. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I don't want to do this, but I kind of have to for now. If you want to see results tonight, before I call it, we have to do this. All right. This is our setup. Oh shit, this needs to go inside of if it's game. I'm sorry. Just because we're gonna need to tweak a lot of things inside of it. Lucky. What was the name of the machine learning algorithm that maximized future reward? Is it just Q learning? Well, yeah, sort of. Yes, Q networks. Deep Q networks. Yes, DQNs. No, it's okay. You made me aware, Tao, so I'm going to check it out after. That sucks. Seriously, it's really bad. They're having so many problems over there in London and England in general, like with this stuff. It's out of control. Yeah, it is. Right, so a Q function in general, long awkward silence, is a function that kind of calculates the discounted future rewards, right? Potential future rewards. So deep Q networks are actually implementing Q functions over deep neural networks, pretty much, like deep learning. It's just like a deep learning approach to Q functions. It's pretty bad in your region. Oh man, that's bad. It sucks. Yeah, the world is definitely in a crazy state right now. I do agree with that. It's insane. Yeah, no, I know it might be over. Okay, so let's be clear. I'm not trying to make it nice right now. I'm trying to get it to work before I call the stream. Of course, I'm gonna refactor this entire thing tomorrow. First thing, I promise, right? I promise. I'm not gonna live with this amount of copy pasting. I just want to make sure, like, for everyone that decided to stick around, I want to show something visual, right? I want to show something working before I call the stream. In, let's say, I don't know, an hour and a half out. So in order to get this to work, I need to just like cut the corners a bit so that we can get our little demo, right? Yes, 3 hours repeats itself one day will get. Yeah, I like to believe that. Unless you're just implying that we never get good news. I don't know which one you're implying. All right, so if we're in the context of the game, if there's no frame stack, then we create one. Nice. And then we reshape it so it works with Keras. And then I was the one printing this. Otherwise, reward calculation, I'm gonna leave it on random for now, just because we want to make sure everything else is working. An observation is a game frame, quarter resolution. I don't know why this is a problem. Yeah, probably. Okay, these are not redundant parentheses. And this is a oh no, it is a shape. It is already a tuple. You are correct. ID, you win this time. Frame stack. Frame stack is just going to be like the little slicing operation. All the prints can go out. Memory, blah blah blah. Okay, I think everything else is good. I don't think I need anything special here for this to work. To kind of step in. And how about we combine the two right now? There's never good news. Yeah, well, yeah, that's it. The thing is, what people consider newsworthy nowadays, right? That's the thing, right? Exactly. Okay, Bo nailed it before. I just saw what Bo said. Bo nailed it before I got to it. Like that's it. Like people don't consider things newsworthy if it's good news. Like, everyone's just like, yeah, yay for a second. But if it's shocking and negative, then people are just like, oh my god, and it sticks to them. Just the sad way the human brain is designed. It's just to focus a little more on the negative sometimes. Like being more amazed and shocked at the negative stuff rather than the opposite. Yep. And then finally we have the we should have the else here. Yeah, so else if we're dead, we go to boss. Okay, let's give this a quick try. This is just a dirty copy and paste. It might still not be... okay, this guy can go. That was a redundant print. So we're gonna get output from our neural net mostly. Let's go with one more thing to configure here, and that is the observe steps. We're gonna put them back to the default. All right. That may be one of the reasons why so many people are afraid of everything and everybody. The need for catastrophic or at least shocking news leads to focusing on all. Yes, absolutely. It's just a very negative cycle. Of course, there's always bad things happening. Canadian streamer with farting dog develops the framework for developing game agents for everyone to use free. I think everyone would just glance over this. That would be the response that you would get. That's a funniness. What music station is this? Is good. I'm using. I have a premium account on DI, digitally imported. So it's not exactly VOD safe, but it's a radio. So in my opinion, it's relatively fair use. The radio laws are different, of course, than actual songs that you control. You can check it out. It's the Liquid DNB station on DI. Oh, for sure. I assume that's also why we have so many more cases of like anxiety and stuff nowadays. Though it's just because, yeah. All right. I'm gonna put Isaac in the middle of the room here, and we're gonna make this thing happen. It's gonna take a while to start. There you go. Now Isaac does the random stuff. Poor little guy will get killed. And then there you go. Then we do the go to boss. Then he starts doing random stuff again. Yeah, so it's kind of plugging in. Everything's kind of, all the pieces are plugging in to each other pretty nicely right now. So we kind of combine our context, our little loop to get in the boss, and the actual reliance on the DQ network. Obviously, now we have to work on the rewards. I think that would be like one of the final steps here. Add status of hearts to debug output. Absolutely, absolutely. Let's do that right now. All right. We already have in the game state. We already have health. So I'm going to add two things to the debug output. Let's add just a little separator here, and let's say previous health, current health, just for fun. Maybe not using underscores. Current health, previous health, let's go. And where are we going to get this from? We have to add it manually ourselves. So when we enter a game frame, no matter what, so before even that assessment here, we have to calculate the new health. So let's say self dot okay, so two things. Previous health is going to be equal to self dot game state, and technically the starting health value, no, it's not true. Depends on the character. I was going to say it's going to be 6, but it really depends on the character. So let's not make any assumptions there. Self.game state. And how did we structure this thing? That's at the bottom, actually. Right here. Health is actually a top level key, so we can just say game state health inside of beautiful code to work with. Nothing intimidating at all here. Nothing intimidating. Health. And then we're gonna say, by the way, this works when you understand how Python operations, like memory operations or memory handling works. You understand that this is fine. Now we use our libc via, our frame to heart. Get this. So frame to hearts using game frame. Oops. Dot frame. That's the color, the full resolution, full color frame. Self.game as the reference so that we can get the screen regions. Decent. That's going to give us a list of a bunch of nuns and a bunch of labels for the heart fragments. We need to remove all the nuns from there. So we're going to say, damn it, I always forget that we need to do this in 2 steps. So let's just say hearts is equal to this. And then we do 24 minus hearts.count none. Can we wrap this in a function once again? Yes. Will I do it tonight? No. Count none. And that's it. Now I have previous health, I have current health. And what I can do now, let's make sure I actually initialize this to a value and not just none. That's in the reset game state. It is at none right now. Let's not do that. Let's just say 0. And we should be able. Wow, man, this is kind of getting crazy. This is getting a little insane. Right here, we're gonna say self.game state. Well, previous health is previous health. and current health is actually self dot gain state. Oops. And of course, when we calculate the reward, we're going to need those values anyway, so it's not a bad thing that we have them readily available for us. And let's give it a try. Let's see if we can use f strings without casting to strings. That's going to be a good place to try it. Yeah, there you go. Seems to be working pretty nicely. I did see a 0 for a second, I don't know why. All right, well, at least we have output of the help. So what's left really? There is one big step that is left, and that is determining the overall health of the boss. Right? How are we gonna do this? Well, not too bad. What's that? Epsilon greedy queue policy? Yeah, well, epsilon greedy policy is the policy that dictates how we select actions that are performed in let's say, in that reinforcement learning setup. So epsilon is a value that erodes over time. Right? You won't see epsilon changing much in the steps before 3200. Then you're gonna start seeing this value very slowly slow down, actually diminish. And basically, it's the chance that you perform a random action, right? So epsilon, the way the easiest way to understand the epsilon coefficient there is just to say whatever the value is the chance that we see something random. So we start from something 100% random. Eventually, we start learning from the observations and start to rely very ever so slightly on what we learn versus doing random stuff. So this is why it takes time, right? This is why it takes time, because learning from that stuff. Well, if you would see how like slow or fast like epsilon actually changes, you'll understand how long it takes to do that type of stuff. I hope it makes sense, Tasso. Tell me if it doesn't make sense. I'm trying to explain it in a way that's understandable. If it's not, then all right. Well, that's a good one. That's a good one. Curse of the unknown. That's gonna mess with our stuff. Oh man, I wanted to have it to get it done tonight. I didn't think of the Curse of the Unknown. We're gonna have to take care of this tomorrow. When it's Curse of the Unknown, it masks your health. So that's our entire reward punishment system is not gonna work out fine if we can't see our health. I'm trying to think if it makes sense to give Isaac more hearts or just... Yeah, it probably makes sense to give Isaac a little more hearts than 3. Not because it's real... Well, I don't know. Because in a real life scenario, in a real game scenario, you would not have more hearts. But in terms of learning, it might make more sense. Does it know where the boss is? No, that's the way the reinforcement learning and deep learning in general does not have concepts of this is there. It doesn't have context of it. All right, so get this: the dog just came here, sat down, farted, and left. Seriously, what is this? Man, wow. No, so that's it. There's no context. Like we have to, like whenever we use deep learning, it's really awkward in that sense. It's just we can't really rationalize what's going on. We can't say, okay, Isaac is learning that the boss is there. The entire thing doesn't even know what Isaac is, right? It doesn't know. It knows it can perform inputs. It knows it can send commands to the game. It knows what commands it sent. It knows what images, what pixel data were corresponding to the actions. And then it actually works upon, like with this. But yeah, more health, I think would be, I don't know, more health for training might not be a bad thing. It's not like it's gonna learn that it can afford to lose all that health. Does it know when it dies? Yes, because we have trained the neural network to know the states of the game, Corbob. So it knows when it dies because we have provided it a lot of frames saying this is a frame when you're on the death. Like this is actually an example of a frame when you're on the death screen. We did train a neural net that is able to do this, right? So it works with screenshots of the game. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Max health makes sense. The only thing I see that's bad with max health is if I implement my system for punishments. So giving increasing punishments based on how far away from death you are. If I give you a lot of health, then it's going to learn that, hey, it has some room to kind of do it. Does it take the boss's health into account? Yeah, that's the next thing we need to do. That's the big step that's remaining for tonight, is reading out the boss's health. So that's going to be the next output that we're going to add here to our man. I think I'm gonna open the window. Like seriously, it's just ridiculous right now. It will, however, it will take the boss's health into account. Absolutely. So that's the positive. That's how we give the positive rewards, is when the boss's health got diminished. So that's a good reward. Bad reward is when we lose health. Very simple system. That's it. Once we have a model in place, I might be able to just tweak back the health to more realistic values. Indeed. Last week is because we were not using. There's one thing I'm afraid of. Okay, and we're gonna have to see if it's a problem. It's possible we need to press the keys for a longer duration, right? Because I don't think the movements that Isaac are doing are big enough to kind of, let's say, dodge from the boss. Especially if we don't process the frames quickly enough. It's actually more than that, Corbob. Like I know you're just saying you're really trying to get only the gist of it, but. Why not make the movements two things, press, unpress? Not a bad idea. That adds more inputs. But yeah. I think if we do this, it's gonna start walking like right into walls and stuff. Not a bad idea. I kind of like it, Josh. Like it's really not a bad. Not necessarily a bad idea. It's actually a good idea. So we leave it pressed until we hit the unpress, which would release any key that's being pressed right now. Not pretty good. What to press and for how long? Do I want to do how long? A very good. Yeah, I think it is a very good idea. Why is the epsilon not grinding down? Because there's an observed step of 3200. So before it starts hitting the neural net, it takes 3200 steps. It's only at 1421 right now. That's why epsilon is not grinding down. However, we don't want to learn right away because we're still missing all sorts of stuff from the reward. So I need to get that boss health done. I think we're gonna do this. You think the half heart is not always recognized? Does it pulse? That's a good question. Yes, it does. Damn it. Does that change the color, possibly? So if it's like on a half a heart, it does pulse, indeed. Yeah, it does pulse. Okay, so that's going to be another problem. I mean, it does eventually recognize it, but it does detect some changes. Both. I should say both. It's going to be a combination of what we can take away from the boss's health and Curse of Darkness. Nice. Fine. Yeah, if hearts show 0, assume half heart. That's not a bad idea either. Let's try to see if it's actually 0 when we die, or if it resets it already to full health. I want to see something. No, when we reward, okay, that's not necessarily a fix. Let's regard one. If it's 0, it's going to be dead screen. That's better. I like that. Hutch, nice. It's head's okay. Perfect. That's better. Thanks for telling me. I'm not gonna get it wrong after. Feels like Monster jumps in the air and Isaac just sort of yeah, of course, but it's not aware of anything. It's not aware that it's not even aware that losing health is a bad thing right now. So of course it does weird stuff. We still have to fix a few things before we get to that. So let's fix that 0 heart thing when it flashes. That's one easy way to do it. I'm still debating on let's say half a heart being dead. I might be able to make it not binary outputs. Not so sure. Not so sure, because I'm following the neural net. I'm actually following the neural net as it was defined for DeepMind, right? I don't want to re-implement. Re-implementing neural nets and modifying them is more like research area. I don't want to dive into research area myself. Already plays better than you. Fascinating. Yeah, probably plays better because you're not playing. I would assume. There is a curse. Yes, I know that. So potentially, the way to recognize that curse is to look at the first heart and see if there's the question mark. There's a lot of work to do still. Like, so even if we get it to train just for fun tonight, it's still not going to be in a state that's perfect, because there's so many edge cases like the Curse of the Unknown. If it's a Curse of the Unknown, we need to restart. Absolutely, without a doubt. That's because we can't reward properly if there's no health information. Then there's the pulsing heart. I mean, the other way to do this is just to capture the frame where the pulsing heart is, right? Does it store historically bad moves or only good moves? It stores anything. It stores a bunch of... Okay. So there's a memory, right? There's a memory that has frame transitions. Well, actually, frame buffer transitions. So it's storing 4 frames, and then another 4 frames. There's an overlap of 3 frames, so basically it's just a queue that pops in and out. That's the transition, so it has 2 of these things as inputs. It has the reward value in the memory, and it also has a bunch of other little information, like a bunch of little information as if are we done? Technically, are we done with this iteration? Hello, Miss Farty. We can probably just try to capture a frame where it's blinking and update the values. I think that's the only... it probably just changes the shading on the heart a bit when it's blinking. I don't think that's a big one. We don't need to, like, go out with like crazy solutions to fix it. I would rather fix implement the boss route first. Let's just say that. So let's stop this guy. And let's say restart. All right, I'm gonna put it in collect frames mode. I'm gonna clear out the frames that we collected. It's not like we need them. Watch me say like, oh my god, we needed them. That's gonna happen. How do we do collect frame? Collect frames. We change that in the plugin config. So this is, instead of boss train, this is gonna be collect frames. And every second, no, let's make it a little more, a little speedier. And then Isaac Blake. Can it play while I don't have the workspace active? No, it needs to be focused on the game in order for it to work. But it doesn't matter because it's not my main computer, so I can still leave it up. Yeah, it does go in the menu if it loses focus. Exactly right. There's no way for me to do it. All right. So how do I capture frames? It is capturing frames right now. I'm gonna go to boss Monstro. All right, and now I want to capture a few things. I want frames that have the boss's health bar, right? And I also want to capture that blinking heart. So there's two things really that I'm interested in this collect frame run. Two very specific things I'm looking for. So I'm going to look for samples of the health bar going down, just so I can. And then I want that half a heart, and I want to capture the blinking if I can. That's really what I'm interested in. And yeah, it does seem like it's changing the color, so I can stop it. All right. Collect frames. Come on, one where it's blinking. You can do it. I believe with that one frame we could get both things done. I just have to find it. There you go. That's it. Yes. Okay. So now it's easy to see on that static frame. It's easy to see what's going on. It's kind of like an overlay. Right? It's like an overlay with alpha, so it does change the color. And I also have my boss bar. So let's go for that FE5E. FE5E. In the frame names, FE5E, this guy. Right. Oops. All right, let's load in that frame. Now that I have Afterbirth Plus, do I have plans to use optional stats HUD? Yes, I play with it myself, but I don't know yet. I don't know yet what the answer is for this one. Do I have plans for it? That would imply, of course, that we're going to use OCR. Don't want to commit necessarily right now, but it would definitely be a nice piece of information. I mean, if we don't play with items to start with, it's not necessarily useful. If we play with items, then it's almost kind of crucial to understand what the items kind of do to our stats, and we can kind of reward and punish also based on that. So definitely not the worst of ideas. And yes, the extended HUD. So if you don't know what DGC is talking about, there is an option in where you can say extra HUD. No, it's found HUD actually. Yeah, je pense. I just French there. Found HUD. There they go. Found HUD. Extra HUD is not necessarily. And see, all you have stats here. So we would have to we could technically parse this information, try to read it as part of additional input to do our reward stuff, right? Yeah, but what do you make of something? what do we make of something that kind of lowers one stat at the expense of making making something super good? In this case, what is this page you're on? That's the Jupyter notebook, what I'm working on right now. So you can go to Jupyter. If you work with Python, you can work. You can just go to Jupyter.org, and you can install this. You can see. Only 3 AM. You're good. You're good. I've seen you do more than that. All right, like I said, let's get that frame in. So frame is not frame, but it's gonna be this guy. And then I say, please look at heart 1. All right, this is what we have. And the new left value in this case becomes 25504. It should be relatively easy to test. 25504. Let's look at our previous value in the game agent. Ah, right. So it never made sense to me that like how they named the HUDs. I never made sense. But with that explanation, I get it. All right. Sorry, I need in my frame processing for Isaac, I need to add a new one for lefts, and it's another one that's red, and it's going to be 25504. Also yields a red label. Oops. Oops. Wow, I'm screwing up big time here. Right. We can take a look at if we fixed it very, very quickly. How do you keep the schedule at all, man? Like, to be honest, like I think I don't know if it's different for other types of people, like but even for me, it's kind of hard to keep a schedule. Especially if let's think of the stream, for example. We've been doing this for what, like months now, every single weekend without fail. It does get hard. So you just force yourself. I mean, that's what it is. And of course, the second I start, I'm super happy I did, and everything's going well. But it's the little moment before where you're just like, and then you're just like, no, I'm gonna do it, and then everything's fine. So it's maybe just making that one step. And of course, you mentioned depression. Like, I mean, I'm not just to be clear, I'm not a psychiatrist, right? But what I'm saying is there's two things, right? There's the biochemical aspect, but there's also the mental framework aspect with something like depression. So really, like if the chemical aspect might be out of your reach, but the mental framework aspect is. And one thing you can do is just make that little step forward and see what happens, right? So I know that the part that's hard is, you know, stepping forward and doing something, but if you do it, you'll notice that it's actually way easier than you thought it would. And it applies to anything, right? It applies to anything. Like I said, even like for me to stream every weekend, sometimes I'm just like, I don't know this weekend if I really want to do it. But the second you do it, you're glad you did. And now that you can observe that as a pattern, you can kind of learn from, okay, I might not feel like it right now, but if I do it, then it's gonna fix itself, right? I don't know, just a little thought there. Just thought I'd put this out there. All right, let's get okay, now it's in collect frames mode. That's my B. I need to change that back to boss train. So right now we're checking that we potentially fixed the blinking heart. Not guaranteed, right? All right, there we go. I was waiting for it. All right, so in order to see this, I would have to keep an eye on the health when it reaches. I don't want to say fixed, but it seems like it is. Seems like it is. I'm looking for that. Come on, do it. Do it. Did we see 0? Someone needs to keep an eye on it. I just don't know. I can't look at both the hearts and both the health at the same time. And I missed it again. I'm just trying to make an effort to see it now. So basically, if it's bad, it would juggle between 5 and... sorry, between 0 and 1. Back and forth. It would go back and forth between 0 and 1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're good. Nice. Okay, so that's one thing that we fixed. Number 1. Number 2. Number two. What would that be? We have to fix skipping when it's Curse of the Unknown, because that's going to screw up our reward system big time. Or I do have an idea. I mean, Curse of the Unknown is gonna put our health to something that we detect as 0. Absolutely, without a doubt. We're gonna detect our health as 0, but it's not gonna consider us dead because the death screen is not gonna be there. Maybe I can do, if my health is 0, then do a go to boss, like restart and go to boss. That's definitely a possibility. And if I do this, if I go to the boss, technically it changes the entire floor. Right? You'll see why, because it's gonna give me the basement 1 text. It did not. Oh, it's when I die. How do we want to handle this? Because that's definitely a problem. If it happens, like we're not gonna learn properly. And Curse of the Unknown does happen. Can detect damage by blinking. Yeah, but we're not, Natsu, we're not looking at anything. We have no concept of what Isaac is. Where he is, what an Isaac even is. We have no concept of that. So it's not like I can look for Isaac and say, is Isaac blinking? It's damage. It's not. You're technically correct, absolutely 100%. But it's not like I can do it. Done for the day. Thanks for the time. Yeah, thanks for watching. Thank you. Appreciate it always. And thank you for the bits too today, Mattis. I appreciate it. All right. I don't know why I went in that room. Don't ask me why. It's watching the heart. Yeah, because in that specific stage, I'm watching the heart, and I can actually detect the hearts because the hearts are in a static position, and so the heart watching is not the neural network doing the thing. It's me watching for specific things. If I could detect Isaac in a reliable fashion, maybe it could be done. But I think the easiest answer is just like it won't be able to play because it relies on health information, right, to actually play. So if it doesn't have that, forget it. So what I would probably do is just like hold R to restart and then do a go to boss if I detect that my health is 0, and that might take care of it. That might also introduce a bug. We'll see. Where do we do this? When we do the little health bit at the top in the boss train. Chat overlay is helpful on mobile. If you need, nice. Good to hear. Because yeah, I notice myself, right? I do watch a lot of streams when I go to bed on. Exactly, full screen. Exactly. So if you want to chat, you would have to not go full screen. A code, not full screen. It's kind of forget it. Not gonna work, right? Yeah. That's one of the reasons I did. In addition to like YouTube and podcasts. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So 2 things left. handling Curse of the Unknown and reading the boss bar. Once we have the boss bar and, well, the boss HP and Curse of the Unknown handled, then we can build the rewards, and then we can just sit back and celebrate and watch it do its thing. All right, let's go. So like I said, like very lazy way of doing it, that's not going to be computationally expensive, is saying, all right, you do calculate my health when I'm in the game. Cool. If self dot game state of health is 0, right? And that would detect it as 0. Damn it. Is it going to be 0 before it detects the death screen? Probably. Nah, that's something I dislike right now. I can't tell. Like, what if I die? Is there a moment on screen, like a very obvious moment on screen where it's gonna be 0 for a while? Yes. Shit. I don't think my approach is gonna work. Ugh. Ah, I hate that. Okay, so this approach can't work because it is going to detect that the health is at 0. Also when we just died. And then I want to do a reseed. Unless we just ditch the context altogether, and whenever I detect that the health is 0, I do the reseed and... How about that? How about I say whenever the health hits 0, oops, sorry about that. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Tap key R, and we're gonna say I don't know how long you need to actually tap the key for it to restart the run. So say it's more like it's almost like 2 seconds. You need to be safe. I would probably do 2 point something. So I would reset the game, and then I still need to go and do a 1 loop of this reward calculation. Thinking. No shit, it needs to be done after the entire thing. Alright, so bear with me, it's not the easiest thing. We have to get this right. After it does an entire reward calculation, enters an observation, like basically we are dead, so get a very bad reward for this. At the end of all this, right here, when I'm in the game, yeah, I can definitely do the if you guys know a way of forcing Curse of the Unknown, or you know a seed that has Curse of the Unknown, I would absolutely take it right now. I would absolutely take it, because that would get me to stop doing weird stuff, like weird hacks like I'm trying to do right now, just because I want to get it to work before I call it. So if there's a way to get that, I would definitely be able to just capture, well, the looks or the structural similarity of something hard that's when Curse of the Unknown is happening. However, I don't know how to force Curse of the Unknown. I don't think I can with the console, unless I'm mistaken. It doesn't come into play that much, especially if you're playing on easy. I'm playing on hard. Curse number? Yeah, that's it. Don't know what they are. Oh, there you go. 8. But it doesn't work. It says curse 8, but no. None of them work. Unless I need to do it. I can't really do it outside either, because the console only works in here. So if I'm in the menu, then I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, that's it. Console doesn't work in the menu. Maybe I have to change room. That's a good point. Nope. So yeah, maybe there is a command that does not really do anything. Not, yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, I just need a friggin' image at this resolution that has Curse of the Unknown. That's it. There has to be a seed somewhere. I'm gonna Google this. Yeah, they can't get Curse to work. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. What's the problem? Why are you crying? This right here. Binding of seeds, nice. VN. All right, I can try that one. All right, Forever Unknown, new tab, Isaac, hard. Perfect. There you go. That wasn't too hard. Let's just capture a frame. And then we're gonna look for, I guess, a very specific pixel once again. Nothing's gonna go wrong with that approach, I promise. And then the second we detect Curse of the Unknown, we're gonna just restart. It's not worth it. Finally, boss bar. All right, I guess the stream is gonna be 9 hours, not 8. Just because getting the boss bar done, it's gonna take some time. Let's just put this in quick collect frames mode. Come on. Better not be farting in my face. Alright, wait, there's definitely something wrong here. Oh, it's more like the frame handler. Did I make a mistake and collect frames? Yes, I did, that's why. Alright. Yeah, you guys should get sleep, right? You know it's easy to watch the rest. Like you don't have to force yourself to stay up. Like yeah. Thanks for hanging, Bo. You can just try to catch the rest with the mod. It's gonna be fine. You'll get to see it working. I promise. All right, cool. Right, let's detect that, well, at least a component of that question mark, if we can. Make modified. Really? The other way around. Ah! Really? It didn't capture anything? Or no? Okay, it's just for whatever reason it's upside down. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So you are coming with me over here. I'm going back to my notebook. I'm doing exactly nothing too special here. I'm gonna import that specific frame. Look at the heart 1. That's it. And I'm going to be looking for a very specific pixel inside of the heart in a place that can't really be occupied by something else. So let's say we're going to just work with these regions, not exactly difficult. So let's just say unknown pixel. Beautiful name, I know. Thank you. And let's use that heart image array and say, for example, I don't know, let's say we're interested in this guy here. We have to figure out what general region it's kind of in. I don't think it's a pure white, right? I'm not sure it's pure white. Let's say it's a 22, so it's more than 11. Let's say 14. And this is pretty much halfway there, so let's say 9. So this is my, I guess, my guesstimate here. And let's just print out that unknown pixel. If it looks like a whitish value, I think it's gonna be fine. No, not good. I could definitely do ranges. So everything left of this, in terms of everything on top of it, and everything on to the left of it, and add this guy here. Where's my image? There it is, okay. Why is it? Okay, it's printing out. Where's all of this coming from? Oh no, okay. Yeah, no. Let's forget this guy for a sec. Perfect. So I'm too high, so I'm too high. Interesting. Too high, so maybe 11 here. And a little more. I'm really more interested in the white pixel. Perhaps a little more. Ah. Perfect. So 911. Okay. Not on purpose, chat. I did not do this on purpose. But 911 and then everything else should be returned the vector for the color that's in this spot. I can kind of implement this functionality directly in our health detection. Just add another pixel, which is this one, and if it has a value of 230, 230, 230, then it's curse of the unknown. Alright, let's go back to frame processing. And you may be cringing here, but I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with this. Or no, maybe we don't need it in the mapping. It's more here. Tuple of 9, 11, and then this. That's going to be unknown. Art pixel. If unknown heart pixel is equal to 230, 230, 30, which is the value we're expecting at that position in the case of a curse of the unknown. Let's say we return like an empty list. How about that? And then we'll know if the length of the list is nothing. Then it's a curse of the unknown, and then we can restart. Sky's starting to light up. You must sleep. Yeah, I know, right? Like this is the point where it feels like no matter what your actual relationship with sleep is, like when you see the sun going up, you're like, yeah, I should probably do it at this point. All right, well, thanks for hanging then, and I hope your project, your game project, went advanced a little berserk. I'll see you next time. Have a good week, man. All right, unknown heart pixel. Yep. Return an empty list. You did nothing. All right. We're gonna return hearts in this case just because it's Curse of the Unknown. And when we do, give me my health. Health detection is here in hearts. Before we do anything else, I probably want to restart right away. So let's say if not length of hearts, right? So basically the equivalent to saying if there's 0. We don't have a length to hearts. Then we're going to do the restart thing. So self dot input controller dot tab key R. Just trade as selfies. All right, this is where I know you're definitely not my age. I already knew that, but in this case, it kind of really illustrates like this is not a concept I am familiar with. All right, more trying to use the Python implementation of events. I know. You already told me that. You already told chat before you are. I know that. It's just like it just becomes really obvious to me when you talk about like trading selfies. That's not something I can say I ever did. Just cause I'm too old for that, man. That's I've never had to have that be a thing. I didn't have the internet when I was your age, so. Can you believe that, actually, that I didn't have the internet when I was your age? Alright, actor model. Alright, let's go back to that question. Just too much stuff. But it's complaining about the first line class event of iEvent on the iEvent. Right. Well, yeah, okay, so just because iEvent, are you importing it at all? Because of course, if you just get this, that's not gonna work, because there's no definition of iEvent anywhere. I'm looking at, by the way, I'm looking at it on my second monitor. I'm sorry, I should probably look at it on the stream one. But yeah, that's why it would probably blow up, right? But of course, like, I mean, if you just pasted that code in, it's never gonna work because iEvent is not in scope. But it does class event. Later, he does class event without the iEvent, and then it works. Right, the later code doesn't have it, so I don't know. It's probably just a typo, but potentially a typo.
What you gonna do when you grow up
Yeah, it's potentially a typo.
and have to face responsibility?
The full event doesn't use iEvent at all. Alright, see ya, Berserk, see ya. Yeah, no, maybe just try the full example at the end that doesn't have, like, this is awkward blog post again, like, where, what, indeed? I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, is it just a typo from porting it over from the Java stuff? Or C#, sorry, C#, no. This is when you know C# looks a bit like Java, because I was assuming it was Java just at first glance. I can't say I have the answer, but it's definitely, it seems to be just like a typo probably from the implementation. Because if you look at the other block of code lower, when it says the full example, it doesn't have it. Doesn't even reference it anywhere. So I wouldn't spend too much time more on this one. I wouldn't do it too much. I wouldn't lose sleep over that one. Because it's definitely, it seems like a typo in the blog post more than anything. Because they do two blocks, right? They do the file watcher and then they do the event thing, and then they say here's the full example with the file watcher and the event, and then that implementation of the event doesn't have iEvent. So I don't know. All right, so I was holding it down for what, like about 4 seconds, something like that. 2.25 seconds. If we don't have hearts, because it's probably. And then this is where one place I would make a comment. Oh man, those farts. What's going on with you, buddy? Damn. So we just reseed it, we just restart, and then we do the boss thing again. And that is _, go to boss, and return. And then I have to remember to put it in that state back in the boss train.
Another day, another time, is what you said to me.
Oh man, those farts. That would be pretty good, yeah. It's like, this streamer knows no shame, no limits. He's just like, yeah, those farts, man. Yeah, you missed the. I just assumed, that's my bad. I just assumed everyone was there earlier, but the thing is, the dog is having a bit of a farting episode, and it's killing me. Like literally, it's absolutely horrible. And now I'm talking. I just said the dog. Now she's kind of staring at me, like saying, "I know you're talking about me." Yes, I'm talking about your farts. They're disgusting. Yep, that's a fact. That is a fact. Thank you. Boss train. Let's go. Let's add that. Boss 1010. That is Mr. Monstro. Actually, could be a Miss Monstro. Also, we don't really know. Blame it on the dog. I am. But like I said, if you have dogs, you know how deadly dog farts can be compared to even human, like the worst of human farts. And you're back, nice. We're almost there, Gen C. Like seriously, super close. We have 2 tasks left. before we can let it start training, or at least attempt to let it start training. Should be good. I should grab some water soon and open the window so I don't pass out with that smell. And see how now it does this, cool, and now it restarts because it sees Curse of the Unknown. And it will do it over and over again because it sees Curse of the Unknown. So I think we're handling it properly. That's just the first implementation. So instead of going crazy, you know, your guess would have been at first maybe, okay, we're gonna look at this area of the screen and try to like OCR the unknown. Nah, keep it simple, man. Keep it simple. You know, like there's a very easy way to check if there's Curse of the Unknown. It's if that heart with a question mark is there. We already have a way that looks at hearts that can kind of parse the heart output. So why not reuse that, right? Perfect. Perfect. Now I can break out of this. The reason it keeps having a Curse of the Unknown is because of the seed I was in. And in order to get rid of it, I would have to just go to new run and do this. And now it's not gonna be perma unknown. So that's taken care of. We have the boss bar to do left. We already have a nice frame for this one. I don't think I need to. I could get the frame instead of the heart. In this case, frame. Damn it! I need to find one with the boss bar. The boss bar. Did I delete all my frames? I probably did. Yep. I guess I did. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Very easy how I intend to do the boss bar. You think you'd be surprised at how easy it can be. We're gonna work with a few slices of that image. So let's get this. If this is 72D, let's bring this guy over here. So this is kind of like a process for repeating. Bring this to a notebook. I think I should refill my water. To be honest, I should absolutely refill my water before I keep going. Just give me a sec. Right, I'm not gonna put the break overlay. I'm just gonna refill this cup. Actually, I am. All right, I'm back. I'm back. That's gonna be the last segment, by the way. Just like we have to keep it reasonable. I did say I was gonna stop at 8 hours, but of course I'm not gonna tolerate stopping when we're so close to seeing something working with a valid reward. All right, so let's grab that 7.2 here. And we're gonna show the frame. The frame is here. Let's start working around that frame a little lower. Oops. All right, going well. All right, so that's my frame. This chat is dead. No, chat has been pretty alive most of the day. It's normal. Like when we are deeper in the stream, and like it gets quiet, and that allows me to do more work. So it's not a bad thing. It's just a very it's a pattern that really happens a lot. Right now on your following page, Serpent.AI streaming, teaching Python play. How about you gonna say? Some other guy is hosting someone who is playing. Yeah, it's a big plan to get people interested in the game again. Actually, a big ploy. If we get something interesting, of course, I would love to eventually tweet it out to the dev team and Edmund. Like that would be kind of cool. But I need to have something interesting to show. Right? I don't want to jump the gun on this one. Like if we get something cool, and I think it's really cool that we can be proud of it, then maybe we'll reach out to the devs. But it has to be cool, right? It has to be interesting to look at. It has to be impressive. It can't just be like, it sort of works, see? No, it needs to be cool. And I'm going to be very, very strict about the requirements for doing something like that. All right, let's try to zero in on that little boss area. I mean, of course, I could work in Pixlr, but I could also. What's with the stampede? Yeah. Are you bored? I mean, maybe you're bored. I can get that you're bored. Yeah, I can get that. All right, so let's try to get it correctly. So first, the last channel is going to be everything. Did you guys hear the stampede or not? Like seriously, because she just drank some water. She came back and she just like stomped everything on the way. I don't know if you heard it. So let's say approximately. Why is that 900? That's totally broken. No, it's 960, right? So it's not broken. So let's start very, very. And that would be. I'm kind of typing right to left right now. This is. The Y is probably more like 500. So this is just a rough. And why are you not working? A lot of dimensions for image data. So it's everything. Sorry. Everything after this. Everything after this. Yeah, that's more like it. No, damn it. No, okay. This is fine. This is not fine. This needs to be everything after. Yeah, exactly. Of course, I'm not competing on the same state. Yeah, that's a good call, right? Of course, the game code has access to the internal state of the game, so it makes it way easier. Way easier. I don't know what's into her today. You guys that are here like every weekend, you know how the dog usually just like sleeps and doesn't really like. She's out of control today. She's really hyped. Are you hyped for Monstro? Is that what's up? Yeah. Hyper Monstro? Yeah. You just want attention? Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah. what I'm missing is just this guy. Okay, that's a little more like it. So I have to kind of zoom in. I mean, of course, the fastest way would probably be just to go back to Pixlr, and I was trying to see if we can skip Pixlr, but it's just going to be faster overall if we do it in the little image editor. Open my frame, grab my select tool, and I'm going to look at a very, very specific area of the screen. I don't want to zoom in so I can't see the entire bar, however. What I'm interested in is pretty much this section here. Ah, shit. Let's remake that selection. Yeah, it's this entire thing. I don't know if it fills the entire bar or not, but it would have to be somewhat like this. Of course, I just decided to make my selection bigger for some reason. And then just grab the offsets for this. I mean, I might as well make a game region for this, like HOD, HUD, HUD the boss bar, boss HP, something like that in the game. Might as well just do it. Hug, yes. And boss HP. This would be equal to whatever offsets we can kind of cook up right now. Oh, you want water? Okay, sorry, that's my bad. Alright, give me a sec. That's why you're trying to catch my attention. Alright. There we go. Fresh water on the house. Alright. Enjoy the dog drinking water sounds if you can hear them at all. Alright, so I'm looking to focus on coordinates for this. They don't need to be perfect, we'll tweak them. That's a 519, 371. And the other quarter. I did say on the house on purpose. Hey, what's up, Gilbot? I did say on the house as if I was offering her free water. I did say that. It was on purpose. On the house. Unless, of course, you were trolling and just saying on the house as if on top of the house. We're so close. Come on, like we're so close to this. Like this is gonna be fun. All right, 522, 592. Okay, do this. Hopefully I didn't get it wrong. Yeah, I know I'm good. No, I did get it wrong. Beautiful. Congratulations. You got it wrong. Capilicious mood? The best of moods. Such a shame. People are leaving at the best time. Because we're about to do this thing. And it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, it's actually 523. Okay. Alright, so we have this new region. I would have to... Oh, now you want to cry on top? No. You're gonna go to... No. Go to bed. No. Guess I tuned in at the right moment. Yeah, because it's about to get good. Yeah. What are you working on now? We just need one final step to we're working on building. We have having a setup to have Isaac learn to battle individual bosses. And we did all the prerequisites. The loop is there. The Q learning algorithm is there. Now we need the boss bar. Like, we need to write. I don't know what you want. I won't lie, Jesse. I don't know. The last thing we need is actually to read the HP bar of the boss to see are we actually lowering the boss's HP. And if we are, we need to give the action or the transition some reward. Right? So there's going to be a base reward for staying alive. There's going to be an increased reward for having a tier touch the boss, so it diminishes the health. And then that's it. Like, and the punishment if you lose health. That's it. Did I already let it play? We did, but it was not actually doing anything relevant. It was just doing the random stuff like last time, just because it needs rewards, proper rewards to do anything. All right, so let me go back to that. Using our values here, we have 519, 522. So that's probably 520, 522. Let's do it like this, 20 to 522. All right, it's not gonna be useful if we don't see the entire thing. It was shooting walls. Yeah, its favorite thing to do, right? AI has favorite activities, and shooting walls is definitely among them. And the other chords for this guy, 371 and 592. 371. 371 and 592. There you go. So that's like sort of the boss HP bar. Sort of. What I would probably want to do is grab another frame where the bar is full, just to make sure that we kind of got it right. There we go. That's a full bar. Full bar. Let's bring that guy over here. And 1796. Bring that over there, and then you'll see how easy it is. We're just gonna use thresholding, black and white, and count. Well, technically we could count the red pixels, but that's kind of vulnerable to shading. But if I actually take the time to binarize this, then there's not going to be any ambiguity. It's either going to be black or white pixels. And what I'm going to do is count the white pixels, and that's going to be the pseudo health bar, right? So I don't care about getting the actual HP of the boss, as long as the bar is an accurate depiction of, well, the ratio or the percentage, the relative HP of the boss. That's all I care about, right? I don't care about that other stuff. So just to quickly verify, I'm going to load in that other image. That was the 17. And try this guy here again. It does seem like we have a few black pixels. That's actually required. That's a good thing. Really, really good thing. Because if we threshold on this, okay, let's switch it up a bit. Let's say this is the HP bar. Cool. And then I say gray HP bar. Just a classic thing we've done multiple times before. That is sk image dot color dot RGB to gray. Using our HP bar. Finally, we calculate a threshold. So this you should have seen multiple times before in the past if you have been following up. If not, well, first of all, welcome, and then otherwise, you'll see this operation being performed so many times. This is a very, very classic, like, I guess, core thing to do when we work with any sort of computer vision, image transformation. just binarizing the image according to a certain threshold. Right? So we're going to calculate that threshold using filters. Otsu in this case, I don't think we need global. We need local. That would just be a waste. On the gray HP bar. And finally, sorry, we're going to say black and white HP bar. Is equal to, sorry, it's actually just gray HP bar over the threshold. And then I can say skimage.io. Sorry, not in show. Same thing as before. Pass it my black and white, and it's probably not going to work because it doesn't have the color map. Yeah, that's it. So if I want to, I don't know if I can give it the C map in this case. Yeah, okay, it works. So it's not very large, but it does tell me. And then if I say, okay, can we count the white pixels, for example? Let's do black and white HP bar, where black and white HP bar greater than 0 dot size 438. All right, so I could technically pretend that the boss's health right now is 438. Is it actually in the game 438? Like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as we can trust the bar. It doesn't matter. So let's, with this information in mind, let's reload the previous image. That was, I think, deleted starting with a 7. And just make sure that this 438 actually lowers to something else. Yeah, 342. So that's about it. That's about it for the boss's bar. Not that complicated, right? It's percentual, yeah. But it's fine as long as it's on the linear scale. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. So I'm not even looking at the whole bar. I'm actually looking at only a segment of the bar, because why waste? Well, first of all, because it goes under the skull here, right? This is the Jupyter Notebook, Tropical Banana Man. It's really useful when we're working with visual data, right? Because we can kind of visualize exactly what you just saw, pretty much. We can kind of test two versions and say, oh, I'm expecting this to happen. All right, I can confirm that this is what's happening. All right, so we're gonna add some sort of function to read the boss's health somewhere in there. So let's put that back in the game agent. I'm gonna add another pseudo protected method that's just gonna be get boss HP. And there's one thing I need to do always with a threshold that I didn't do here, and I'm gonna do. We have to make sure that it's impossible for it to be a single color. You can extract all the images, yeah, from the assets, I believe, yes. The only thing we use from the assets so far, Natsu, are the fonts. Alright, so we were kind of relying on the fonts. It was sorta useful. Let's just make sure that we forward a... is there a current frame in there? Any frame buffer? Not really. Game frame. Okay, well, I'm just going to receive a game frame in this case. Doesn't really matter. And the advantage is that we can skip the RGB to gray part, because the game frame, the way it works, is it has access to all sorts of representations, including that that grayscale. However, in this case, I don't think we're... Okay, correct that. We're going to need it because we need to work with a screen region. And our system is not equipped to work with regions. It would be nice if it were, so that's definitely a note I'm going to take down. But for now, the HP bar is going to have to be picked up by using libcd extract region from image, using game frame dot frame. Wait a minute, it might still work with the grayscale. Game frame dot grayscale frame. We might be able to kind of skip that part. I'm still going to call it gray HP bar. And the region is going to be self.game. Not screen regions. Yeah, we're using the PNG because we're doing OCR. We don't really care about the actual font to use the font. Right? We just use the image. There are sprite sheets of the font in the assets. Self.game.screen regions. And that region, okay, we're just wrap this to multiple lines. And that is, I believe, HUD boss HP. I might be wrong, but hopefully that's what it is. Then we do the thresholding again. I did say something about the specific exception. For the threshold, determining the threshold, I'm going to wrap this in a try except on value error. Because if the image is a single color, the thresholding functions actually blow up. So if it's just a, let's say, a black bar, it's not gonna work. So what I'm going to do is, in that case, I'm going to set the threshold to -1, and then everything would qualify in this case as over the threshold. Actually, I should do the opposite. I should do, in this case, 2 or over 1, yeah, because I want everything to be black if it's full. Because if it's full in this case, it's a single color. It would be rather, it would probably be empty. Is what I should say. So everything in that case, it would return everything black, and it would count any pixels. So it would say 0. Boss HP bar over the threshold. I don't need to show anything, and then I return whatever I have here as from the function. So everything we do in the notebook, that's a pattern you might notice that we do a lot. Like everything we do in the notebook is just like exploration. The second we have something that sort of works, that we're well interested in the results, we bring it over to the code, and then we just refactor it a bit, right, until it looks a little better. That's a very common way for me to work right here. Perfect, and that would be return get boss HP. All right, so now we should have everything that we need to build we need to build the actual reward function. So if you go to handle boss train, there's a bunch of setup stuff. And when the context is the game, we're going to calculate the actual health, right? And then we do some setup for the frame stack that we're going to pass to the neural net. But then there's this section here that I left a comment where I say we need to calculate the reward. All right, so how do I want to calculate the reward? The health is stored in the game state. We have the previous health. I'm going to say we're going to refactor this tomorrow, right? Because I'm running out of time here, and I definitely want to show something happening before I call it. So add observation to memory, and then instead of saying the reward is, let's say that we're going to start. The cool thing is that we get to decide what the range of the reward is, right? So we can say the reward is clipped to -1 to 1. We can say it's from 0 to 1. We totally control, as long as it's consistent. It's not like the value of the reward itself needs to be within a specific range. It just needs to be consistent across the entire system. So So for example, I could give it a minimal reward as a base reward, right? We're gonna add comments here, just because we can. And of course, the system is something we're gonna tweak over time. It's not gonna be perfect the first time around. But base reward, let's say we start with 0.1. Then we're gonna look at our health. And if our health went down, we need to punish. So let's say punish on HP down, on Isaac HP down. And using the systems we built today, we're now able to do this very easily. So if I'm thinking of how much we want to punish, and do we want to use a system that punishes more if we're closer to death, or if we want to just treat every HP down as a punishment. And now, hear me out, because I know I said in the past that hey, it's important that we don't necessarily punish Isaac too much when he takes damage, because there are some cases where taking damage is the right call, and that is still true. However, is it still true when you're fighting a boss and you have no items? Take a moment to think about that, and I think that the answer changes. I don't think there's a lot of, if you don't have items that are activated from taking damage or being at a specific health, and you don't have these situations like a curse room, entering a curse room that causes damage. Is it ever a good thing to lose health when you're in a boss? I don't think so, right? I don't think it's a good thing. So in this case, I think we're just going to punish very, very steadily if we lose HP, right? So if we lose HP, it's bad. So if basically self.game state of health ends up being smaller than our previous health that we calculated earlier, we need to punish. How much are we punishing? This is the values we need to figure out, right? I'm not. It's not like I have a good idea of what we need to. Yeah, exactly. Isaac already sees enough punishment, right, in this game. It's like the whole concept of the game. But yeah. Exactly, right? Lazarus, yes, because the second Lazarus, if I remember correctly, is just when you die, you kind of come back. But I don't think Lazarus is ever going to be a good candidate for this at least this iteration of the game agent, just because the mechanics are weird. Yeah, Samsung. Yeah, okay. So let's stick to Isaac for now, and because we are playing with Isaac, and if you want to change that up eventually, it's going to make sense. It's going to make sense to change it to adapt to other characters. I mean, there's a lot of systems. We could definitely make AIs that are character specific also, right? Which would make sense because every character in this game has mechanics that are sort of different. Not all of them, but I mean, some of them it's very minimal, right? So like Cain that has like the lucky foot, it's not going to change a whole lot. I'm pretty sure we can transfer an AI that's built with Isaac to Cain without much changes. All right, so how much do we want to punish for? This is what's tricking me right now. Do we want to go into like negative rewards? Because taking damage is bad. Like we have to make sure that it's very clear that taking damage is bad. And then say reward Isaac on boss HP down. So, or not maybe Isaac in this case. Just reward on boss HP down. Nice. That song that was playing reminded you of this. Should check it out. Nice. I will. I like this music more and more. I started just using it as a background, but now I'm kind of looking forward to listening to it. So of course we want to reward on a boss HP down. So we just have to figure out like how much we want to take away from the reward. So our system is definitely not going to be complex at first. Do I just want to say? Since you can pick up those items with Isaac, it makes sense to be part. All right, so Putt Dog, it makes sense. Except that the AIs that are going to take over when we fight bosses are not going to be the same as when we play the game, right? So we have different subsystems that are kind of going to come in depending on the. But down the road, yeah, down the road for sure. Yeah, down the road, you're totally correct. Down the road, it actually will make more sense to just treat all characters as the same. But yeah, in some cases, in this case right now, it's not the case. Just the Python is worth giving up for JavaScript. It really depends on what you want to do, really, right? It really depends on what you want to do. So if you tell us what you want to do, maybe we can answer that question. Would you share your playlist? The songs are really great. I'm actually listening to di.fm, Liquid DMV, so you can check it out there. It's relatively VOD friendly on Twitch. I have a premium account over there. YouTube doesn't like it that much. I'll tell you that. All right, so I say. Yeah, well, in that case, it makes sense, right? As long as it makes sense for your use case, I would do it. I would do it. If Python is not getting you where you need to go in an easy way, like then it's probably worth switching over. Python is still a very good skill to have overall as a general language that you master. But if you have a very, very specific goal in mind that you want to reach sooner than later, then if this is the call you have to make it. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube will strike you down even if you're the one who made the music. Yeah, it's pretty aggressive. I've been like I told that to chat like before. I've been on both ends of YouTube Content ID. So as a person that makes videos and as a person that's working for a publisher, music publisher, and I would say on both ends it's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating because you don't have nice. Like the system for detections in YouTube is really, really good. Extremely good. And I'm not talking about flagging. I'm talking about detecting usages of the songs. What's really bad from a publisher point of view, and this you might have never really heard about that, but it's just the tooling, right? Because they did this. You have to remember that YouTube and Google did this to avoid like being sued and prosecuted, right? Like for this type of stuff, like just saying like, hey, we're gonna show that we implemented some systems in good faith that allows you to kind of police your own copyright infringements. But the tools that they give you to do so are really difficult. You either implement policies based on variables in the video. So basically, is your track most of the video? And if it is, you would say, do a takedown on that one. If it's just my track is contained in a longer video, maybe I want to do attempt to monetize. But it's super bulk actions, right? I would say every video that follows this rule, use that policy. And it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating because even as a publisher, sometimes you don't want to grab everyone that follows a single like rule and punish them or kind of say, I'm going to monetize it instead of you. And then it gets super complicated also. That's something that, another thing that we realize is that if there's shared copyright from multiple publishing houses on a track, so the music industry is a total clusterfuck in case you're not already aware. Basically tracks are kind of registered for different regions, right? And it could be a different publishing house that has the rights to a track in a different country. So imagine how that turns out when you're on YouTube and it's like the internet and everyone's fighting for their share, saying, I own the rights for this country, I own the rights for Australia for that track. And some other person says, I own the rights for US and Canada for this track, the same track. And then everyone says, oh, you detected it for me, I want to monetize this. Then YouTube kind of has to figure out, like, it's just a mess. Like, seriously, overall, it's just a mess. It's a crazy, crazy mess. Yeah, it's insane. Like, it's really, really... So sometimes you're like, the publishers are assholes, but you have to realize that the tools they have to work with the content ID is just not very, very useful, right? Should we losing more health be more significant punishment? Well, maybe on okay. So maybe on the delta, yeah, that's not a bad. No, it's not a bad idea because Monstro technically, even Monstro, which is one of the more basic bosses, can do 1 heart of damage. Yeah, I think if you get hit by one of the larger tiers, right? Is he dead yet? Look who's back with the ambulance. It's getting close. If you see us tweaking reward stuff, it's definitely getting close. I was thinking of this is totally arbitrary. This is definitely something we're gonna have to tweak if we don't converge. If we manage to converge to a decent result, then in this case our values are okay. But it's definitely possible when if we say, hey, we left this running for hours and we're not seeing results. It could be that the reward system that we have in place is not interesting. But let's say we remove. There's no mobile app for the IDFM. Yes, there is one. There is one. There should be one on both platforms actually, because I have them. So yes, of course. And storing the previous boss, the boss's health is also not a bad idea. So in our state, we're gonna make sure to add that. At the end, maybe. Yeah, it's great. It's great. They have podcasts that are like super like latest mixes based on specific music genres. So it's really good. I like it. It's my stuff. I got the premium account just because I don't want ads and stuff, and I want to support them also. So it's really worth it in my opinion. I like it. It's great music for programming. You're depending on like as long as you don't absolutely despise any type of electronic music, you're definitely gonna find something you enjoy there. Unless you're unless you're a person that really knows their music inside out, you might be like, maybe it's not my type. But if you just enjoy electronic music overall, it's definitely not a bad app, not a bad like product. Oh, back from the sleep dead. How's it going? You're about to see something cool. Let's just say that. All right. Or maybe I could just say boss HP or boss health. Two instruments? Damn. I haven't played a lot of instruments in my life. Not because I didn't want to. Just choices, I guess. But I really enjoy music. Oh, hi. Boss health. Do I want to default this to 0? Probably yes. Alright, so this is part of the game state now. Let's see how we want to read this now at this point. This is a mess. Alright, so we read Isaac's health. We might as well read the boss's health also. So self dot, I could say previous boss health is equal to self dot game state. I am up for something cool. Bring it on. Yes, it's happening. It's happening. I promise. I was supposed to stop at 8 hours, and we're up to 9 hours. But I don't want to stop in a spot where we're not gonna see the cool thing happening. And of course, we're not gonna see Isaac. Like I just to make sure that everyone has decent expectations. We're not gonna see Isaac beat the boss like right now, right? It's gonna take some time. What I want to potentially do is leave this running overnight. And try to see if there's any sort of visible progress tomorrow morning. And if not, try to analyze why it's not exactly making progress. Something like that, right? Good, I don't have to eat my socks. Game state boss help. Is it what I named it? I believe so. The more I have to scroll in there, the more confused we get because I have to figure out. Go up. Yep, perfect. And then we say self dot, and that's inside of the context of the game. Yes, indeed. All right, so boss help. We're almost there. Should be equal to self dot underscore get boss HP. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Game frame. You are getting the game frame. All right, I want to call this health now, just because reasons. Obsession. Health. Teach Python Fallout 3 next. we have a good. I should probably add some place where you guys can add suggestions for the next games because everyone kind of comes up with cool suggestions. I think the jump in Fallout 3 would be a little brutal. What's up, Ballot? What would you recommend as a starter? Well, you have anything in mind, right? Do you have anything in mind that you would like to do in the short, medium term in terms of like apps or services or anything like that? Because the answer is the answer is really contextual. It really depends on what you want to do. It's not like this thing is the best thing to start with. And if people tell you that, like, you should take that with a grain of salt. You should be wary a bit. Right? You should be wary because this is not a normal answer. You need to know what people want to do before you give them some sort of recommendation. Of course, I don't need to do this. I don't know why I'm spending time, but somehow it makes me feel better, so I'm doing it. I don't like these short like form thingies. I just can't deal. And why is PyCharm still thinking there's a mistake here? Just planning to gain knowledge development would be useful. If you want to do, well, of course, if you want to do backend development and also learn at the same time a language that gets you and that acts as a very, very general purpose language that would help you branch off in other stuff, Python is a good choice. Otherwise, JavaScript might be a good choice if you want to purely focus on web dev. Just because you can probably do both backend and front end in the same language. JavaScript, in its current modern state, is not necessarily the easiest language to start with anymore. So just basic JavaScript understanding, not that bad. And then eventually it just ramps up in terms of difficulty, right? Python is a very beginner-friendly language. The Python, the pinball channel. I did talk about that. I just missed out on that guy's stream. Thanks for linking it, Jumpy, because I saw someone saying doing Python learns to do something. I was like, oh, it's the Windows pinball thing. And when I went to the stream, it was over. But yeah, thanks for linking it. So yeah, Python, very beginner friendly. JavaScript, beginner friendly to some point, but the actual ecosystem in JavaScript is gonna make your head spin. Absolutely, like just following what's going on, understanding all the systems in JavaScript are probably gonna be a little overwhelming. But getting to do simple things in JavaScript, however, is still a good place to start with. And we do have beginner resources, so of course you can always check out way too many frameworks, no core libraries. I do kind of agree with that. Like, of course, the standard lib in JavaScript is absolutely almost useless. It's not a very, very good one. Like, my call would still be Python, but of course, you will need to learn JavaScript anyways to do some sort of front-end development if that's of interest to you. But that would still be my beginner language recommendations. Like, so if you want to focus absolutely on the web, JavaScript is definitely not a waste of time. If you want to focus on the web, but also are open to trying other stuff out, Python might end up being a good call, right? You start with C++, so you install it was not the worst possible way to start out, Kappa. Well, it's a good thing to get your programming fundamentals in place and understand programming better. Absolutely. Not a bad call, but to get actual like applications done, it might be a little overwhelming, right? Exactly, just getting the principles down, yeah. To play Adventureland, damn. Hey, put it on the list, Virion. Put it on the list. We'll see when we get there. There's an endless list. Like I think we're gonna have to make sure that the human lifespan increases, because by the time I get done with the list, I'm gonna be dead 2 times over. So many things that people want to see us try in terms of AI. But then here's the thing: once the framework is in a usable state, you guys can start doing that stuff, right? You guys can start saying, "Hey, I'm gonna work on this game," and that way I don't have to do them all. That way you guys can make your own. That's the whole point of the framework, right? And hopefully by watching a few of these streams, you're going to be familiar with how it works, at least some parts of it. I don't know what's wrong here. It could just be my. It could definitely just be the ID that's a little tired at this point. Because that's definitely not an error. I ended up posting some reward stuff. What is this here? How did this happen? What is this? Of course I used my friggin' middle mouse click by accident and I added this stuff. I just don't know when it happened. And I have to figure out where that came from. Beautiful. So it would be is selected. I need to find ED somewhere. Yeah, right here. And that should fix everything. Okay, I'm lucky that I spotted that one. All right, so there's one thing I want to disable on my setup, and it's whenever I press middle click on the mouse, it actually pastes stuff. And I've been bitten multiple times by that, like something like this. And just like when I'm scrolling, I just press a little too hard and it inserts code. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. At least this time we spotted it, so not as bad as it could have been. Right. And I was in the middle of changing all the HP stuff to back to health. Little personal thing. All right, now, okay, so we have to finally settle on how we want to calculate the punishments for losing health and how we want to reward Isaac for the boss health. Because all we're asking for is an actual. Oh, is it a grayscale frame? Nah, you just need a game frame. It's okay. All right. All right. So now we have the previous health, the new boss health, which potentially should be lower. And that only needs this can only happen if we're in a boss room, right? It needs to only happen if we're in a boss room. But now that we have that, we have everything we need to calculate at least the rewards for this system. So of course we're gonna scale. We're gonna scale the punishments based on how much health was lost. So of course if we're losing an entire heart at the same time, we should punish double what we would punish for losing half a heart. So how do we do this? Well, it's pretty easy. We'll say minus some sort of coefficient. We want to go to 0.25. It's a little rough. I just have to figure out and this is one place where you guys can help if you want to at least voice your opinion. what do you think is more important? That we have to, I'm just imagining the scenario where, let's say we lose an entire heart of health, but we also cause damage to the boss. What should be the takeaway from that? We have to kind of rationalize it a bit. Because if I lose an entire heart of health, is it still worth it if we did damage to the boss? I don't think so, right? Why is that? Because there are ways to damage the boss without losing health. So it should still be punished more than the other way around. Yeah, dog is crying again. I don't know what's up. So let's say we want to punish with a 0.25 times the difference between the healths, right? So assuming that the previous health went down, let's just say previous health minus this health. So the delta between the two. So if we lose an entire heart, that would be 2. That would be 2 times 0.25, and we would subtract that from the reward. Punishment for losing heart must depend on the number of hearts left, but as a rule of thumb, avoiding losing hearts should be absolute priority. Yes, and I did address that a little earlier. In the case of bosses, right, there's not a whole lot of scenarios where losing heart would be a good thing, especially if we're playing without items. Right, so if we're playing without items, I don't see it being important. And keep in mind that, just to give the context, because I know people come in and out of the channel, a little bit of context, we're training an AI to be a specific sub model inside of our game agent for every boss, right? The dog needs more to clean up. Yeah, the dog is crying. Just like, give me something. All right, so let's say this, and then how do we reward the boss? Do we want to reward the? Do we want to reward based on doing damage at all, or do we want to reward based on how much damage? Good question, I'd say. Good question. I like how I'm giving myself credit. I'm just like, good question, man. Good question. I like that. Like, good thinking. Because the thing is, we can calculate what the delta is between the previous bar and the new bar. But is that relevant? In some cases, like if we were using bombs and we had bombs, and of course using bombs would do more damage to the boss than just shooting a tier. Maybe it would make sense to reward proportionally to the amount of damage dealt, but in this case, it's a little tricky to know how much. Like, all right, let's do it that way instead. Let's start easy and then move on if we figure out some other pattern. So this is pretty much a repeat of the other guy, except that we're gonna do previous boss health and boss health here. And of course we have to swap in these variables too. The previous here. So smart Serpent, yeah, until we run it, because how long has it been since we ran it? Imagine what's gonna happen. I can already imagine what's gonna happen. And of course, when it's not a punishment, we want to attend to the reward. And this would be in a way that's, yeah, proportional, I guess, to the difference. But since I can't really tell what the difference is without running some tests, I would rather just say, hey, when you do damage to the boss, let's say you're gonna make like, I don't know, 0.35 or something. And in this case, if you lose half a heart and do damage at the same time, you would learn that it's still slightly a good thing, but not the best, right? The best would be getting a 0.45, saying your base reward for not taking damage would be, so let's say, okay, for a specific action you don't take damage and you don't damage the boss, you would still get a very small reward, like a 0.1. If you don't take damage, but also damage the boss, then you would get 0.45. And if you also take damage, then this could potentially go in the negative. But then the situations can combine. It's possible that you cause both damage to yourself and the boss, and that would give us a different reward. It's been so long that Isaac will just stand there confused. Yeah, probably. Well, it's gonna start out like that, because as long as the epsilon value is 1, it's gonna do random stuff. And for it to exhaust, I don't know this game. Is there ever a time a boss being immune? Yes, depending on the bosses. Some bosses can be in states where they can't be damaged. Absolutely, yes. There's a few I can think of. I don't know their name by heart. Some people know more about that stuff from the game. I remember their looks, right? Because I played the game, but I don't necessarily focus on the names. What's all this new text? Yeah, he cries. Yeah, the Isaac's gonna think about it. Like, let's start with this, right? And maybe it's gonna be crap. Maybe it's gonna be total crap. Maybe it's gonna be decent. But at least we have something, right? So we're gonna add to the reward if we damage the boss. We're gonna remove from the reward if we take damage. And of course, like the entire thing, whether the entire thing converges or not to something good is based on this. Very small, out of all the code everywhere and all the supporting code in other files, the entire thing might very well just pivot on how well we implement this thing. So we're gonna have to learn about like how we want to implement that stuff better. So if we see Isaac taking damage too freely because it thinks it can still damage the boss, then we're gonna have to tweak and punish more for taking damage, stuff like that, right? It's also possible that we get it sort of right the first time around. The other thing that's going to contribute to whether or not it converges is also, did we make any mistakes when building the frame stacks and building the mini batches to train on the neural network. And I mean, there's no way for me to verify this until I get a system that doesn't work, and I'm like, well, there you go, it doesn't work. Are we ready to do this? I think before I do this, I'm going to refill my water and get my food back for the second round, and then I'm just gonna sit back with you guys for a while. And as long as it works, we're just gonna watch it do its thing, right? Should be the fun part. What did you just speed up the neural net? I haven't done anything yet, Jumpy. So I'm gonna try to see if it works. If it doesn't work and it's still like 1 or like 1.1 actions per second, I might, before resorting to changing the res, I might just press the inputs for a little longer, so it doesn't do like micro steps, right? Let me get that water, let me get the food back, and then we're just gonna sit back and watch the results of this. Finally. So it should take a second. Is this what the stream becomes? Eats food? Well, I did learn earlier that eating food gets me bits, so I have to blame you guys for this. Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. It's a sight to behold. You guys taught me that bits come in when I eat, so it's your bad. Alright. Especially chicken salad from pizza place. Yeah, never gonna make that mistake again. Never gonna make that mistake. Trust me. Alright, cool. Final check. Boss train. That is Monstro. Eventually we're gonna create a mapping for this. And now we have the reward system in place. And we have all sorts of... I guess we could also output one last thing. The boss health information. Bits are Serpent.AI's reward mechanism? Yeah, exactly. Is it actually a pizza place? Yeah, if the pizza place salad looks like this, that would be alarming. It's not a ribeye and a beer. I need to buy. I need to do this eventually. Just not go crazy, of course, but maybe, just eventually buy a little 6-pack or something. Especially if we do training jobs, just to sit back and kind of have fun and relax after like a stream like this where we just did a lot of stuff. All right, let's clean up. I was adding some stuff to the debug output because that is one fun part to focus on also. All right, so this stuff here. Can we punish Serpent? Take the bits away. There we go. I'm gonna have to go. Oh shit, it's inside of a string. You need to keep that single quote. I'm gonna have to go back outside with the dog. Just because we had weird hours today, right? Yeah, champagne for Isaac killing his first boss. Like, I should think of something like that. We need to celebrate somehow. We need to celebrate it if it happens. You're just having fun with your own reinforcement learning with myself here. I'm okay with that. Previous boss health should be good. I mean, not exact. Oh, there's one thing I just remembered that we need to change. One last thing. Wait, it's missing a part. It's missing a part. It's supposed to also do the saving to disk after the outputs. Alright, I have all of this, including the creating the mini batches for batch, but I think we're missing this part. No, wait, it has... No, it is there. Okay, sorry, I missed it. My bad. My bad. It just gets a little confusing to work with this thing. That way he never reaches 1,000 followers and just keeps talking. Come on, that's if I would forget who you guys are. Like, that has nothing to do with the followers number. I remember some of the early people, like Spherion is an early follower. Elijah, that gave us a bit of money today, is also an early follower. Spherion, you're probably the well, between you and Elijah, probably one of the oldest followers in this chat right now. OG follower. All right, and see if you guys had that mentality, saying, "Oh, when he's gonna get like 250 followers, he's gonna forget about Spherion." Well, see, I don't. There you go. Love. Age into it. Yes, your follower, like your follower status means, yeah. Why do I feel like I'm gonna lose this? I'm gonna lose this game, like, so bad. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go outside really soon. We just need Monstro to do like this. Just need to bring Monstro into this world. Okay. I know you don't understand what I'm saying, but it's okay. Let's say Rebirth, Monstro DQN. So we're gonna save the weights to a different file, just to make sure that in this case, if we ever change bosses and stuff like that, we're gonna not overwrite our weights. Or we could be a little smarter and just use the config values of. Right, so config value in this case would be 1010. I'm still okay with that. I could say boss and then add self.config. Oops. boss, and do the same thing everywhere else. So let's say boss underscore. Yeah, we're about to go, Libby. Is Monstro dead? Yeah, this is how you make me remember you, actually. Yeah. By doing exactly that. Alright, data sets, Binding of Isaac, Rebirth boss. Yeah, the files are okay now. This can be the boss. Is that the clip of or the highlight of the me losing control of the machine by any chance? Something about Monstro being dead? Yeah, I know. I'm a fake advertiser. Yes. No. Yep, absolutely. Nah, not a fake advertiser at all. Now we output. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Just a little stressful. I'm kind of avoiding it now because I'm like, what if it doesn't work at all and I just look stupid? But no, it should be good to go. I did check that the configs were set to boss string. Yes, I did. Perfect. No more excuses. Let's make sure Isaac is like in the middle of a room. Isaac play. How to punish PC, turn off energy. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's where's that coming from? That's just a mistake in the grab. Like, this is still a bug that I haven't found. I haven't been able to understand why it kind of comes into play. Just sometimes the frame grabber doesn't start. I think it's the timing of starting the frame grabber that's kind of off. Oh shit, I still have the extra HUD. I don't want that. Damn it! Stop! No, stop! I said stop. I still have that extra thingy. I don't want that. Unless we intend to always keep it, but I think it's just gonna mess with our assessments. Screw you, it. Yep. That was close to a repeat. Stop. Alright, there we go. Let's be entertained now. We do see the rewards as they come in. Oh yeah, we did say we wanted to potentially boost Isaac's health also. Just so the episodes are a little longer, right? Thing is, the movement is probably gonna have to come in, and that's something Shuch mentioned. We're gonna have to probably also control. Curse of Darkness is not the end of the world. You missed the start. It just started. Current step is like super early. And pauses. I like that it pauses. It adapts to our framework pretty well. Oh yeah, Isaac is going to be a noob for quite a while. Let's just be real. But I think the movements are a little too. I think one of observation I would make right now is the movements are a little too. A little too like tiny. I would probably hold the keys for a little longer. Just watch on your TV and chat on your phone. Nice. Watch eating the rest of what I started earlier, which is not that appetizing when you eat it after the fact. Defeat it with love. Another Curse of Darkness for real? Well, at least we're gonna see a lot of variety in our frame data. Just a few notes, by the way, if you're Curse of the Blind. No, Curse of the Blind is what is Curse of the Blind again? Is it the map? It's the map, I think. Yeah, it's the map. So you don't see the mini map. All right, I know you're gonna be like, no, don't do it. I'm gonna do it. I did it. I done it. It's over. I'm gonna make the P presses longer because I don't think we're gonna learn anything good if we can just move like with micro movements like this. Like it's not good. So let me find. No. Let's do a real life, like not like this. Like, oh no. Print input values. That's in the old guy. I don't think we. No, we know it is here. Is it? It's when I decide for how long to press. Where was that happening? It's when I get the. Is it here? Tap keys, yeah, okay. And what I can do is duration here. So let's say I want to tap them for tap them. Thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it. Thank you. Let's say that's like triple. We're just gonna triple the duration of the key press right here. Double follow. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's go. Let's do this again. Just try to see if. Wow, you guys are really taking it badly, aren't you? Maybe you're not cut out for this AI thing, because this is gonna happen a lot. Just saying. I'm just warning you. You have to thicken your skin a bit. At least Isaac now is moving, yeah, a little more. I think it's like the most random damage he's done so far, so that it's definitely better. Should be pressed until the next decision is made. Do I agree with that? Do I agree with this? I think that's enough for Isaac to at least dodge stuff. We'll see if it's correct or not later. The thing is, it doesn't exactly work like this, guys. Like I can't just say press this button for this amount of time, because the string of inputs that are coming back are coming from the neural net. It's not telling me. It's never going to tell me. It's a classification process in a way, right? It's not a regression process that says like, hey, this is the value for this. It might not be easy to understand what I'm saying right now. It may not make a lot of sense, but it's not an easy thing to just say press it for this long, right? What's the reward value? Well, there's a base reward for not hitting the boss and not taking damage. There's a reward that's in place for the punishment that's in place for every half a heart you lose in an action. So if you lose an entire heart like we just did, you're going to lose 0.5. Otherwise, you're going to lose 0.25. And if you hit the boss, every time you hit the boss, so every time the health bar for the boss changes, you gain 0.35 on top of that 0.1. But that's just the way we're. That's just the way. Gathering data, how long he's surviving. I don't think that's I don't know if it's a good input necessarily. And of course, we can change our mind about that later on. I just don't know if it's a good input, to be honest. Like, because should it be a reward for how long he stays alive? Because maybe all he would learn is to avoid damage forever. because he would get better rewards for staying alive longer. So it's just, I'm gonna not kill the boss just because I can stay alive, right? And is the extra HUD back on? No, it's not. It's not. I think I'm gonna leave it do its thing, and I'm gonna go outside with the dog because the dog is definitely, it seems to be an emergency. She's been crying for like the past like half hour, so I really need to do something about that. And I'm gonna leave this on. It's definitely not the worst thing to watch. The first interesting, I guess, the first step to watch is when we get into for interesting data. Yeah, we could do that. That's a good idea. In that case, but then that would mean I have to stop it for tonight, and I think everyone's gonna be like, no, no. Had to do it. You're really having fun with this one. Yeah, let's just leave that. I mean, it's still progressing. Like I said, the step we have to look for is 3200. And it'll be quite visible when we reach 3200 because Isaac's going to slow down quite a bit because it's going to go through the neural net at that point, right? I don't even think it's going to get to 3200 by the time I'm back. But in the meantime, you guys can enjoy this. And if you spot anything that might be relevant, don't hesitate to post it in chat. I mean, Isaac is it's not the worst. It almost looks like he's almost doing something smart, but it's sort of avoiding. It's gonna be the last time tonight. I highly doubt that. Please surprise me once more, and please keep it for when Monstro is actually dead. That would be great if you could bring it back. Like, is Monstro actually dead? Yes, he is. Monstro died. All right. Let me take care of a doggy here, family member. I'll be right back, all right? And you enjoy this. And like I said, if you see something hilarious or you see something interesting that you want to contribute in terms of notes, do so. And I'll be back, all right? All right, I'm back, and I just threw down my. Give me a sec. My soft light just went down. What's this? All right, give me a sec. My box just decided to collapse for some reason. Cheap stuff. All right. Praying to the almighty fork. Nice. All right. So I'm gonna ask you a quick question. How's it doing? And if you answer something different, then it's no difference. You got this totally wrong. There can be a difference until epsilon changes from 1. So right now it's still random until we reach step 3200. Then our memory is actually going to be large enough to start making mini batches to train on. 583 is the best? You guys are keeping track of that? Nice, nice. Definitely got worse, no question. Oh boy. How am I going to deal with all the trolling? It just did 5 to 65. By the way, just to give you an idea of the scale and the scope of this thing, in a full run, it would go to 3 million steps, and it's at step 1600 right now. So just to give you an idea how long it will take to converge to decent results, right? I missed the kill? Yeah, I missed the kill. Probably. So now we're just silently sitting and waiting for that that memory to fill up to 3200 transitions observed. And then it's go time. One observation that's definitely valid is should we give a little more hearts, right? How Isaac is going to learn with the jumping attacks? I think it's of course we can't reason like a human when we do these type of thing. We can't reason like a human. However, that being said, I mean there's useful information. When Monstro is off the stream, Monstro is probably trying to get to you, right? Exactly. And so that's in human terms that Corebot did it, but it still works. Relative. Whoa, dinner coming back up. Nice. It still works in a similar way. Like the pixel structure is changing when the boss is not there, and technically the boss jumps on you. So eventually it will learn that if it does nothing, then it will get hit. At this pace, it will take 12 days. Are you calculating the how fast the frames are going? I mean, we don't have to leave it. We don't have to leave it for all this time, right? We don't have to leave it for 3 million steps. But as long as we're seeing decent results, we can call it eventually. But this is probably just like a test run, anyways. Not the real deal. The real deal is probably going to happen during the week, right? Once I'm pretty confident that we're doing it the correct way. Then I'm probably just going to make these training streams where if you're curious, I'm not going to be necessarily here entertaining you guys, but if you want to just drop in and check out the progress and you know, check for at one time during the day, come in later and see what's up. Is it better? Is it bad? We can definitely do this, right? And it's going to take a while to get decent results. I mean, just getting to that 3200 is taking a long time, right? What's not helping is all the restarts, so that's what I'm saying. And like maybe we should have given Isaac more health a bit. Not enough health so that he can beat Monstro by total like randomness, but at least more health so that we don't restart so much, because we lose a few seconds every time we restart. So that's definitely something to consider. Definitely something to consider. And of course, the other one to consider is the movement that we're doing right now enough still. So what's a game agent? Game agent is just another term, I would say, for what you would call, like someone would call an AI. So it's kind of like a piece of code. If you want to go for the simplest explanation, a piece of code that receives input that will do something with that input and produce output. So the input would come. It's a term Serpent.AI made up. No, it's not. I can guarantee you not. It's not. It's not. I didn't make up this term, but it's funny. That's hilarious. No, but it's really an agent is just something that will receive input, do something with it, and then it produce output. So a game agent is something that receives input from the game. In this case, the only input that we're getting is it stuck? Uh-oh. What? And it's still training because it never detected the depth. Damn it. Oh boy, that's pretty bad. So that's one of the failures of our neural net. Shit. The neural net that classifies the context. No, but just to finish on that, what is a game agent before we yeah, okay, something bad happened. Something pretty bad happened. It didn't really detect. Yeah, that's GG right there. I'm gonna have to figure out why this is happening. The thing is, and this is why tomorrow the first thing we're gonna do is retrain the neural net for the context detection. Yeah, we're gonna give it more health for sure. So that's gonna. Okay, I need to finish. I need to focus. Okay, finish first of all the game agent's like. So like I said, an agent is something that receives an input. We'll do something, transform it perhaps, analyze it, and then produce output. A game agent will receive input from the game. The game input, in our case, is just a raw frame. So every frame that we capture from the game is input to the agent. And then the agent will do all sorts of things. In this case, it's a lot of machine learning, computer vision, stuff like that on that frame, and then produce some sort of output to send back to the game, right? So that's what the game agent is in this case. So how do I make sure that whatever happened right now doesn't happen again? We have to retrain the neural net with more examples of a dead screen. I think the problem is I only trained it with a single sample, so in some cases it still gets it wrong, and now it kind of breaks the entire thing if we manage to get in that situation. Let's use the opportunity here to do a few things. Let's buff Isaac's health a bit. That's gonna lower the amount of restarts, and it's gonna make us reach that 3200 quicker, absolutely. Right? And what else do we want to do? I can't really fix the neural net that misclassifies tonight, so that might still happen, unfortunately, when we die. I mean, it didn't happen. We died so much, and it only happened once. But it's definitely something that we have to kind of work with if it happens. And if it keeps happening because the neural net's never perfect to classify, then we're gonna have to find a way to get us out of that situation where we're stuck on that dead screen, right? Definitely important that we figure this out, because this actually kills the training. This kills the agent, and that's not good. How do we give it more help? Well, we can probably just input a few more things when we decide to go to the boss. Before we go to the boss, we could type some more strings, right? To give ourselves, to actually give the item. Is it give item? I don't remember. So let's give us a few breakfasts, like 3. Where's our debug console? That's the one. Yep. Is there a give item? Yeah, give item, and I can say breakfast, and I think that works. I can try it myself. Give item. Yeah, it works. Okay, perfect. How long does it take to check for the dead screen in that NN? Can you just run this every X decisions in case it missed? I actually don't run it every frame. That's the thing, right? I only run it when there's a drastic change in the context. So if it never detects that screen, it's never going to perform the actions of that screen. And I don't do it on every frame. And if it misses the opportunity to do it, then it's not going to work. Because it needs to reach that dead screen state in order to do the reset, right? The reset. Call it just once in a while. Okay, yeah, maybe, or just say like, yeah, if it's been a while, call it. The thing is, if it goes from game to game, no, okay, no, I got it wrong. The problem is not a timing issue more in this case, right? It's not a timing issue. It's just that it sees the correct frame from the dead screen, but it just misclassifies it as game, because there are still game elements that are shown in the structure of a dead screen. So it hasn't seen enough examples of dead screens to make the correct call every single time. Right, so that's more like the problem here. I'm gonna figure it out. Don't worry. I'm gonna retrain that network tomorrow morning. This is gonna be tomorrow morning. Let's be real. It's not morning. But tomorrow when we start working on that stuff, I'm gonna make sure to. I'm definitely gonna make sure that we give it more examples. And if it still does it, like I said, then we'll try to find a workaround. I wouldn't be too worried. All right. So when I restart a run, I'm gonna ask for 3 breakfasts. And that should give us more health. So let's go and say, can we look for something else in the dead screen? Yeah, that's another way of doing it, of course. Like that was my first way, CSR. That was my first way of doing that stuff. I was probably more interested in not using a neural network. The thing is, back then on the stream, that was the first time we were using any type of neural network. So people were super like, yeah, let's do DNN. I was like, guys, it's really expensive. It's not the best way necessarily of doing this. It's not going to be flawless. But of course, like, people were hyped about the neural net thing. So I was just like, all right, we'll do it. And then it kind of stuck as the solution we're using. But is it the best call to use it? It's not precise in 100% of the cases, and it can get us stuck like this in these situations. So yes, we could definitely look maybe as a fallback, just to make sure. Hey, possibly we miss classified that, and that's maybe the approach we'll take tomorrow, right? Hey, maybe we misclassified our game stuff. Just look for a specific pattern or a bunch of pixels that are always there on the dead screen, just as a kind of like a safety net in case we misclassified it, and so we don't get stuck. Because right now we can get stuck. All right, so let's do it again. Anything else I want to tweak here? I mean, we could also reduce the delay, but that's something I'm that in favor of. The observation delay. It's not going to build as much as a memory if I do this, the replay memory, right? So now we wait till we have at least 3,200 observations in the memory before we start eroding epsilon and then relying like ever so slightly on the neural net for predictions instead of doing random stuff. That's a long time to wait, but at the same time, it's nice to have this because this is still a very small fraction of the actual memory. The actual memory is allowed to go up to 50,000 transitions, and we only want to train when we reach this threshold. So of course, waiting for it is annoying in a sense. It takes time, but it takes time is the nature of this training procedure, anyways. So just for show tonight, of course, we could lower it, but that's definitely never going to be an AI that's going to make it. Let's just call it make it to prod, right? It's never going to make the production just because. We need to follow the proper procedure here. Let's do. I did give Isaac more health. Anything else? Anything else that we want to take care of while we're in there that we notice? Maybe give it a little more movement still. Just a little more intense key presses. That's probably the other observation I would make. But other than that, not so much. Not so much. And that happens where is the duration? Is that the wrong? Yeah, boss train is here. So maybe like 0.25 or something. All right. And let's go for that one. And of course, classic Serpent. In classic Serpent fashion, I did say that today's stream was going to be 8 hours, and I'm just going to be super adamant about it. But look at the uptime; it's 10 hours now. There's just no way we can deal with this. Damn you! God damn it! Yeah, we're missing an enter press after every one of these. Good job. Good job. And of course, instead of typing him out, we could do something. I could probably use the up arrow, but for now, we're just gonna do this. Yeah, you almost asked about it? Yeah. Well, I can't be trusted. There you go. 6 health, boss. And we're running the subs. So I hope we don't get in that death screen issue again. And if we do, high on the order of priority tomorrow is going to be adding some sort of failsafe to the context detection. Oh man, this is gonna take forever. Isaac, why are you so bad? Yeah, he survives longer now because I gave him longer. He must be learning. Yeah, this is the pain of any AI or machine learning process stream. It's just like people kind of make up their own rules. I know you just Kappa, so I know you understand, but like Sendex, the stream with the GTA stuff, yeah, he does have more health. And he's not always better because he has more health. Absolutely not. But I noticed so many times on Sendex's stream, like just people are like, even it says it in the stream panels. Let's say in a specific example was saying the AI is not learning right now, or the neural net is not learning because blah blah blah, this reason. And every once in a while, people in chat would say, "Yeah, it's not learning. It's not learning." And then people would still ask every friggin' second. I don't know if it's just trolling for fun or not, but like, "Hey, is it learning?" It was just so funny. It was just like, "Oh man, I'm not sure if I want to deal with this if we make training streams." But you guys said it was something you wanted to see, so we'll definitely add it to the list of things we're gonna do. All right, this is over. I guess that has to do with things, not understanding how things work. Yeah, but it still says it. That and trolling. Yeah, because it still said it. I know. However, to be fair, not everyone reads the stream panels, especially if you're on mobile. They're pretty hidden. They're a couple of taps away, so it makes sense if someone's just joining on mobile. They're like, what's up? And of course, you don't see chat history. Yeah, up enter is going to save some time, right? I agree. But then if I stop, people are going to get annoyed. But it definitely makes more sense to use the up key after doing it a single time. And then that's going to save us a few seconds, but a few seconds times every time we die, so that's still a considerable amount of time. What type of food is that? That was the. So I don't know where you're from, but that's like if you're in the I guess Canada and US, you probably know poutine, right? So it's just I'll type it out in on the other setup. You can look it up for yourself. Of course, MooBot likes to interfere like that. But it's actually a spin on it. It's not the actual. Wait. No, I did something stupid there. Like, why do I have 7 health? I probably did an extra up at the end there. Yeah, up, enter. Wait. Give me breakfast, enter key, up, enter. Why do I have 7 health? What happened? Oh no, because yeah, I didn't restart the game. I think it's fine. Just I already had one breakfast there, I believe. Yeah, he had start. Yeah, exactly. I realized that now. He had 4 to start with. I'm just going a little crazy. I was like, how? How's that possible? Please. Yeah, I didn't restart exactly. Yep. Yep, you guys are on top of it. How far has it gotten so far? Well, it's in a we built a little setup. Oh, nice! It's much faster now. Great. A nice setup right now that we can so we can get Isaac to kind of learn to beat bosses, right? What's the variation? It's actually a Lebanese take on poutine, right? So it's just instead of the standard fries, gravy, and cheese, it was garlic, potatoes, beef, chicken, and then standard gravy and cheese, and also fried pita. So that's pretty nasty in terms of health, but it's pretty delicious. It's pretty delicious. Cheese curds, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good mix. No, it's actually cheese curds. Yeah, no, it's never shredded cheese. If you see someone that uses shredded cheese and calls it poutine, you have to revoke their poutine license, right? This is not acceptable. It needs to be cheese curds. Absolutely. So we're gonna get the step 1600 a little sooner now, and I really want to see that step. I want to see how it's gonna perform when it actually starts training the neural net and relying on it for predictions. I really want to get to that point. Can you make it? Can you make you invincible? Yes, we could make Isaac invincible, but then how would we learn that something is bad if we can't lose health? There's really an important. It's really important. It's really important to use to have some way of punishing, also not just rewarding. It creates a more balanced system. Like I need to know that maybe you did something good, but also bad in this case, right? Like there's situations like this. If I make it at home, use shredded cheese. Yeah, of course. Yeah, at home you can make exceptions. But of course it needs to be curds. Like it makes all the difference, to be honest. Alright, it's gonna take a while, but I'm willing to stick around. If you guys want to stick around a bit and watch it, I'm gonna stick around also. I'm not gonna. I mean, it's not as intense for me. I can just chat. Just chat with you guys and watch this also. So I'm not opposed to keep it have this running still. I'm not gonna get into code. So if we get ideas, they're gonna have to go for tomorrow, for sure. I think code part is definitely done, but I'm down to watch this for a while. Yeah. And the reason, just to give you a little context, why am I making the move, the key presses or the button presses that hard, is because I'm actually anticipating that once we hit the neural net, it's going to slow down, right? We saw this earlier, so by having longer key presses, I'm kind of just like right now it's probably too much, but once it starts hitting the neural net, it's going to slow down so much that having longer key presses right like that is going to make it more acceptable. Is the console able to accept clipboard input? That's a good question, actually. I can't really check. Someone that has the game or knows about that probably can check. But I definitely cannot interfere with this right now. Oh yeah, for sure. Any way we have to make it faster. You might be saying, oh, it's just a few seconds or milliseconds, but it really adds up. We're gonna do this for multiple iterations. So of course, if we could make it a little faster, yeah, exactly. If we save like even 1 second, it's probably like, I don't know how many seconds over the entire process, but it could be easily like 15-30 minutes, even more. So definitely not Definitely not time wasted. You have another computer? True, I could open Isaac on my other computer, but then I'm gonna mess up something with the stream. I just know it. I'm gonna manage to do it. Trust me. All right, so power of random right now, not too bad, huh? Epsilon is still 1, so it's 100% random, but he's still able to. Thanks for streaming. It's fun to get to see how stuff like this can be done. Hey, my pleasure. I'm having fun doing it too, right? It's not like like I said, it's not like meant to be a course or anything. I'm kind of learning a lot of things as you guys know while we're doing this, and it's just fun to give us a little challenge in something as visual as a game. It makes it more interesting. Also for me, not just for you guys, but also for me to have a goal that we can. Video games are great for this type of stuff, just because video games are relatively simple in terms of inputs, in terms of even goals and stuff like that. So great, it's not a bad idea. It's really not a bad idea. I'm actually having a lot of fun doing this. Chair is broken, back is killing me, tablet, yeah. Well, now you can enjoy more, like totally sellout mode. Now you can enjoy chat if you're full screen your tablet, courtesy of our little widget at the bottom right of the stream. A chat, like an actual addition that I was not looking forward to making to the chat. Like I never liked these chat overlays, but it makes more sense now. It makes more sense. You also have your joystick stuff working. That's amazing, man. That's really cool. That's gonna be fun. I want to see it working at some point. Like, I want to see it working. And we're almost halfway to the transitioning over to the neural net and having epsilon go down a bit, so it should be interesting. I'm not gonna feel the need to cast this, so if I go a little more silent, you know why. I'm not gonna comment on everything that happens when it's like the neural net, like at super early stages like that. That would just be ridiculous. Can be fun for a while, but. Nice. I just read that. Try to add small heuristic things so it won't fire the event manager if the input isn't significant. Nice. I like that. Yeah, because see these. It's always things like this, right? It's always things like this when you're planning the idea out, and I'm kind of including your idea, your project in this shot. Like it's always like you're on paper. You're like, oh yeah, it shouldn't be that hard, and then when you start doing it, you're like, oh, edge cases, and that ends up taking a long time. A long time just working on these edge cases, and chat here is familiar with edge cases, let me tell you that. And why is that, Core Bob? Why are you not going to try integrals? It's just not, is the installer not working for you? Yeah, edge cases, man. The edge cases are everywhere. You just don't plan it out, right? Because not a single that's weird. What? I can't say I've ever had that happening. Maybe it's a temporary issues, but even the torrent files, that's kind of weird. Unless they have DNS issues. It's possible that they have, I guess, DNS issues right now. So everything is kind of going through their domain, and then if the DNS is kind of in the last 10% goes 90% of development time. Isn't that ever so true? Yeah. Yeah, since they're using their own DNS, it's probably broken. Like maybe mirrors.enterghost.com right now is being transitioned to something else. Yeah. It's possible that they have a new version also, Core Bob, right? So it's just, I would just give it a bit of time. It's gonna resolve itself. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Well, it's not just necessarily edge cases, but it's also like perfecting, right? The polish. So whereas let's say you do the 80-20 rule, where you'd be like, oh yeah, 80% of the development is going to be the big cluster, the big core, the big features, right? The big stuff, and then the 20%, the last 20% is going to be the polish. Well, most of the time you're wrong, because it's going to end up being that the core features took you 20% of your time, and the polish is going to take you 80%, right? Yeah, new version is working. Yeah, they were probably just transitioning. Yeah. That's what I figured happened. All right, we're almost there. 1,000. The way I've always heard that is, yeah, I heard that before too. It's probably a quote somewhere on the internet, or just overall, like a quote overall. But yeah, first 90% of the work takes 90% of the work, and then the final 10 takes the other 90%. Yep. Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. All right, Isaac, do your thing. Do your thing. And rip music again for the second time. That usually means we need to stop streaming, because it means it's been a long time. But we're not technically working very hard right now, so it's okay. It's absolutely okay. I can just relax and have it do its thing. So maybe just give a little overview of what's going on in the terminal. So right, you see in the terminal there's output that gets refreshed. So what's that, right? What's this input? Because that's definitely something I guess we could explain. Current step. So every frame that we decide to process counts as a step. So that's not too difficult. Current epsilon. What is epsilon? Well, of course, going into like the greedy epsilon Q policy is perhaps a little too intense for this, but see it in a very simple way. Epsilon is your chance, your probability, let's say from 0 to 1 in this case. So right now it's set at 1. It's your probability from 0 to 1 to actually do something random instead of relying on something you learn or know. So at first we start at 1 for a bunch of observation steps just to build our memory, our observation memory, and then later epsilon's going to start to slowly go down, and that becomes a probability. So there's a ever so slight chance once epsilon goes down that eventually it's going to use the neural net instead of using random actions. And the longer you leave your training operation running, the lower epsilon gets, and the more you start relying on what you learn, right? So it should make sense. It should click, even though that's not the full explanation of everything. It should make sense when explained that way, right? So eventually we start relying more on what we know, but very slowly, just very slowly we erode that value until we reach our floor, a value for epsilon. And let's say we reach our floor for epsilon. Our floor could be, let's say, 0.1. So it's going to cap at 10% chance random and 90% chance of relying on what you know, right? And what else after that action? Well, action the list is actually the keys that are that we decide to press in this case. So when you see WD, when you see numbers, they're probably arrow keys, right? So it's just the ASCII code for the arrow keys. But that's actually the actions that are being performed for a specific step. Reward it kind of speaks for itself, but it's just a reward that we're giving for a step. It could be a negative reward or a positive reward. So if something bad happens, like we get hit, you'll notice that if you pay close attention, you'll notice that the reward is bad when we get hit. And then a maximum projected future reward, that's actually the result of the Q function. I did talk about the Q function a little bit before, not too much. But it's a function that based on, let's say, a bunch of frames, a sequence of frames, it calculates the potential, the discounted projected future reward for every one of the action combinations that you have in your as outputs from your neural net, and it calculates the probabilities for that and says, hey, this is using with this context, choosing this set of actions would probably give you the best future reward, right? And what else? Loss has to do with neural nets, so it's not necessarily something you should pay attention to that much. And then of course the rest is not technical stuff. It's more like the health of Isaac, and in terms of half hearts, right? So 4 hearts means 2 full hearts, and so on and so forth. And the boss health is not an actual value. It's more like a relative. It's kind of like in a bunch of pixels that we're counting. But that's the output we have so far. That's the output we have so far. Are we ever gonna add more? Probably, especially if we're not just working on bosses. It's very likely. We're gonna have more, but it's still very decent output. I think it's readable even for you guys in chat. Like, you can definitely just see the game and see the information right next to it. And at a glance, even if you come back later, just a little trick tip: pay attention to epsilon. Right? Really, that's really what's going to give you an idea of how far along we are. Is how far, how much epsilon has eroded. The more epsilon has lowered, the more we're starting to use our learnings versus trying stuff out. So there's the concept of, in reinforcement learning, there's the concept of exploration versus exploitation, right? So exploration is when we do random stuff, right? And exploitation is when we use our knowledge to do something. And the real challenge is usually to find a great balance between exploitation and... Oh yeah, true, 1600. Thank you for noticing that. So see, it's a little slower. It's definitely a little slower. Is it that much slower? Not too bad, not too bad. I think we can live with it. Thanks for noticing. I was just talking there. I was just like... just talking and yeah, it's definitely a little slower. But right now, look at epsilon, right? Epsilon is definitely lower. It's ever so slightly lower. That means that right now the chance of using the neural net is like not even like 1%, right? Yeah, epsilon is less than 1. That's it. So if someone asks in chat right now, is it learning? The answer can finally be yes, right? Instead of ha ha ha, no. What are you, dumb? No, it actually is. It's gonna start learning right now. Right now, it is feeding mini batches to the neural net and starting to learn. But that's gonna take a while, right? Before we get, like, look at the rate, the erosion rate of epsilon, and we have to get to 0.10, right? We're done, mission accomplished. Yeah, we have to get to 0.10, so that's gonna take a while. Does epsilon ever go up? No, it doesn't. Like, the principle is that we eventually erode it, so we rely more and more on our learnings. So we don't want to go back up. It's just a policy that says, hey, we're gonna... Yeah, Isaac is definitely slower. So see, this is... All right, so how do we make Isaac faster, potentially? I did mention that lowering the res is definitely an option. Do I believe that right now Isaac is reacting too slowly to beat Monstro? Not really. I still think he could definitely beat it at this speed. How many hidden layers are we running? Well, this is a little difficult to explain, especially without me changing the focus from the game here. But the setup is actually more. Yeah, must be so bad hearing your name everywhere like that. The focus is actually more on more. Damn it! now you're gonna joke. We're really just emulating the neural net structure from the DeepMind papers, right? So it's actually 3 convolutional, 2-dimensional convolutional layers, followed by, I think it's like 1 dense of 512 and 1 dense of our outputs. That's pretty much it. So how many hidden actual layers? Well, it's probably, I don't know, you want to call it 3 or 4 in this case. but it's more the structure than the hidden layers that are interesting. So it's really like three convolutional 2Ds followed by 2 denses. That's it. So it's not a super crazy neural net. It still has a lot of possible properties, right? Or attributes. I don't know how you want to call them. It still has a lot of these. Why? Because of course, like, we're passing in huge images as input, right? You're estimating it to 1 action per second. That's not enough to beat this blob. So we might have to lower the res. That's still something that might need to happen. It would be sad, but if you feel like it's not enough to beat Monstro, at least during training, because let's not forget that this is training, it would be a little faster at runtime, right? Training has way more involved in it. But yeah, it is a little slow to my liking also, I would have to be honest. Like, so do I want to lower the res? It's not the end of the world to lower the res, because in terms of, I did say this before, in terms of deep learning, we're passing super high res images. I'm passing something that's like 260 or 240 by 135. That is pretty huge for neural networks. It might not be huge for us in terms of resolution, but that is pretty huge for neural nets, right? No, I don't have to redo all this stuff, right? Because I'm still working on the full frame. I'm still working on the full frame Spud Dog for that information. It's just when I say lower the res, I don't mean the game itself. I'm sorry, that was not clear. I mean lower the res of what we pass to the neural network, right? Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, like I said, I'm going to leave it running. Of course, we might still end up. Having issues. We might still end up having issues. And is it possible that we have a weird error right now? It's also possible that we have. There's so many things that could go wrong still, right? But we're gonna try to like fix what's in our control and what we understand is going wrong. And if we find stuff along the way, other stuff. Like, let's say this doesn't converge after like 2 days, it means that something's wrong with our setup, and we need to find out. It feels not. I won't lie. Let's be totally honest right now. Anything you feel like Isaac is learning, like actually learned, is absolutely placebo effect right now. Even though it's kind of cool to feel like he dodged something, it's really cool to see that and try to say, hey, I think he did that. Like, it's not enough. It's not relying enough on something it learned to do it, but it's still cool to see it. Still cool to see. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see Isaac. When we're gonna be able to say Isaac is learning when we see Isaac trying to damage Monstro more. Right. That's definitely when I would call it like, oh, he's learned, because the ultimate reward is not getting hit and hitting Monstro, and when that happens, he's gonna try to maximize that reward eventually. See twice in a row. It's just luck. It's just luck. It's just luck. Like, that epsilon is still way too high for it to be knowledge. Now, if you start seeing that stuff and epsilon is like at 0.32 or something, then you can probably say, hey, maybe Isaac did learn something. But right now, it's way too low for us to make these conclusions. It's still pretty much random at this stage. Yep. But what? So just to come back on the lowering the res thing. So why am I saying lowering the res is going to help? Just because we have a lot of images to process when they go through the neural net. And yes, we are leveraging a decent GPU, right? A GTX 980. But it's still too much, right? So it's still too much. So what we're seeing that delay being is all like processing all of these images for the neural net. That's why it kind of slowed down when it reached that 1600. Just because it's hard to actually process these things. He dodged intentionally, Kappa. I have a 1080 Ti in my gaming box and I moved the 980 over to the Linux box. That's what I did. So of course I upgraded in a way that benefits me. I was like, yeah, let's see if we can get a nice video card for the Linux box. There's two ways that could go. I buy a decent, like another 980, or I buy a super nice card for my gaming PC and I put the 980 in the Linux PC. It's like, interesting. Can I add a state for whether current action was random or learned? Yes, that would be possible. That would definitely be possible. That's something I can do. Yes, indeed. Looks like he's trying to use an orbital just now. Yeah, we're gonna see this a lot. You're gonna see this a lot. Like it's and it's, like I said, it's possible that even though all the equations are decent, it's possible that I still didn't program the rewards correctly to see good results. Right? There's so many things that could go wrong. Projects like these, they're really ambitious. They're really ambitious, and they're not guaranteed to work at all. So it's more of an experiment, and we get to see something cool. I'm still confident that we're gonna get it to at least beat a boss like Monstro, for example. But then again, like I have to put a lot of faith in my implementation of the deep Q networks, which might be flawed in some way. Just something like using the colors instead of using grayscale might throw it off. There's so many things that could go wrong. Like I'm seeing the projected reward right now, and the loss, like exponential loss like this. Like I don't know, maybe I made a mistake. It's not exactly immediately clear to me whether or not this is actually working as intended. And that's what sucks, because it takes time, and it can still take time, and you get it wrong. So it's a long process. But if you have something that works, it's kind of really crazy cool. Like it's not like someone could just do something like we do there if it ends up working by sitting down at a computer on a weekend, right? It's definitely, it takes way more energy and understanding to do something like this than just sitting down and saying, I'll take you on this thing. You know, like it's really a big project. If it ends up working, cool. I'm gonna be super proud and super happy. If it doesn't, we're gonna learn things. We're gonna make it better. We're gonna try to get it as much as possible in a state where it can do something interesting. And I feel it. Like you see the other streamers that are doing AI stuff, and yes, there are others. There are two, well, AI, deep learning at least. Two other streamers that were doing it. One that is working with the Windows. The old game, you know, remember the Space Cadet pinball on the older Windows boxes, Windows versions. So someone's working on a neural net to play this game, and Santex is working on driving a car, learning to drive a car in GTA 5. All right, so there's a lot of other, well, a lot. There's at least more than just me in terms of people that are doing stuff like that. And if you go there to their streams, you'll notice that I'm not speaking out of my ass when I'm saying it's a difficult problem and stuff. You'll notice the similar issues, like how long it takes to train, how long, like how much you're lacking in terms of like confidence that it's gonna work fine. The only issue with the other guys is that you don't see them coding, right? So I'm the only one that for now at least. Hopefully some other people are gonna take up the task eventually. But I'm the only one that actually codes live for this type of stuff. But at least the other streams you can get to see the neural nets kind of train and play the games. So it's still a start, and I'm still happy that there are other people working on this stuff, right? There's also a guy trying to get a rocket to space in KSP. Nice. I didn't know about that. If you want to lick me up on the stream, I always like to know about these streams. If it's a stream. Sup, I am Walrus, hello. So yeah, if I stand here until Epsilon reaches 0.10, like I'm gonna be dead. It's gonna take a while. So there's a few things I'm not too sure about. The calculation for the maximum projected future reward, I'm a little iffy on that. and the loss that is extremely high, also very iffy on that. So as long as like loss needs to diminish over time eventually, and future reward might increase, but I don't know, man. I don't feel these values right now. It could be totally normal, and I just never really, I just haven't really done it before. Not talking about my ass, I was the one talking about. I was the one talking about smelly farts, so not mine, my dog's. And it seems to have passed, so I think it was kind of urgent. It was an emergency that we go outside to take care of this thing. You have no idea what their account was, found it in random? Damn. Damn, I would like to see that. Because not only can we possibly learn from each other, but we can also commiserate on how difficult the problem is, right? So it's not like I said, it's not a thing that you can just say like, hey, let's just follow this this 2-blog series or something, 2-blog article series, and you'll know how to make this in a weekend. Like it's way more involved than this. And I mean, Semdex himself is known for his YouTube videos for Python, and it's still taking him a bunch of time and a bunch of iterations and stuff. And people don't necessarily understand why it's taking that long and stuff, right? Just keep in mind, like, keep something in mind when we talk about these things, right? Like, DeepMind in the original paper learned to beat super simple Atari games. So even like any game that we want to play right now, like even the pinball game and Isaac and stuff like that, it's actually way more complex. Of course, we can probably use similar algorithms to do it, but like calculating the like reward functions for this stuff, way more involved. Yeah, exactly. Like, right. So it's going to be interesting to see how this progress over time, because it takes time. It happens gradually. Yep. So if you just watch it, that's it. That's the thing, right? It's kind of like the boiled frog syndrome, where if you just keep watching this forever, you might not even notice the progress. But if you come back, I don't know, like hours later or the next day, you might see, it seems to be. And if you've seen Seth Bling's Mario stuff in the past, like I'm sure a couple of people have, that was definitely there, right? So if you just watch it, if you just watch Mario doing his thing for like I don't know, like 2 hours straight, you might be like, this thing is done, this thing is not making any progress. But if you came back the next day, you'd be like, now it's going, and literally, now it's going a little more to the right. At least it was like that at first. But yeah, these things do take time. Unfortunately, we don't have better. We don't really have better methods. Even with the latest, like I'd say, like even with the latest research, it's not like we have great methods to accelerate the process. We get better at making decent algorithms for learning, but we don't get better at making the learning happen faster. So yeah, I'm gonna be leaving this overnight. I don't know if I'm gonna stream overnight. However, I don't think I'm confident enough that it's actually learning to leave it streaming. I know a few curious souls might like to have it the streaming just because it's kind of like passive entertainment, but I would rather leave it streaming when it actually I'm kind of positive that it's learning and it's not broken still, right? Yep, it's a pain. It's absolutely a pain. Tropical Banana Man, like, it's actually a pain, but kind of have faith in the process. And if, like I said, I'm gonna investigate my values that are kind of blowing up in terms of maximum projected future reward and loss, because I'm a little when I see them. I'm not too confident, but the rest of the process, like epsilon eroding, generating inputs, sending them to the game. There's a lot of positive things happening, even parsing our health and the health from the boss. All of that stuff is working fine. So it's really more about our implementation of the the deep Q networks that I'm not too positive about. Start the stream back up when you wake up if it's still going. Yeah, I could do that. I could definitely do that. I mean, the other option is that I leave it up overnight, but I think it might be confusing for a few people if I just leave and without anyone to kind of look at this stuff. And I don't even have a single moderator in the channel, so I don't know if I'd like to leave the stream up when I'm not there. I mean, it's never really been an issue here, to be honest. Like, it's never really been an issue at all. This chat is fantastic, right? Always. Never has I've had a lot of issues, but then again, not being there when it's streaming is just something else. I'll see what I do. I don't think I'll leave it up overnight. But I'll definitely leave it running, if anything, overnight, so that when I kind of wake up tomorrow, I can kind of see like where it's at and maybe draw a few conclusions from that, right? But I think it would be a good time to call it. I've definitely went over what I was planning to do. I was planning to do 8 hours today and be reasonable, and we're at 10:45 right now. So not a. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? That's my thing. I want to DGC. I want to plan it out properly, right? So I want to have some instead of my face here, I would love to have some sort of overlay that explains what's going on, right? Just so people, because now we have some information coming from the system itself in the terminal. We have the game where you can see what's up, but you might still not know like the entire like reason what's happening right now. Is it learning? All the common questions, stuff like that. So I would rather be prepared. That's more my style than just deciding to do these things last minute. So I'll do it. I'll do it next time. It's only 10:23 Pacific. Yeah, it's almost 1:30 here, right? But I'll let you guys know and try to catch a bit of the stream tomorrow. There's gonna be less. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Wow, this thing is jam packed. Thanks, more. Always appreciate the bits. Thank you. Really generous of you. And yeah, do try to catch it. There's gonna be a bit of code tomorrow still. Like, so if you're here for the code, there's definitely gonna be some code happening. But we're most likely gonna set it up so that we can have our training streams work during the week. All right, so that's my goal. My goal would be to say, let's say from, I don't know, I'm just saying something out there. It might be totally different, but let's say from 8 in the morning to, I don't know, like 5 p.m. So 8 to 5, kind of like Eastern. I would let it train with all the information. And I might be there, I might not be there. No, I'll be in chat, but I might not be in front of the computer to actually like talk into the mic like this. And then maybe what the plan is after that is to do reruns of our weekend episodes after that. So there's, like I said, the channel is definitely going to be live quite a bit more than it used to be. This is why I wanted to keep the weekend session short, but there was no way I was going to leave tonight without having at least this going. So I'm happy we got there. Definitely happy with the progress today. And yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows, the bits, the love, the donation. Actually, like Elijah, let's not forget, Elijah gave us a nice $20 early on today. And yeah, I'll see you next time. So you have a good day if it's already morning where you are. Otherwise, sleep well. I will see you tomorrow. See ya.
Stonehill.
I like the hex. I like the hex. This takes a good chunk of the